Chapter 15:12. As the starship displayed its might, the cultivators in Heaven Battling City rushed out like a tide. Naturally, Heaven Battling Union was aware of such a big matter. At this moment, in the inner city, inside a palace, Chu Zheng slammed the table after hearing the report from his subordinates and shouted, "Going too far! Relying on a single starship, he dares not put my Heaven Battling Union in his eyes? I'd like to see how that little brat will raze my Heaven Battling City to the ground." Saying so, he hurriedly walked out, seemingly wanting to meet the enemy. Chu Chongfeng had died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai, causing Chu Zheng to be unable to sleep these days. Now that he learned that his enemy had arrived at his doorstep, of course he was anxious to avenge his son. Mo Xiaosheng frowned slightly to the side, but he did not stop them. After all, Heaven Battling Union had been humiliated. If they did not meet the enemy head-on, it would only make the world look down on Heaven Battling Union even more. But before Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng could walk out of the palace, a disciple ran in from outside in a panic and immediately knelt down before reporting in alarm, "Union Master, Great Elder, bad news. What's all the fuss about? Did High Heaven Sect do something again?" Chu Zheng shouted, "Union Master is wise. Second Elder has fallen." "What?" Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were taken aback. From the time they received the news that High Heaven Sect had sent a starship to attack the city until now, less than 10 breaths had passed, yet Second Elder Lu Feng had actually fallen? Wasn't this speed a little bit too fast? Lu Feng being able to hold the position of Second Elder of Heaven Battling Union was a testament to his strength. If Mo Xiaosheng had not cultivated the Tao of Space, he would not have been Lu Feng's opponent. In such a short time, Lu Feng had actually fallen. What kind of conspiracy had the other party used? How did Second Elder fall? Give us a detailed report. Mo Xiaosheng did not dare neglect, and quickly asked. The disciple naturally did not dare to conceal anything, and told them everything he knew. After listening, Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. With just a single blow from the starship, Lu Feng and a dozen Heaven Battling Union elites had been obliterated. Just how terrifying was this attack? Was an Origin King grade starship really so powerful? This news completely overturned Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng's understanding of starships. They had always felt that starships were too large, difficult to move, and extremely fragile. Besides being used to transport materials and mine ores in the asteroid sea near Shadowed Star, they had no other use. Not only that, but the cost was also very high. If one was not careful, the warship could be destroyed. As such, even though Heaven Battling Union was one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, it had no more than 5 starships. Over the years, these 5 starships had only been used to mine ores in the asteroid seas and dead stars, but had never been used in combat. But today, High Heaven Sect starship had arrived in Heaven Battling City and was demonstrating its might. Was the gap between an Origin grade low-rank starship and an Origin King grade starship really so big? Even Lu Feng couldn't block that attack, so the 2 of them definitely couldn't. "Union Master, if what this disciple said is true, I'm afraid we can't go out to meet the enemy and can only defend the inner city." Mo Xiaosheng frowned worriedly. "How could I not understand Great Elder's meaning? But if we don't fight head-on now, I'm afraid we will become a laughingstock on Shadowed Star. They will think my Heaven Battling Union is a coward." Chu Zheng said with a stern expression, "No, Union Master, we can't care what outsiders say for the time being. High Heaven Sect daring to come to Heaven Battling City so aggressively is only relying on this starship. Once the starship is destroyed, they will be nothing more than a toothless tiger, nothing to fear. However, if we want to destroy this starship, I'm afraid manpower alone is not enough. We can only rely on our spirit arrays." Great Elder said. Chu Zheng stared at him. "That's right," Mo Xiaosheng sneered. My heaven-battling union has stood in the city for thousands of years and is not someone who can be casually humiliated. Since High Heaven Sect wants to attack, we can only wait patiently. Since ancient times, the winner is king, while the loser is a bandit. As long as we win this battle, what fear is there of not being able to raise the prestige of my sanctuary union? Chu Zheng took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and calmed down after a long time. What Great Elder said is correct. In that case, pass down the order to activate the Myriad Ice Spirit Sealing Grand Array. This old master wants to see if that little brat starship is more powerful than our Union's Spirit Array. Inside the starship, Yongkai and the others waited quietly for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the entire outer city of Heaven Battling City was empty. The tens of millions of cultivators had all evacuated, and the originally bustling streets and shops were now extremely deserted. Even the dazzling array of goods had been taken away. It was not an exaggeration to say that the outer city was now empty. These cultivators had not gone too far. Although the starship had killed Lu Feng with a single blow, which made everyone feel that High Heaven Sect could pose a threat to Heaven Battling Union, no one could tell who would win or lose. If High Heaven Sect won this battle, with High Heaven Sect style of conduct, they would not implicate the innocent. If Heaven Battling Union won, they would have to return and continue operating. So, no matter what, they would be fine. What's more, this kind of battle was bound to be extremely exciting, and no one did not like to watch a good show. So, of course, they would stay and watch until the end. For a time, the area 10 kilometers outside of Heaven Battling City was surrounded by countless cultivators, all eyes fixed on the starship and the inner city. Many people thought that Heaven Battling Union would not be able to hold back after being insulted like this and would come out to meet the enemy. But to their disappointment, even as the starship slowly sailed towards the inner city, there was no movement from Heaven Battling Union. For a time, there was a tide of boos. Heaven Battling Union had been powerful for many years and acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Countless cultivators who ran shops in the city had been exploited. So, of course, they did not have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union. At this moment, seeing Heaven Battling Union acting so cowardly, they could not help but mock them. A cultivator close to Heaven Battling Union immediately retorted, and the two sides quickly quarreled until a great battle broke out. At first, the battle was just a small-scale one, but as time passed, more and more cultivators were involved. Hatred and resentment were both repaid. The battle between High Heaven Sect and Heaven Battling Union had not yet begun, but the cultivators who had been driven out of the outer city were already fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would scream and fall as blood flowed. At least 1 million cultivators were involved in this dispute, and the number of casualties was innumerable. At this moment, the starship had already arrived outside the inner city. The entire journey was extremely smooth, and Yongkai did not attack the outer city of Heaven Battling City. After all, there was no point in venting his anger on those buildings. Sect Master. They seemed to have activated a spirit array. Yi Shi Yun used her divine sense to investigate for a moment before reporting. I see it. Yongkai grinned. I heard that Heaven Battling City's inner city has a powerful Myriad Ice Spirit Sealing Array. So this is probably it. What should we do now? Please advise us, Sect Master. Don't worry. Charge through the Spirit Array. Yongkai coldly snorted. The starship only paused for a moment before rushing straight into the inner city. Inside the inner city, there was a cloud of mist, but if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that this cloud-like mist was actually nothing more than an extremely cold aura. The Myriad Ice Spirit Sealing Array had the frozen jade ice spring in the inner city as its array core, and there was more than one frozen jade ice spring. In fact, there were a total of 3 springs. These 3 springs had accumulated a massive amount of cold yin qi over thousands of years, enough so that even an origin-returning realm master would be frozen into an ice sculpture if they were caught off guard. At this moment, the cold yin qi from the three springs was being released at a crazy rate, enveloping the entire inner city, making it appear as if one was looking at a flower through a fog. Even the starship soon disappeared from sight after entering this fog. This isn't good. This cold yin qi can actually freeze one's divine sense. The myriad ice spirit sealing array truly lives up to its reputation. Qian Tong frowned. Just now, he had wanted to investigate the situation around him, but as soon as he released his divine sense, he couldn't help shivering. If he hadn't withdrawn it quickly, his divine sense would have been frozen solid. Inside the starship, without the detection of one's divine sense, everyone was essentially blind. However, how could a starship refined by Yang, Yen, not have a way to fix this? At this moment, inside the starship's hold, a monitoring array was in operation, and a High Heaven sect disciple was paying close attention to the reaction of this array and reporting back. Soon, there was a reaction from the surveillance formation. Sect Master, there is a team of more than 20 people approaching from the left, about 10 kilometers away. After 10 breaths of time, fire 3 crystal cannons in that direction. Yang Kai grinned. Qian Tong and the others took a deep breath as they secretly mourned for those who attempted to launch a sneak attack. 10 breaths later, 3 beams of pure, white light shot toward the left. Silently, all the enemies discovered by the surveillance array disappeared. Overconfident, Yi Shiyan slowly shook her head. The cultivator on Shadowed Star really underestimated the terror of an Origin King grade starship. Even she, if not for her understanding of the mysteries of this starship, would likely have underestimated it. After all, on Shadowed Star, no one had ever used a starship in battle. Sect Master, someone else is coming, the disciple reported again. Good, deal with them the same way, Yang Kai ordered lightly. He had never encountered such an easy battle before. Relying on the power of the starship, he didn't even need to take action himself to kill his enemies. This feeling was quite subtle, but he enjoyed it a little. Heaven Battling Union had sent out 3 waves of people, but none of them had even managed to get within a kilometer of the starship, all of them being killed halfway. 3 waves of people, a total of 60 to 70 people, many of whom were origin-returning realm masters, had died so easily that Chu Zheng almost coughed up blood when he learned about it. After realizing that it was impossible to launch a sneak attack with this method, Heaven Battling Union was unwilling to make such a useless effort and let their disciples die in vain. Sect Master, they don't seem to be moving, Yi Shiyun frowned. If they don't move, we'll move. Blast this inner city to smithereens. It would be best if we can break the myriad ice spirit sealing array core. Yang Kai sneered. As long as the array core was broken, Heaven Battling Union would be a fish on the chopping block. A moment later, the hull of the starship buzzed softly, and white beams of light shot out in all directions, carrying with them the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 15:13. The rumbling sounds continued for an instant, and in a place that could not be seen with the naked eye or divine sense, the entire inner city of Heaven Battling City was a mess. Wherever the white beams of light from the crystal cannons passed, everything was turned into nothingness. Heaven Battling Union's foundation, which had been accumulated over thousands of years, was almost completely destroyed in just half a stick of incense worth of time, with less than 20% of it remaining. Anyone could tell that Heaven Battling Union had suffered heavy losses because, amidst the scattered bombardment of the crystal cannons, not only were buildings collapsing, but also the screams of many cultivators before they died. These tragic cries filled the hearts of those who heard them with dread. Even so, no one from Heaven Battling Union dared to come out and meet them head-on. Yang Kai's brow gradually furrowed as he realized he had underestimated the endurance of Chu Zheng and the others. The power of the crystal cannons was indeed not small, and Yang Kai did not lack Saint crystal sources, but continuous bombardment for a long time was bound to put a strain on the crystal cannons. Once the load was exceeded, the crystal cannons could no longer be used. Even if these cannons were personally refined by Yang Yen, they could not escape this constraint. Heaven Battling Union's plan was to wait for Yang Kai's attack to weaken before they took action. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, Yang Kai sneered and released his huge divine sense like a tidal wave. This extremely cold chi had the power to freeze one's divine sense, but Yang Kai's divine sense was able to pass through it without any hindrance. Conflagrated knowledge C, Yang Kai's divine sense was a variant divine sense and was extremely hot, just enough to restrain this fierce cold chi. Although it could not be said that he was completely unaffected, it was almost negligible. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai searched the area bit by bit. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face as he ordered, 3/4 to the left, fire a crystal cannon shot. The disciple in charge of controlling the crystal cannon heard this, and although he did not understand why such an order was given, he did not hesitate and immediately adjusted the direction of the crystal cannon shot. Yang Kai focused his divine sense and nodded lightly, a little to the left, lower the direction. Yes, at the same time, in the direction where the crystal cannons were firing, there was something that resembled a well a dozen kilometers away. Many exquisite formations had been set up around the well, concealing the existence of the well and providing it with extremely powerful defensive abilities. From the mouth of the well, waves of cold energy so thick that they were almost tangible gushed out and poured into the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array, strengthening the array's power. Frozen jade ice spring. This well was the eye of the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array. There were 3 origin returning realm masters guarding this place. At this moment, all of them were sitting cross-legged, their brows furrowed in worry as they stared at the frigid air that filled the inner city. High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship had arrived, causing all of Heaven Battling Union to panic. Even a powerful master like Lu Feng had been killed in a single blow, so no one dared to stand in front of the starship. The only thing they could rely on was the great frozen spirit sealing array. They hoped that this array would be able to deal with the enemy's battleships. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot out from the front, causing the 3 Origin King's eyes to bulge involuntarily as they secretly pushed their Saint Chi, feeling extremely nervous. This was the enemy's crystal cannon, something all 3 of them knew very well. Although there were many exquisite spirit arrays here that could be used, whether they could withstand the bombardment of this crystal cannon was something no one could say for sure. If they failed to resist, the 3 of them might follow in Elder Lu Feng's footsteps. Fortunately, their worries were superfluous. Although the white beam of light was terrifying, it flew past them from the side and did not cause any damage to the 3 Origin Kings or the array core. The 3 Origin returning realm masters couldn't help wiping the sweat from their foreheads as they breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. It's just a coincidence. With this spirit array, they won't be able to find the location of the array core. Union Master said that as long as they exhaust their energy, it will be time for us to launch an attack. Among the 3, a burly man with a beard seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be comforting his companions. But seeing how aggressive the enemy is, they must have come prepared. What if the spirit array can't hold them off until then? Another woman asked worriedly, "Humph, what are you afraid of?" Although the crystal cannon of this starship is powerful, its consumption is also enormous, so it will eventually run out. Moreover, any crystal cannon has a limit on the number of times it can be used, so it's impossible to use it too many times in a short time. We just need to wait. Those people from High Heaven Sect are like headless flies right now. If this battle goes smoothly, our Holy Union will not only be able to kill those bastards, but also seize an Origin King grade starship. Just think about how great the benefits will be, the last old man quickly said, seemingly much calmer than the other 2. Hearing what he said, the other two's eyes lit up, as they could not help imagining the scene of that terrifying starship falling into Heaven Battling Union's hands, causing them to feel somewhat excited. At that moment, though, another white beam of light shot out from the front and flew over not far away. The burly man with the beard paled slightly as cold sweat dripped down his back. This time, it was a coincidence, but it seemed to be much closer to them than the previous one. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, a third white beam of light shot out from the front. "Not good," the old man exclaimed as he stood up and shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as his voice fell, the three of them pushed their Saint Chi with all their might and madly poured it into the spirit array in their hands. In the next moment, a thick light curtain suddenly appeared, forming a semicircle around the three of them and the frozen jade ice spring. That seemingly incomparably thick light screen was actually unable to withstand the might of a single strike from the crystal cannon. It only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before it was broken. The three men's complexion changed drastically. Fortunately, all of them were experienced cultivators and summoned their defensive artifacts one after another to protect themselves from the incoming attacks. The remaining power of the crystal cannon continued to penetrate. With a loud sizzling sound, the white beam of light gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. The three figures staggered, their footing unstable, all of their faces extremely pale. The woman in luxurious robes even coughed up a mouthful of blood as her 3 defensive artifacts shattered at the same time. "Another one! 3! The burly man with the beard shouted in horror. The woman in luxurious robes and the old man's faces went ashen for a moment as they stared blankly at the 3 white beams of light rapidly approaching them, unable to believe their eyes. The other party had actually found the location of the frozen jade ice spring. How is this possible? How did they do it? A single blow just now had caused the 3 of them serious injuries. So now that 3 beams of light were fired at once, they were simply unstoppable. The area where the frozen jade ice spring was located shook violently, and the 3 origin-returning realm masters disappeared silently, leaving behind a giant crater several dozen meters deep. Inside the starship, Yang Kai sneered and ordered his disciples to readjust the direction of the attack. At the same time, in an extremely safe palace in the inner city, Mo Xiaosheng's complexion changed as he looked up at Chu Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, and quickly said, "Union Master, one of the array cores has been destroyed." "What?" Chu Zheng stood up from his chair and stared at Mo Xiaosheng in disbelief. How could it be destroyed? Did the enemy's attack happen to hit it, or something? Mo Xiaosheng slowly shook his head. "This old master doesn't know, but the 3 people responsible for guarding it have fallen, and the spirit spring has been destroyed. However, whether the enemy did this intentionally or not, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. What does Great Elder think we should do? Fully stimulate the power of the spirit array and fight the enemy starship to the death," Mo Xiaosheng shouted. Hearing this, Chu Zheng frowned slightly as a look of hesitation appeared on his face, as if he was troubled by something. "Union Master, High Heaven Sect has brought their starship here, so either they die or we die. If we delay any longer, once the 2 spirit array cores are destroyed, we will have no power to fight back. Although the price of fully stimulating the spirit array is not small, it is better than just sitting here and waiting for death. Great Elder is right." Chu Zheng took a deep breath, and his gaze became firm. "Good. Pass down my order. Activate the spirit array with all your strength. This old master will not let High Heaven Sect succeed, even if he has to give up his 10,000 years of foundation." "Yes," Mo Xiaosheng nodded and quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact in his hand to pass down the order. The next moment, the entire inner city began to stir. The inner city was already filled with a frigid aura, But at this time, it seemed to have become even more terrifying. Even the hull of the starship was covered with a thick layer of ice. The domain that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path hindered the starship's movements. Even inside the starship, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze their souls. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become so cold? Qian Tong asked with an ugly expression. The other party seems to have done something. Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the two spirit springs that had been slowly spewing out cold qi were now fiercely erupting, as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Even the cultivators guarding the nearby array cores had hurriedly evacuated, as if they didn't dare to stay in place for long. Asterisk kacha, asterisk a crisp sound came from outside the starship, a sign that the hull of the ship was being frozen. Not only that, the thick cold energy condensed and condensed, forming ferocious beasts of different sizes. These ferocious beasts were sparkling and translucent like jade, like ice sculptures, but each of them emitted powerful energy fluctuations. In just a short time, the starship was surrounded by countless ice beasts. Everyone inside the starship paled. They had long heard that Heaven Battling Union's myriad ice spirit sealing array was quite powerful, and now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they found that it truly lived up to its reputation. With such means, Heaven Battling City's inner city would be safe for 10,000 years. As soon as these ice beasts took shape, they ferociously pounced on the starship, submerging it in an instant. Everyone couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat, fearing that the starship would be destroyed. Yang Kai's face was also extremely gloomy as he stood up and shouted, "Activate your defenses. Ignore these ice beasts. Destroy those two array cores at all costs." Chapter 1514. In a flash, a thin film enveloped the starship. Although this thin film looked fragile, no matter how the ice beasts attacked, they were unable to break through its defenses. However, under the constant gnawing of countless ice beasts, the light of this thin film began to dim at an extremely fast rate. Even a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. Although the starship's grade was high, it could not withstand the onslaught of so many ice beasts and would sooner or later be destroyed. At that moment, more than a dozen white beams of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship and bombarded a certain location. Concerned about the survival of the starship, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and constantly directed his disciples to adjust the direction of their attacks. More than a dozen beams of light shot out at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. In just 10 breaths of time, the second array core was destroyed. After a while, the third array core was also destroyed. The myriad ice spirit sealing grand array covering the inner city was unable to operate in an instant, and the ice beasts condensed from the pure ice attribute energy also turned into fluorescent dots and disappeared. The crisis had been easily resolved. However, everyone could not help feeling cold sweat in their hearts. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the thick cold qi, and without the cold energy from the 3 array cores, the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array became useless. The entire Heaven Battling Union inner city gradually became clear and exposed to the vision of High Heaven Sect. Ha ha! That old fart Chu Zheng is probably coughing up blood from anger. Fei Shi too laughed loudly. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had already made up his mind to die. Although he was saved by Yang Kai later, his strength had dropped by a minor realm, so he naturally hated Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect to the bone. Now that he saw that even the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array was unable to destroy High Heaven Sect starship, he was naturally in a good mood. Chu Zheng was indeed furious. He never expected that the spirit-sealing grand array that Heaven Battling Union was so proud of would be destroyed so easily, without playing any role at all. Up until now, the enemy had not even shown their faces. simply hiding inside the starship and using the crystal cannons to defeat a large sect without being able to fight back. Chu Zheng had never felt so powerless before. Meet the enemy, no matter the cost. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, destroy that starship for me. Chu Zheng's furious voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Now that the spirit array had been destroyed, Heaven Battling Union could only face the enemy head-on and rely on human wave tactics. As long as High Heaven Sect lost that starship, Heaven Battling Union could still turn defeat into victory. Once the order was passed down, countless cultivators rushed out from their hiding places and charged at the battleship aggressively. But to everyone's surprise, the pitch-black starship didn't move at all, allowing Heaven Battling Union's cultivator to surround it. There were at least several thousand heads, and each of these thousands of people was no weaker than a Saint Realm Master. This was already 80% of Heaven Battling Union's forces. The remaining cultivator was too weak to play a role in such a battle. The warship that was surrounded by thousands of people was like a ship that had lost its way in the vast ocean. It could not find its way, nor could it see the light. The cultivator of Heaven Battling Union rubbed his fists and glared at Yi Shiwen. In the next moment, a 5-colored glow suddenly bloomed from the battleship, and the originally pitch-black starship seemed to be dyed with color, becoming a brilliant sight. The multicolored light instantly enveloped an area with a radius of 10,000 feet, and a mysterious intent realm rushed into everyone's mind. In an instant, many of the weaker cultivators' bodies stiffened, as their Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, causing them to scream and fall from the sky, as if their bodies and Saint Chi had been bound by some kind of mysterious force. Even those cultivators who were slightly stronger and could resist the effects of this binding technique couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in their souls. Colored glass divine light. Impossible. This is actually colored glass divine light. A knowledgeable cultivator shouted in horror on the spot. As a cultivator on Shadowed Star, he had naturally heard of colored glass divine light. However, this thing had always only been cultivated by colored glass sex cultivator, and only 1 or 2 people had ever been able to cultivate colored glass divine light. At this moment, colored glass divine light was actually blooming from High Heaven Sect starship. Looking around, it was as if the entire starship was made of 1,000 illusion colored glass. Qian Tong and Fei Ji2 were also dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on. Yang Kai, is this really colored glass divine light? Qian Tong asked with a strange expression. He could not be blamed for his disbelief, as colored glass sect protected 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain extremely tightly, never allowing outsiders to approach it. Even their own cultivator was not qualified to approach if they were not strong enough. Where had Yang Kai obtained 1,000 illusion-colored glass? What's more, it actually covered the entire starship. How much 1,000 illusion-colored glass did it take to create such a thing? And it's colored glass divine light. Yang Kai nodded gently before grinning. Colored glass sect is not the only one with 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Qian Tong was indifferent. Although he wanted to believe Yang Kai's words, as far as he knew, on Shadowed Star, only colored glass sect possessed 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Who would be fooled by such a blatant lie? This brat really had eyes everywhere. Even Qian Tong did not know when he had obtained 1,000 illusion-colored glass. However, Qian Tong had heard that he had visited colored glass sect a few years ago. Could it have been at that time? Qian Tong did not dare to think about it anymore. If colored glass sect found out about this, they would likely not let this matter rest. While the two were talking, screams continued to ring out from outside. Falling from a height of several thousand meters was not something even a cultivator with high cultivation could withstand. Saint Kings did not need to worry about their lives, as their physiques were already strong enough. So falling from such a height was just a bit embarrassing. On the other hand, the saints were out of luck. One by one, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as their arms and legs were broken. There were even those with poor physiques who fell to their deaths, their flesh and blood mangled. The number of cultivators gathered around the starship decreased by 70% in an instant. However, this was not the end. The colored glass divine light enveloped the starship, causing all the cultivators' souls to tremble uneasily. In the next moment, a fist-sized crystal suddenly appeared at the front of the starship. Around this crystal was a mysterious and complex spirit array that radiated a brilliant light. From this crystal, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared, and after passing through, the inexplicable spirit array radiated outwards. When these ripples swept across, all the heaven-battling Union cultivator were stunned, because they found that inexplicably, all kinds of illusions had appeared in front of their eyes, as if they had fallen into some kind of illusion. For a time, the heaven-battling Union cultivator was thrown into disarray as cries of alarm rang out one after another. Yang Yen had poured his heart and soul into building this Origin King grade starship. It could be said that countless rare materials had been used. 80% of the wealth and materials Yang Kai had obtained over the years had been invested in this starship. Otherwise, it would not have reached its current grade and power. Needless to say, the 1,000 illusion-colored glass was something Yang Kai had asked the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao to steal from 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain when he went to visit Dai Yuan in colored glass sect. Colored glass sect's protection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was indeed very tight. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain it, and even if they had the opportunity to get close, there was no way to extract 1,000 illusion-colored glass from the entire mountain. But Xiao Xiao was different. Swallowing minerals was his innate divine technique. Ordinary people could not extract 1,000 illusion-colored glass, which was a headache even for Origin Kings, but to Xiao Xiao, it was no different from delicious food. On this trip to colored glass sect, Xiao Xiao had made a huge contribution. The fist-sized jade stone embedded in the front of the starship was the Mirage Stone that Yang Kai had taken out from the 6th layer of the Emperor Garden. Mirage stones were extremely rare and had the effect of inducing hallucinations. After being amplified by the illusion array arranged by Yang Yen, the power it could produce was simply unimaginable. Even origin-returning realm masters could not resist the power of the Mirage Stone, and everyone was instantly drawn into an illusion. Time to go. Inside the starship, Yang Kai grinned grimly. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. "Open the hatch," Yang Kai shouted. With a rumbling sound, the hatch of the starship opened, and Yang Kai took the lead, followed by Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and Fei Ji Tuesday Changqi, and the others were not willing to be outdone and quickly followed. Stepping out of the starship, the scene that greeted everyone was unbelievable. Most of the heaven-battling Union cultivator, regardless of their strength, had glazed eyes, their expressions constantly changing, as if they had fallen into an illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Some of them were even madly attacking non-existent enemies. There were also some who remained calm, standing in place, looking around vigilantly. But no matter who it was, none of them seemed to be aware of the impending doom. "Kill!" Yang Kai waved his hand gently, and with a loud bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, transformed into a blazing flame, and rushed towards the nearest enemy. In the blink of an eye, this enemy was engulfed by the Firebird and burned to death. Yi Shiyun and the others immediately scattered, summoning their artifacts and releasing their martial skills, slaughtering the enemies who did not have much ability to resist. Yang Kai walked through the void as several dozen golden blood threads flew back and forth, wrapping around him like an extension of his arm. Anyone who approached him would be cut into pieces by the golden light. Yang Kai did not show any signs of fighting, but wherever he passed, the Saint King realm cultivator would cry out miserably, as if they were suffering from some kind of torture. their souls obliterated in a very short time. These tiny insects, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable even by divine sense, viciously pounced on these Saint King realm cultivators, causing them to die inexplicably. Soul-devouring insects. Now that Yang Kai's strength had improved, the enemies he encountered were also getting stronger. These soul-devouring insects, which had been nourished in his knowledge sea, could not play much of a role in battle, but at this moment, they were the best choice for mass slaughter. Soul-devouring insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy, so once a cultivator's knowledge sea dried up, they would definitely die. Yang Kai was like a god of death descending from ancient times, slaughtering all the enemies he encountered. The many cultivators of Heaven Battling Union became living targets, unable to resist at all. Even Chang-Chi and the others were slaughtered to their heart's content. Inside the palace, Chu-Zheng and the others' faces were ashen as their bodies trembled violently. None of them could have imagined that High Heaven Sect starship could display such terrifying power and was equipped with so many unimaginable means. Their own sex disciples were actually as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of all these means. Chapter 15:15. Chu-Zheng felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Heaven Battling Union's 10,000-year foundation was about to be destroyed by his own hands. At this moment, Chu-Zheng faintly regretted provoking Yang Kai. Even if he had disobeyed Star Emperor Mountain's orders, perhaps the result would not have been so bad. The situation was hopeless. Chu-Zheng knew better than anyone that the moment the myriad ice spirit sealing array was destroyed, they had already lost this battle. It was the trump card he was most proud of in his heart, but now it had been broken by the other party in a matter of seconds. The speed was simply incredible. Even if he killed Yang Kai now, he would not be able to recover the huge losses Heaven Battling Union had suffered. But was Yang Kai so easy to kill? Chu-Zheng was not confident he could kill a cultivator who was proficient in Space Force and could even tear space to escape. Union Master, Mo Xiaosheng called out softly from the side, his old face seeming to have aged even more at this moment, as he said with a heavy expression, "It's time to go." "Go." Chu-Zheng turned his head to look at him and slowly shook his head. This Chu is the Union Master of Heaven Battling Union. If the Union exists, I will. If the Union is destroyed, I will not leave. Union Master, where there is life, there is hope. This time, we underestimated the strength of High Heaven Sect, and the losses we suffered are immeasurable. But as long as Union Master is here, there will be a chance to avenge the disciples who died. But if you die here, who will avenge them? Mo Xiaosheng tried his best to persuade him. Chu-Zheng glanced at him and snapped, "Be that as it may, the world is so big. Where can this Chu go? This Chu can still fight. Even if this old master dies, he will drag that little brat down with him. Alliance Master, have you forgotten who was the one who caused all of this? We can go there. I'm sure they won't just sit back and watch," Mo Xiaosheng quickly said. Chu-Zheng frowned and pondered carefully. Liang Yong, who had been standing to the side, also hurriedly said, "Yes, Union Master, High Heaven Sect's momentum is at its peak now. We really should avoid them for the time being. We can't do anything to that starship, but Star Emperor Mountain may have a way." Inside the hall, Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder and Third Elder tried their best to persuade Chu-Zheng, while the others echoed. After all, who would be willing to die if they could live? The enemy's battleship was simply too terrifying. It was not an existence that human strength could contend against. Everyone was afraid that Chu-Zheng would order them to go out and meet the attack, so they naturally wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. For a moment, everyone was talking at once, and it was extremely chaotic. Chu-Zheng also seemed to recover from his shock and swept his eyes over everyone before gently nodding. "Good. This one will withdraw for the time being and head to Star Emperor Mountain. Alliance Master is wise." Everyone's anxious hearts immediately relaxed, and they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the inner city, the screams had not stopped since the beginning. One after another, the cultivator affected by the colored glass divine light and dragged into an illusion by the mirage stone died at the hands of high heaven sex disciples. Of the thousands of cultivators, less than 1 in 10 were left. As time passed, the influence of the mirage stone gradually weakened. After the illusion in front of them disappeared, and they saw the situation clearly, the heaven-battling Union cultivator, who was still alive, were all horrified. How could they have the courage to stay and fight? All of them used their movement skills and summoned defensive artifacts to escape. The army was routed like a landslide. The entire inner city seemed to be dyed red with blood, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and minced meat. The strong smell of blood permeated the huge city, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Golden light filled the sky as dozens of golden blood threads formed sharp blades that cut through the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. Although he had rampaged through the enemy crowd and killed many of them, his clothes were still clean, not stained with a single drop of blood. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a strange fluctuation of space force coming from that direction. In an instant, Yang Kai understood what this fluctuation of space force was, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. A dark void crack appeared, and Yang Kai dove into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In Heaven Battling Union's inner city, in a secret underground room, more than a dozen elders and protectors of Heaven Battling Union were gathered here. At this moment, all of them were staring at a huge space array in front of them with anticipation and trepidation. Heaven Battling Union was one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, one that had stood tall for thousands of years and flourished. So naturally, they knew to leave themselves a way out. The space array in this secret underground room was one such way out. For thousands of years, this space array had never been used because no one had been able to force Heaven Battling Union to the point of using it. But today, this dust-covered forbidden zone was finally being opened. Chu Zheng wanted to use it to leave Heaven Battling City and travel to a place 1 million kilometers away. Although it had never been used before, this space array was still in perfect condition, so after a slight adjustment and embedding of Saint crystals, the space array began operating. This king and great elder will go ahead. Third elder, you stay behind and bring up the rear, Chu Zheng ordered casually before walking towards the space array. With a mo xiao sheng, Liang Yong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but just as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down and cupped his fists instead. Yes, he was really afraid of Yang Kai. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had escaped from Yang Kai's hands. Although Yang Kai had kept his word and did not kill him, these days, Yang Kai had become his nightmare. Of course, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But the Union Master had already given his orders, so Liang Yong had no choice but to follow and bring up the rear. This space array could only transport a maximum of 5 people at a time, so everyone had to evacuate in batches. After Chu Zheng and the others took their positions, the space array immediately burst into light and enveloped the 5 of them. Seeing the figures of these 5 people fading away and about to leave, a sudden change occurred. In the void in front of him, an inexplicable energy fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate uneasily came out. Immediately, a pitch-black crack that was 3 meters long strangely appeared. Everyone looked dumbfounded, not understanding what this thing was. A void crack, Chu Zheng shouted. Back in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had seen it before, so now that he saw it again, he was naturally familiar with it. As soon as his voice fell, a figure leisurely shot out from the void crack. Without the slightest pause, he opened his hand and fiercely grabbed at the space array that was already in operation. There was an obscure, yet extremely mysterious power that swept through the air. The space array, which was originally shining brightly, trembled, and its dazzling light dimmed at an extremely fast speed. "Not good," Mo Xiaosheng cried out in alarm, and without hesitation grabbed Chu Zheng's arm and fled like a frightened rabbit. Their figures flickered, and the two appeared more than a dozen meters away. Yang Kai, standing firm. Chu Zheng glared at the figure that had just emerged from the void crack, his expression ferocious and terrifying, as if he wanted to eat this person alive. "Where does Union Master Chu think you're going?" Yang Kai glanced at him with a sarcastic expression. Before Chu Zheng had time to answer, though, he suddenly heard someone exclaim from the side, "Elder Zhou, protect your Qi." The voice sounded panicked, as if someone had been greatly frightened. Chu Zheng frowned and glanced over with a gloomy expression, but after a single glance, a chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help shivering. On the space array, there were 3 mutilated corpses. Judging from the clothes of the 3 corpses, they were his subordinates who had been standing on the space array with him and were about to be teleported away. But now, their upper bodies had strangely disappeared, leaving only their lower bodies standing in the same place. The cuts were neat, as if they had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. "Great Elder!" The person who had just spoken called out in alarm again, as he stared at Mo Xiaosheng, his eyes trembling violently. A ticking sound rang out, loud and clear. Chu Zheng turned his head to look and couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb. The great elder who had helped him leave the space array was missing an arm, and the wound on his arm was the same as the others, neat and smooth. You can even interfere with the transmission of a space array. Mo Xiaosheng's face paled as he seemed to be enduring severe pain as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, grit his teeth, and shouted, "You've cultivated your space force to such an extent. I've made a fool of myself." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, not denying it. Chu Zheng's expression also changed. With his experience and eyesight, how could he not understand how his 3 subordinates had died, and how the great elder had lost an arm? It was because the transmission had been interfered with. The Tao of space was mysterious and difficult to understand, but its power was terrifying. Being interfered with during the transmission process, what good could come of it? No wonder the great elder had anxiously brought him out of the space array. It turned out that he had noticed something was wrong. If not for this, he would likely have ended up like his 3 subordinates, with only half of his body left on the space array. Understanding this, Chu Zheng began sweating profusely. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was a little annoyed. He had noticed the energy fluctuations coming from the space array before, so he had rushed here in a hurry. He had taken action at the right time, but unfortunately he had failed at the last moment and allowed Chu Zheng to escape. This Mo Xiaosheng really did have some skill. If he hadn't noticed something, Chu Zheng would have died. But it didn't matter. Since he had rushed here, no one here could escape. The principle of beating a snake to death was one that Yang Kai understood better than anyone else. Looking at the people in the secret room with an indifferent expression, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. With a wave of his hand, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, the massive heaven-shaking pillar resting on his shoulder as his eyes darted around, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The massive heaven-shaking pillar formed a huge contrast with Xiao Xiao's small body, making him look quite comical. However, no one dared to underestimate Xiao Xiao in the slightest. Even Chu Zheng frowned as he felt an unimaginable pressure from Xiao Xiao, one that he had never felt even when facing Yang Kai. Chapter 15-16. A strong enemy. Chu Zheng thought to himself. He had heard that this strange creature was able to withstand a full-powered blow from a third-order origin returning realm master, but he didn't know if that was true or not. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, Yang Kai raised his hand again, and the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his palm. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the giant dark green dragon immediately appeared and coiled up behind Yang Kai's back, its upper body straight, as it glared at everyone with its two eyes that were larger than gongs. Dragon pressure covered the entire room, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk the golden blood threads flickered, emitting a dazzling golden light. A loud bird cry rang out as the Firebird artifact spirit spread its wings, causing the temperature in the room to rise sharply. Yang Kai was on high alert. Although the people in front of him were all frightened birds, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating them. Alone against so many, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly, not to mention Chu Zheng was still intact. Yang Kai had never fought with Chu Zheng before, but he had seen him display great power in Fallen Emperor Mountain. The great sun fulfilling wish seal had left a deep impression on him. As such, Yang Kai had used 80% of the means he had at his disposal. Union Master Chu, when you tried to make things difficult for this junior, did you ever think you would end up like this? Yang Kai stared at Chu Zheng coldly. There was no great grievance between our two families, but Union Master Chu forced my hand. Today, this junior will repay the enmity of the past, and I will send you to meet Chu Changfeng. You are father and son after all. I think Chu Changfeng should be very lonely right now. Impudent brat. Chu Zheng's expression suddenly became ferocious, like a mad beast. Chu Changfeng's death was the biggest pain in his heart. He knew his own son very well. Although Chu Changfeng was a domineering playboy, his aptitude was first class, and given enough time, he would definitely become a great talent. But now, he was directly killed by Yang Kai in Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, this murder was actually boasting in front of him. No matter how good Chu Zheng's temper was, he couldn't tolerate this, not to mention he had a fiery temper. Good, brat, you've gone too far. If this old master doesn't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Chu Zheng roared. Mo Shaoxing had a bad feeling about this. A battle between experts was dangerous to begin with, and with just a few words, the Alliance Master had already been infuriated. How could he possibly fight with his full strength? But in this situation, there was nothing he could do about it, so he could only endure the severe pain from his wounds and shout, Yang Kai, you don't put my heaven battling union in your eyes, daring to break into this place alone. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Everyone, attack together. Today, either he dies or we die. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the group summoned their artifacts one after another, and for a time, the room was filled with light and energy fluctuations. Liang Yang's movements were the fastest, summoning a long sword-like artifact and pouring his Saint Chi madly into it as he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, Little brat, die! As soon as his voice fell, the long sword turned into a blue light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the others also summoned their artifacts and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing any intention of dodging, simply watching coldly, as if he did not notice the approaching danger at all. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk the stone mongoose beat its hard chest with one hand, making a dull thud as it bared its fangs like a crazed gorilla. As it hammered, its small figure rapidly grew, instantly transforming into a several dozen meter tall stone giant that stood majestically in front of Yang Kai. In the next moment, the power of various artifacts poured into the stone puppet's body, causing dazzling flames to burst out from its body as crisp sounds rang out incessantly, but it remained motionless. Not only did it not show any intention of retreating, it didn't even show the slightest sign of injury, simply taking a step back under the influence of the various great forces. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour minerals. Not only could it refine mineral essences, but it could also absorb these essences for its own use to strengthen itself. Over the years, The stone mongoose had devoured countless minerals, most of which were extremely rare and of high quality. Not only had it provided a great deal of convenience for Yang Yun in his artifact refining, but it had also greatly nourished itself. Although these attacks were extremely terrifying, they did not have much effect on the stone puppet's body. The hardness of the stone mongoose's body was not inferior to an Origin King grade defensive artifact. Amidst the crisp sounds of impact, Chu Zheng's muffled grunt and mad roar suddenly rang out. Everyone frowned, not knowing what had happened to Chu Zheng. Even Yang Kai was confused. After the various artifact attacks dissipated, Yang Kai's gaze swept past the stone mongoose and landed on Chu Zheng, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Kai found that half of a sword tip had appeared in front of Chu Zheng's chest, as if someone had stabbed him from behind. Chu Zheng's body was bleeding profusely, and his face was extremely pale. At a glance, it was obvious that the quality of this sword was extraordinary, definitely an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. The blade of this sword was covered in a faint blue light and was constantly bursting with terrifying power, constantly destroying Chu Zheng's body and making his situation worse. Not far away from Chu Zheng, Liang Yong stared at him with a complicated look, seemingly somewhat guilty. Liang Yong, how do you do this? Mo Xiaosheng stared at Liang Yong in disbelief and shouted in grief. Chu Zheng also stared at Liang Yong with a gloomy face, his expression filled with anger as he coughed and ground his teeth. When did he buy you? Was it in Fallen Emperor Mountain? Liang Yong's face twitched as he glanced over at Yang Kai and said bitterly, Sect Master Yang did not try to bribe this Liang. It's just that a wise man submits to circumstances. This Liang understands this principle. Union Master and Great Elder's actions have brought disaster to the Union. This Liang, as the third elder of the Holy Union, cannot sit idly by. Selling humiliation for glory can still be described in such a dignified manner. Liang Yong, this king didn't know you were such a person before. Chu Zheng sneered angrily. He had never imagined that at this critical moment he would be sneak attacked by his own third elder. If not for Liang Yong's artifact sword still sticking out of his chest, Chu Zheng would not have believed it. It doesn't matter if you didn't know before. Union Master should understand today. Liang Yong's face alternated between red and blue, seemingly feeling embarrassed, but at this point, if he wanted to survive, this was the only way. Others might not know how strong Yang Kai was, but he was well aware. Although he had the advantage in numbers, if they really fought, it would not be easy. Even if they could defeat Yang Kai, they would not be able to kill him. The heritage Yang Kai displayed was already shocking enough, but what about the hidden cards he had yet to reveal? Last time, he had revealed some of his secrets and was lucky enough to survive. So Liang Yong did not want to suffer a second time. You have a promising future. Yang Kai suddenly grinned. He had not expected things to develop to this point, but this was something he was happy to see. Although he was confident he could kill all of these people, it would definitely be a tough battle, and he would have to use all of his trump cards when the time came. Now that there was infighting, this problem was easily solved. Sect Master Yang is too kind. Liang Yong smiled and cupped his fists, a flattering look on his face as he immediately turned to the others and shouted, A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. This Liang does not need to teach you this. What to do now should be clear to all of you. Everyone from Heaven Battling Union wore ugly expressions as they glanced around at each other, suddenly falling into a dilemma. However, no one here did not cherish their lives. So in the end, everyone turned their eyes to Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng while secretly pushing their Saint Chi. Good, good, good. Chu Zheng laughed. I didn't expect that my Heaven Battling Union would raise a bunch of useless wolves. This Chu was truly blind, failing to see your true colors. Why would Union Master say such things? Liang Yong slowly shook his head. The winner is king, while the loser is in the wrong. And what does Great Elder intend to do? This Liang has always admired Great Elder's character. If Great Elder is willing, do you think this old master will be defeated by you? Don't try to humiliate this old master, Mo Shaoxing sneered, not waiting for Liang Yong to finish before interrupting him. In that case, I ask Great Elder and Union Master to join us on the road. Liang Yong's expression became stern as he waved his hand, and in the next moment, the artifacts and secret techniques he had used to attack Yang Kai flew towards Chu Zheng and Mo Shaoxing. There was no suspense, and after half a cup of tea's worth of time, the battle subsided. Mo Shaoxing had lost an arm, so although his life was not in danger, his strength had still been affected. Chu Zheng's situation was even worse. After being attacked from behind by Liang Yong, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, it was already a testament to his strength that he had not died on the spot. Both of them were injured. So how could they resist the attacks of Liang Yong and the others? Yang Kai didn't even have to take action before Heaven Battling Union's Union Master and Great Elder were killed. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance, though. The giant dark green dragon was still behind him. The Firebird artifact spirit was flying through the air, and the stone mongoose was still standing in front of him. As soon as the battle was over, Liang Yong signaled to one of the cultivators. This cultivator understood, and without a word, rushed towards one of his companions and swiftly killed this second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai just watched with a smile, not showing any intention of stopping this. Reporting to Sect Master Yang that Protector Lu is a trusted aide of Union Master and has a close relationship with him. Although he has temporarily submitted, a person's heart is unpredictable. No one knows if he will wait for an opportunity to avenge Union Master in the future, so he cannot be allowed to live. Liang Yong took the initiative to explain. Vicious and merciless. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. It seems I have underestimated Elder Liang. Sect Master Yang is too kind. Liang Yong chuckled dryly. What about the rest of you? These few should be fine. And Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully, an inexplicable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly said, Elder Liang, do you think this sect master won't cook the hound after the hares have outlived their usefulness? Liang Yong's expression changed slightly, and even the remaining people became vigilant. Squeezing out a smile, Liang Yong said, Sect Master Yang must be joking. We have already proven ourselves, so we ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and spare our lives. Why should I spare you? Even Chu Zheng and Mo Shaoxing were killed by you. If I were to keep you by my side, there is no guarantee you won't be treated the same way one day. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, his tone becoming hostile, seemingly affected by his mood. The giant dark green dragon behind him also straightened its body slightly. The dragon pressure grew stronger. Chapter 15-17. We wouldn't dare. Liang Yong was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. We swear to the heavens that we will follow Sect Master Yang's lead from now on. If you have any request, we will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. If vows were useful, Union Master Chu and Elder Mo wouldn't have died here. Didn't all of you make some kind of oath when you joined Heaven Battling Union? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Liang Yong's expression was one of embarrassment and anxiety. Now that things had developed to this point, he didn't know how to gain Yang Kai's trust and ask him to show mercy. If Chu Zheng and Mo Shaoxing were still alive, Heaven Battling Union might have been able to put up a fight, but now they were like fish on a chopping block. Yang Kai could easily crush them, and Liang Yong and the others wouldn't be able to resist. I'll give you a chance to convince me that you're still useful. If you can't do that, don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. Elder Liang is also a ruthless person, so you should understand. Yang Kai's impatient voice came, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Liang Yong shuddered as he realized that Yang Kai wasn't just saying empty words. In a moment of desperation, his thoughts turned sharply. Everyone else stared at Liang Yong anxiously, their hearts rising to their throats. Yang Kai didn't urge him, and simply stood in place, waiting quietly. After a while, Liang Yong's tense expression calmed down, and he seemed to have become much more confident. Clearing his throat, he cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yang should know that we have no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang. Last time we went to Fallen Emperor Mountain, we were simply following orders. Now that Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng are dead, and the Union's masters have suffered a great loss, it can be said that our foundation has been greatly damaged. Coupled with the destruction of the myriad ice spirit sealing Grand Array, the Union's foundation has been greatly damaged. Judging from the way the Union has acted in the past, I'm afraid that this time, even if Sect Master Yang is magnanimous and spares us, I'm afraid we won't have a place to stand. Everyone kicks a wall when it's down and beats a drum when it's broken. It has always been this way." "What does that have to do with me?" Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. "I just want to say that if we want to live, we must find another way out. And Sect Master Yang is the best choice." Liang Yong looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Yang Kai gently nodded and grinned. "Not bad, continue." Hearing this, Liang Yong's expression shook as he excitedly said, "If Sect Master Yang wants to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger, but whether we live or die is a small matter, and will not bring any benefits to Sect Master Yang. However, if you leave us alive, this Liang will definitely be able to bring many benefits to Sect Master Yang." For example, Yang Kai squinted at him. "Ha! Now that Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng are dead, and Second Elder Lu Feng has also fallen, this Liang should be the leader of the Union. This Liang is not talented, but he is willing to help Sect Master Yang manage Heaven Battling City and hand over all the income he earns every year. As far as this Liang knows, although Sect Master Yang's High Heaven Sect is located in the Lu Yen Desert and does not need to worry about being attacked, it also lacks a variety of materials, making it inconvenient to trade with the outside world. If Heaven Battling City can provide these materials, I believe Sect Master Yang's disciples will no longer need to worry about supplies in the future. Heaven Battling City has been in business for thousands of years, and there are tens of millions of cultivators who live and seek a way to survive here. To be honest, Heaven Battling City's annual income is quite high, so I'm sure Sect Master Yang will take a liking to it." After saying so, Liang Yong no longer said anything and simply waited for Yang Kai's reply. He was confident he could convince Yang Kai. Sure enough, a moment later, Yang Kai nodded. Elder Liang's eloquence is not bad. This sect master has indeed been convinced. As soon as his voice fell, the firebird flew back into Yang Kai's body. The giant dark green dragon transformed back into the dragon-bone sword and was put away by Yang Kai, and even the several dozen meter tall stone mongoose returned to its original form. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Liang Yong was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Many thanks, Sect Master Yang, for not killing us." The others also hurriedly expressed their loyalty, lest Yang Kai decide to kill them. From now on, Heaven Battling Union will no longer exist. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Heaven Battling City is the property of my High Heaven sect, so anyone who violates it will become an enemy of my High Heaven sect. Liang Yong, your strength is good, so you will take the position of city lord and manage this city for this sect. Yes, subordinate will not fail to live up to sect master's trust. Liang Yong quickly responded, "Good. I hope you won't let me down. Pass down my order. Tell your people to retreat. If they don't, I'm afraid they'll all die here." Yang Kai chuckled, a pleasant look on his face, as if all the previous unpleasantness had never happened. Saying so, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, telling Yi Shiyun and the others to stop. A quarter of an hour later, Heaven Battling City's inner city calmed down, but the corpses and blood all over the ground were the best evidence that a fierce battle had taken place here. Inside the secret room, everyone else had gone out to appease the survivors of Heaven Battling Union and relay Yang Kai's orders, leaving only Liang Yong and Yang Kai. "Where is Heaven Battling Union storehouse? Take me there," Yang Kai ordered Liang Yong. "Please come with me, sect master." Liang Yong naturally did not dare to refuse and quickly led the way. As a sect that had stood on Shadowed Star for thousands of years, the wealth it had accumulated was naturally enormous and unimaginable. In particular, Heaven Battling Union also owned Heaven Battling City. The wealth it obtained from Heaven Battling City every year was already extremely rich, but now all of this had become Yang Kai's property. It took 2 full days for Yang Kai to sort out the things in Heaven Battling Union storehouse and store them all into his space ring. After 2 days, Liang Yong and the others also cut the Gordian knot, purging all those who dared oppose them, including Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng's trusted aides, and placing the surviving cultivator of Heaven Battling Union under their control. News of this battle had already spread like wildfire, and the 10 million cultivators who had withdrawn from Heaven Battling City had already returned to the city. Although a behemoth had fallen on Shadowed Star, it did not have much of an impact on them. High Heaven Sect starship had not damaged the outer city, so these people only needed to bring their goods back here, and they could reopen for business. However, instead of Heaven Battling Union, they would be handing over their goods to High Heaven Sect. Not many people dared to believe such a result would occur. Heaven Battling Union had actually been destroyed, and High Heaven Sect had only relied on a trivial starship to destroy this behemoth. The tyrannical power of an Origin King grade starship was deeply rooted in people's hearts. 5 days later, the black starship sailed out of Heaven Battling City and towards the horizon. In the square inside the city, Liang Yong and the other high-level members of Heaven Battling Union respectfully sent them off, all of them secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Although they had expressed their allegiance, and Yang Kai had no intention of doing anything to them, as long as Yang Kai did not leave, they would not feel at ease, fearing that Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was not until now that their hearts had settled back into their chests. Yang Kai let Gu Qi stay in Heaven Battling City as the Vice City Lord. On the surface, he was here to assist Liang Yong, but his real purpose was clear to everyone. It was nothing more than surveillance. Liang Yong dared to betray him, sneak attack Chu Zheng, and grovel in order to save his own life. Yang Kai naturally had to guard against such a vile character. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not become disloyal. Yang Kai would not feel at ease leaving others here, but Gu Qi was different. Although Gu Qi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was adopted and raised by Yi Shiyun and had a close relationship with her. As long as Yi Shiyun was still alive, Liang Yong would not dare to act against Gu Qi, leaving Gu Qi behind to remind Liang Yong from time to time. Presumably he would not have any thoughts he shouldn't have. Every year's tribute would be handed over to High Heaven Sect, so Gu Qi would not fill his own pockets. As the starship left, not only did Liang Yong and the others send it off, but countless cultivators throughout the outer city cheered, waving and shouting to the starship with joyful expressions. The destruction of Heaven Battling Union allowed these cultivators who had been exploited and humiliated in the past to finally vent their anger, so they were all overjoyed. Coupled with Liang Yong's order to reduce the taxes on the entire city, they were naturally in a good mood. From this point of view, Liang Yong was quite talented. Knowing that Heaven Battling City had changed hands, it was time to buy people's hearts, so he had taken advantage of Yang Kai's favor and offered him many favors. Inside the starship, all the origin-returning realm elders of High Heaven Sect had completely forgotten about their image at this moment, some with shifty looks on their faces while others were happily counting their gains. Yang Kai had put all the things in Heaven Battling Union's storehouse into his space ring, preparing to take them back to High Heaven Sect. However, Chang-Chi, and the others kept the spoils of war they obtained from killing the enemies. Each of these people had killed countless enemies, so how could their spoils be lacking? Even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were sitting cross-legged on the ground, constantly rummaging through their space rings, looking for materials they needed, and discarding the rest they didn't need. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and even Yi Shiyun couldn't help smiling. Sect Master, we've been delayed in Heaven Battling City for 5 days, so Thunder Typhoon Sect should have already received the news. I'm afraid their defenses will be even tighter. Suddenly, Yi Shiyun called out to him, and Yang Kai gently nodded. In fact, he also understood the principle that speed was paramount in war, but he had no choice but to delay in Heaven Battling City. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to give up on such a large property. Currently, High Heaven Sect was few in number and didn't need so many materials, but what about in the future? Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. It doesn't matter. Since Heaven Battling Union couldn't stop us, Thunder Typhoon Sect shouldn't be able to either. No matter how they defend, as long as they can't break through the starship's defenses, it's useless. That being said, Sect Master still needs to be careful, Yi Shiyun cautioned. Although she was much older than Yang Kai and had more experience, the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect was still Yang Kai, so there were many things she couldn't overstep. Have them speed up a bit. I heard that Thunder Typhoon Canyon is quite far from here, Yang Kai ordered. A moment later, the starship, which was already moving as fast as lightning, increased its speed by another level. Thunderwind Gorge was filled with dense spirit energy, and it was situated within lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. It occupied a vast area. It was the headquarters of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Unlike Heaven Battling Union, which had its headquarters set up in a city, Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters was far away from where people gathered. With the rich world energy aura here and the nearby mountain range for cultivators to go out for life experience, it could be said to be a blessed land. Chapter 1518. Since the establishment of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Thunder Typhoon Canyon had always been its territory. When Thunder Typhoon Sect's reputation was still unknown, many sects had fancied this treasure land and tried to capture it, but none of them succeeded, all of them becoming stepping stones for Thunder Typhoon Sect. During this process, Thunder Typhoon Sect grew at a snowball speed and eventually became one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star. The periphery of Thunder Typhoon Canyon was wrapped in a poisonous miasma all year round, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. Disciples needed to take special detoxification pills in advance or use space arrays to enter and exit this place. Otherwise, even Saint Kings would not be able to resist the power of this poisonous miasma, causing them to lose strength and unable to circulate their Saint Chi. In serious cases, they would fall to the ground and die instantly. This was the biggest reason why Thunder Typhoon Sect was able to defend this place. In addition to this natural barrier, it was rumored that Thunder Typhoon Canyon was filled with countless large and small spirit arrays. Anyone who dared to intrude would die without a complete corpse. Although Yang Kai had the starship to rely on, he did not dare take this place lightly. Thunder Typhoon Canyon was different from Heaven Battling City. After entering, it would be difficult to leave. So, after the starship passed through the range of this natural poisonous miasma, Yang Kai ordered his people to slow down significantly while scanning their surroundings and advancing vigilantly. However, to his surprise, along the way, he did not touch any spirit arrays or even see a single living person. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to see everything within a 100-kilometer radius. The huge Thunder Typhoon Sect was now empty, as if everyone had evacuated in advance. Yang Kai frowned. Yi Shiyun also wore a look of disbelief. Although a few days ago, she and her group had captured Heaven Battling City and destroyed Heaven Battling Union, demonstrating the strength of High Heaven Sect's combat prowess. She had never seen such a scene before. However, Thunder Typhoon sect was still a famous sect, so there was no reason for them to retreat without a fight. How much courage did it take to give up the foundation of their sect that had been established for over 10,000 years? What kind of prestige did he have to be able to make all the disciples in the sect listen to him? Fang Peng seemed to be more difficult to deal with than Chu Zheng. Yang Kai thought to himself, Yang Kai, Thunder Typhoon sect, actually withdrew ahead of time. What should we do? Qian Tong was speechless. He thought that it would be the same as last time, and that they would have to go through a tough battle. He didn't expect this to happen. Interesting. Yang Kai sneered. The foundation of a sect lay in its people, not its foundation. As long as the disciples didn't die, there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. Fang Peng clearly understood this principle. High Heaven Sect's ferocious punch had hit nothing but cotton, making everyone feel aggrieved. Since we're here, there's no reason for us to return empty-handed. Destroy the Thunderwind Canyon for me. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Since Fang Peng doesn't want this 10,000-year foundation, we don't need to keep it for him. Ruthless. Qian Tong's mouth twitched. Once the order was passed down, the crystal cannons fired continuously. As the battleship moved forward, everything in its path was razed to the ground. The violent rumbling sounds never stopped, as many of Thunder Typhoon Sect's buildings were reduced to dust under the bombardment of the crystal cannons. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, sending his divine sense in a certain direction. There was actually a strong energy fluctuation coming from that direction, not from an artifact, but from a large number of Saint crystals. Had Thunder Typhoon Sect not taken them with them when they withdrew, or was it a trap? However, no one would complain about having too many Saint crystals. To be able to produce such strong energy fluctuations, there had to be at least 100 million Saint crystals. Such a number was a considerable amount of wealth even for Thunder Typhoon Sect. There's something over there. I'll go take a look. Yang Kai stood up. Sect Master. Be careful. Yi Shiyun frowned. Don't worry. Yang Kai grinned. It's certain to be a trap, but I want to know what kind of game Fang Peng is playing. All of you stay in the starship. I'll be right back. Saying so, Yang Kai leapt out of the starship, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of a palace, and using his divine sense to investigate its interior, he was able to see everything inside. It was empty, with only some tables and chairs, but at the bottom of this palace, there was a secret room with countless piles of high-rank Saint crystals piled up inside. There were indeed hundreds of millions of them. Of course, Yang Kai was not willing to let go of such a huge fortune, but since he was bold, he did not shrink back and simply walked straight into the palace. After searching around for a moment, he found a secret door in the corner of the palace and went straight down. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the secret room. Looking around, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. After determining that there was nothing suspicious around him, Yang Kai waved his hand and stored all the Saint crystals into his space ring. At the same time, about 100,000 meters below Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters, there was another secret room. At this moment, there were 5 old men sitting upright in this secret room. Every single one of them had white hair and beards, and they looked extremely old. They seemed to have experienced the ravages of endless wind and frost, and there wasn't much vitality left in their bodies. However, each of these 5 was a third-order origin returning realm master. The 5 of them were divided into 5 corners, and in the center was a spirit array that had been arranged in advance. This spirit array was very mysterious and seemed to give off an extremely dangerous aura. They were completely silent, and their Saint Chi was completely concealed, as if they were 5 corpses. However, the moment Yang Kai walked into the secret room, the 5 of them seemed to sense him and all opened their eyes. He's here. One of the yellow-faced old men muttered. He really did come. His courage is quite big. Another old woman nodded lightly. Since he's here, let's begin. The third old man said lightly, Heaven Battling Union was unable to resist that Origin King grade starship. So, my Thunder Typhoon sect shouldn't be able to either, but if he wants our 10,000-year-old foundation, I don't know if he'll have the life to do so. Haha, with the profound Een 10 Directions Grand Array. Even if he has the life to take it, he won't be able to enjoy it. Enough idle chatter, junior brother and junior sister. It has been this old master's honor to have met and known all of you over the past few hundred years, but now it's time for us to part ways. I hope all of you have a good journey. The yellow-faced old man who spoke first spoke again. He seemed to have great prestige, and as soon as he spoke, the expressions of the others also became solemn. The old woman looked at him, and a smile appeared on her face. Senior brother, you too. A trace of nostalgia flashed across the yellow-faced old man's face, but soon his expression became firm, and he shouted, Open the spirit array! As soon as his voice fell, he madly pushed his Saint Chi and poured it into the five-sided spirit array in front of him. The other four did the same. The five-sided spirit array suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and as the light intensified, the patterns on the spirit array seemed to come alive and began to rotate faster and faster. As the spirit array rotated, the faces of the five people instantly became extremely pale, and what little vitality they had left began to drain away. This spirit array seemed to not only be able to absorb their Saint Chi, but also their vitality. With muffled roars, the five people exerted their full strength. Suddenly, the spirit array trembled, and the rotating spirit array broke away from its original position and shot straight up into the sky, disappearing into the earth in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the five people all showed smiles before collapsing to the ground, each of them emaciated to the point of being nothing more than skin and bones. At the same time, in the secret room filled with Saint crystals, Yong Kai's movements suddenly paused and his brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt a sense of unease. Before he could wrap his head around this thought, an intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared from beneath his feet. Immediately, a huge formation flew out from below and covered the entire room. The formation lines seemed to have transformed into the toughest metal bars, turning the room into a cage. Violent energy fluctuations spread out from all around as dazzling rays of light shot out from under the countless Saint crystals, filling the room with a sense of unease. Yong Kai seemed to be aware of this and waved his hand fiercely, sweeping away the countless Saint crystals, revealing a large red crystal half the height of a person hidden underneath. At this moment, this red crystal was exuding a dazzling red light, and the violent energy fluctuations were coming from it. Profound explosion crystal. Yong Kai's eyes twitched wildly as he muttered in understanding. So that's how it is. Thunder Typhoon sect had spent hundreds of millions of Saint crystals to arrange such a secret room, forcing people to jump in even if they knew there was a trap. After all, everyone had greed in them. But once they entered this place, they would fall into Thunder Typhoon sect's trap. The previous spirit array didn't have any destructive power, only a binding effect. The real killing blow was the profound explosion crystal hidden under the Saint crystals. This kind of thing was quite rare, as the energy contained within it was extremely unstable and would explode at the slightest touch. Generally speaking, it wasn't very useful, and because it was so rare, it was rarely used by cultivators. Thunder Typhoon sect had no idea where they had found such a large piece of profound explosion crystal, and it wasn't just this one either. Under the cover of these Saint crystals, there were at least 4 or 5 spots where the red light was leaking out. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came here in person, they might not necessarily be able to withstand such a violent energy fluctuation, let alone Yong Kai. Thunder Typhoon sect really thinks highly of me. As this thought flashed through his mind, The red light became more and more intense, and in the next moment, a violent explosion rang out, causing the world to tremble as the entire secret room was obliterated in an instant. A towering red pillar of light erupted from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters was also reduced to ruins in this violent explosion. The aftermath of the impact swept out in all directions, and wherever it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, causing the sun and moon to dim. Inside the starship, a few dozen kilometers away, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes trembling. Even Yi Shi-yun's beautiful face went pale, but fortunately, her heart was still tenacious. Seeing the terrifying aftermath of this explosion hit the starship, she quickly shouted, "Activate all defenses." Soon, a thin film appeared around the starship. A gust of wind erupted as the aftermath of the explosion engulfed the starship, causing it to spin violently and crash into the mountain wall next to the canyon. Inside the starship, everyone was unable to stand still, their faces filled with horror as they pushed their Saint Chi to protect themselves and summon their artifacts to protect themselves. Chapter 15:19. Inside the underground chamber, a void crack appeared, and Yang Kai's figure fell out, a look of lingering fear on his face. It wasn't that Fong Peng didn't know Yang Kai could tear space, but he had still arranged such a sinister trap. Firstly, he probably knew that Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters would be destroyed, so he might as well take advantage of it. Secondly, Fong Peng may have been hoping that Yang Kai's reaction would be too slow, and he would fall in the explosion of the profound explosion crystals. Yang Kai just didn't know how confident he was. In any case, Fong Peng's plan had failed. Just before the profound explosion crystals exploded, Yang Kai had left the center of the vortex and directly followed the direction of the spirit array's source, going deep underground. They were tens of thousands of feet underground. Dim lights flickered all around them. 5 people were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were inhaling more than exhaling. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that these people would soon die, and couldn't help frowning. It seemed that the commotion just now was caused by these 5 people. In the end, this was a great sect that had existed for over 10,000 years, so at the most critical moment, there were still some who were willing to stay behind and die with the sect. "You really didn't die. Fong Peng wasn't wrong." A very weak voice came from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a thin, yellow-faced old man lying there looking at him, his dry lips trembling slightly as a look of unwillingness and disbelief appeared on his face. The Tao of Space truly lives up to its reputation. "Senior is too kind." Yang Kai coldly snorted, stepped forward, and stood 5 steps in front of this old man, knowing that such petty tricks won't kill me. Fong Peng was actually willing to let the 5 of you stay behind and die. How bold. The yellow-faced old man chuckled, gasping for breath. It wasn't that he wanted us to stay. We stayed behind of our own accord. Boy, even at this time, you still want to sow discord? A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, but he remained silent. The yellow-faced old man coughed lightly and continued, "The 5 of us don't have much lifespan left to begin with. If we can drag you down with us, then we'll naturally make a huge profit. It can also be considered as the last thing we can do for the sect before we die. So, even though we know the chances are slim, we still have to give it a try." "He's about to die. What's the point of saying so much?" Yang Kai was uninterested. "Tell me, where did Fong Peng go? I'll leave your corpses intact." "Ha ha, brat, you're a straightforward person. If I had met you a few years ago, perhaps this old man would have looked at you differently." Fong Peng said, "What did he say?" "He told you to go to the Star Emperor Mountain and look for him." The yellow-faced old man seemed to have squeezed out the last of his life as he squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty. After he finished speaking, he stopped breathing. The other 4 had passed away, while Yang Kai was talking to the yellow-faced old man. Frowning at the 5 corpses, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had no intention of touching them. With a wave of his hand, space was immediately torn apart. Ooh, inside Thunder Typhoon Canyon. The starship was suspended midair with its doors wide open. Yi Shiyun and the others had all rushed out and were staring forward anxiously. The sound of the explosion had subsided, but looking around, the originally magnificent Thunder Typhoon Sect headquarters had been reduced to ruins. In its original location, there was only a large crater several dozen meters deep and several dozen kilometers wide. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If it weren't for the starship's protection, the energy explosion just now would have killed everyone present, not to mention Yang Kai, who had already entered the depths of the crater. Everyone was worried about Yang Kai, lest he be buried here. Looking for me? An abrupt voice suddenly called out from behind, startling everyone. Turning their heads, they found that Yang Kai had at some point appeared not far behind them, completely unscathed. Everyone's expressions became extremely strange. None of them had been aware of Yang Kai's sudden appearance, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai, are you okay? Qian Tong hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Let's talk inside. Yang Kai stepped into the starship, turning back and motioning for everyone to follow. A moment later, the starship turned around and sailed out of Thunder Typhoon Canyon. Inside the starship, Yang Kai briefly recounted the results of this trip, causing everyone to sigh. Those 5 people should be the supreme elders of Thunder Typhoon Sect. They're all old people, and I'm afraid they're 1 or 2 generations older than me and old Phil. Qian Tong whispered. In fact, every great force has such existences. My Shadow Moon Hall also has a few, but they don't care about worldly affairs and are in retreat all year round. Unless something major happens, they won't come out until they die of old age. And for these 5 people to act like this, although they are enemies, they are worthy of respect. Fei Ji too nodded lightly. Whether they are worthy or not. Now that Fong Peng has fled to Star Emperor Mountain, I won't have to waste any more time looking for him. Yang Kai snorted lightly. Yang Kai snorted lightly. If Fong Peng had chosen to live in seclusion, it would have been quite troublesome, but he had chosen to run off to Star Emperor Mountain, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The next destination of the starship was Star Emperor Mountain. Fong Peng had probably expected this, so he had chosen to wait there. Great Elder, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Yi Shiyun. At this point, you shouldn't have anything to hide, right? I haven't asked about Star Emperor Mountain before, but now I want to know more about it. The more detailed, the better. This queen has no intention of hiding anything. It's just that Sect Master has never asked before. Yi Shiyun brushed her hair behind her ear. Since Sect Master wants to know, this queen will naturally tell him everything she knows. Good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai, should this old master and old Fei withdraw for a moment? Qian Tong asked hesitantly. Listening to Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun, it seemed they wanted to talk about some of the secrets of Star Emperor Mountain. So, of course, he would be embarrassed to remain. No need, there are no outsiders here. Yang Kai waved his hand. Then, good. Qian Tong no longer insisted and turned to look at Yi Shiyun with Yang Kai, both of them listening attentively. He was also very curious about Star Emperor Mountain. After all, this great force had always been mysterious, but it was the undisputed #1 great force on Shadowed Star. Where should I begin? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, seemingly sorting out her words for a moment before continuing. There are rumors in the outside world that Star Emperor Mountain is related to the Great Emperors. In fact, this is not baseless. It is actually true. In fact, Star Emperor Mountain is actually a branch of Supreme Profound Sect. A branch of Supreme Profound Sect? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Indeed, Supreme Profound Sect. Qian Tong frowned. What kind of sect is that? How come I've never heard of it before? Fei Shi too also slowly shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it before. Yang Kai grinned. The place my high heaven sect occupies today is the ruins of Supreme Profound Sect, an ancient sect that disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Naturally, you two have never heard of it. So that's how it is. Qian Tong and Fei Shi too wore understanding looks. Great Elder, please continue, Yang Kai gestured. Supreme Profound Sect was the place where the great emperors once resided and was supported by the great emperors. However, its success was due to the great emperors, and its failure was due to the great emperors. One day, a powerful enemy of the great emperors suddenly came to visit, and the two of them had a disagreement that led to a fight. As a result, although the enemy was destroyed, the great emperors fell into a long period of slumber, while the place where Supreme Profound Sect once resided became Lu Yan's desert. Sect Master should also know about these things. I've heard of it. Yang Kai gently nodded. Yang Kai's expression remained calm. He had indeed heard of this information before, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. On the other hand, Qian Tong and Fei Shi too's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they breathed heavily, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Yi Shiyun hadn't said much, they had gleaned some incredible information from her words. The great emperors of Starfield, who were rumored to be omnipotent, actually had an enemy who could rival them. In this battle, although the enemy was killed, the great emperors seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Did this enemy also have the same cultivation realm as the great emperors? This was such a shocking thing. The two of them had only fought once, yet a Lu Yan's desert had appeared on Shadowed Star. Moreover, listening to the meaning of Yi Shiyun's words, the great emperors seemed to still be alive but had fallen into a deep slumber. As a legend, the prestige of the great emperors of Star Field was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Their strength was indisputable. It was said that they could pluck the stars and summon the moon, easily destroy a cultivation star, and traverse the entire territory of Star in a single day. There were simply too many legends about the great emperors, and all of them were incredible. Although Qian Tong and Fei Ji too respected the great emperors, they had never imagined that such powerful existences were still alive. At this moment, hearing such a secret for the first time, the shock in their hearts was simply unimaginable, and they were unable to recover from it for a long time. Of course, these words were only spoken by Yi Shiyun, so they believed them. If it were anyone else, they would likely have scoffed at them. Regardless of the outcome of that battle, Supreme Profound Sect was affected and suffered heavy losses. There were only a few survivors, and those who survived could only migrate elsewhere. They were the founders of Star Emperor Mountain. Yi Shiyun's voice came, pulling Qian Tong and Fei Ji tu back to reality. In Star Emperor Mountain, there is a portrait of the great emperors, which is why this queen, Yi Shiyun, hesitated, not finishing her sentence. Yang Kai knew what she wanted to say. The reason why she was so loyal to Yang Yan at first sight and recognized her as one of the great emperors was precisely because of this ancient portrait. Over the past several hundred years, Yi Shiyun had observed the charm of the great emperors up close countless times. Star Emperor Mountain's ancient precepts state that Star Emperor Mountain exists only for the great emperors. The great emperors will one day awaken, and when that time comes, Star Emperor Mountain will become the right hand of the great emperors. For tens of thousands of years, every generation of Star Emperor Mountain sect masters has persisted in this way, never caring about the outside world's right and wrong, never intervening in its grievances, only waiting for the day when the great emperors awaken. This queen has been in charge of Star Emperor Mountain for hundreds of years and has adhered to this philosophy. Chapter 1520. But too much time has passed, and the rumors about the great emperors have become fainter and fainter. Not only have people in the outside world begun to doubt the existence of the great emperors, but even within Star Emperor Mountain, these people refuse to acknowledge the existence of the great emperors and want to break this rule in order to dominate Shadowed Star. 100 years ago, this queen was harmed by this traitor and had no choice but to leave Star Emperor Mountain and live in seclusion. That traitor was unwilling and tried to usurp the throne, right? Yang Kai sneered. Although Yi Shiyun didn't say it clearly, Yang Kai wasn't stupid and quickly understood the twists and turns of the story. And judging from the reactions of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect this time, that traitor has indeed done well. He has actually secretly subdued Chu Zheng and Fang Peng and forced them to work for him. I wonder what benefits he has promised them. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. It's inevitable. Yang Kai frowned. Speaking of which, when he first heard the rumors about the great emperors of Starfield, he didn't take them seriously. After all, every place had its own legends, and most of those legends were fabricated by people who had nothing to do with them. He used to think that the great emperors were just like that they weren't real existences. But later, as he came into contact with more and more things and learned more and more about them, he began to believe that the great emperors really existed and were not just legends or fabrications. That was until Yang Inflammation's memories were restored. Not only him, but countless people in Star Territory also thought so. Although Star Emperor Mountain was a remnant of Supreme Profound Sect after tens of thousands of years, its original intentions had long since faded, possessing the strength to dominate Shadowed Star, but developing in silence, even until the day she died of old age. No one knew of her existence. For Yi Shiyun, this was nothing, but for those with great ambitions, it was a torment. However, Star Emperor Mountain had strict rules, and anyone who violated the teachings of their ancestors would be killed without mercy. If one wanted to break these rules, they had to take control. One day, Yi Shiyun was driven away. I remember that you were poisoned a few years ago. At that time, it was Guqi who brought the Star Emperor token to Heavenly Fate City to ask for a detoxification pill. Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyun thoughtfully. Yes, it was done by that person. Yi Shiyun nodded. After all, his position was not obtained legitimately, so as long as this queen was here, he would have to live in fear, spending 100 years to find out where I was living in seclusion and secretly poisoning me. It was quite difficult for him. Fortunately, Sect Master had a good pill. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, my cultivation would have dropped greatly. This time, I want to properly settle this debt with him. It's only right to take revenge. Yang Kai grinned. Yi Shiyun brushed her hair back behind her ear and said leisurely, in fact, it doesn't matter whether this queen is in that position or not, but that person has now betrayed the ancestors of Star Emperor Mountain, which is tantamount to betraying the great emperors. This is intolerable. So this queen must clean up the house on behalf of the ancestors. As she shouted, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Qian Tong and Fei Zhi too couldn't help shivering. How many masters does Star Emperor Mountain have? Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun chuckled and said, in fact, Star Emperor Mountain has never had many people. Although it occupies the best place on Shadowed Star, the total number of people in each generation is no more than 300. When this queen was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, the number was even fewer, a trivial 200. Now, it's probably the same number, 200. Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the others were dumbfounded. This number was really unexpected. Everyone knew that Star Emperor Mountain did not have many people, but no one had expected it to be so few. Could such a force really stand at the top of Shadowed Star's power pyramid? Sect Master, don't underestimate these 200 people. Of these 200, at least 80% are Origin Returning Realm Masters, and as many as 50 are Third Order. Moreover, Star Emperor Mountain also has several Origin King, great artifacts, and Emperor artifacts. The combat power they can display cannot be underestimated. Yi Shiyan quickly exhorted, Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about the Annihilation Thunder Bead? And the Annihilation Thunder Bead is one of them. But although the Annihilation Thunder Bead is powerful, Sect Master has already taken a blow from it before, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to face it again this time. As long as he can avoid a single blow, an Emperor artifact won't be of much use. And if the strength of the person using it isn't high enough, an Emperor artifact won't be able to play much of a role, Yang Kai sighed. Last time, he had suffered a loss because he didn't know much about the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but if he faced it again now, he should be able to deal with it calmly. However, although he didn't care, Yang Kai didn't know if the starship could withstand a single blow from the Annihilation Thunder Bead. In addition to the Annihilation Thunder Bead, you need to be careful of the other two Origin King-grade artifacts. Star Emperor Mountain originally had 3 Origin King-grade artifacts, but the bone-incinerating flame lamp was taken away by this queen, so there are only 2 left. A single great force possessing 3 Origin King-grade artifacts was an incredible feat on Shadowed Star. Even Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union only had 1 Origin King-grade artifact that could not be easily used. However, Heaven Battling Union's Origin King-grade artifact had now been seized by Yang Kai and became his spoils of war. Next, Yi Shiyan described the power and appearance of the 2 Origin King-grade artifacts of Star Emperor Mountain in detail, while exhorting Yang Kai to be more careful. Yang Kai listened attentively. Overall, the strength of Star Emperor Mountain was far superior to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Although its numbers were extremely small, it had many high-end cultivator, with more than 50 third-order Origin returning Realm Masters. Such a force was indeed enough to dominate Shadowed Star and sweep through any sect. Seeing his worries, Yi Shiyan smiled and said, Sect Master doesn't need to worry too much. Although that person has been in control of Star Emperor Mountain for 100 years, his style of conduct is incompatible with Star Emperor Mountain's philosophy and may not be able to convince the masses. What's more, his status is not justified. Even if he has won over some people over the years, this queen still has her own supporters. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he looked at her with great interest. Back in Star Emperor Mountain, many people had received grace from this queen, so they shouldn't have acted against this queen. Furthermore, for the past 100 years, they had all assumed that I had died, so they had tacitly accepted that person's position. But now, to tell you the truth, Sect Master, from the day I had emerged from my closed-door cultivation a few years ago, some people had secretly contacted me and wanted me to return to the Star King Mountain. It's just that I had not agreed. Such a thing happened. Yang Kai raised his brow. Now that things have reached this point, this queen has nothing to hide. Yi Shiyun smiled lightly. Since this queen was young, this queen was instilled with the idea that great emperors are supreme by her honored master. Now that this queen is able to serve the great emperors, there is naturally no need for her to return to Star Emperor Mountain to compete for some empty title. But since Sect Master intends to take action against Star Emperor Mountain, this queen will naturally play her part. Good. Yang Kai was extremely happy. Originally, Yang Kai had been considering whether or not to rely on the tyrannical power of the starship to level Star Emperor Mountain directly like before, but he wasn't confident he would succeed, so he was quite hesitant. Now, after hearing Yi Shiyun's words, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed. So, this queen would like to ask Sect Master to give me a few days to go to Star Emperor Mountain. Not everyone there wants to be an enemy of Sect Master. You decide. I'll wait for your good news. Yang Kai agreed. Yes, then this queen will set off immediately. Sect Master can take his time to catch up. Yi Shiyun was also a straightforward person, so after the discussion, she immediately set off for Star Emperor Mountain. A moment later, A beam of light shot out from the starship and sped straight toward Star Emperor Mountain. After Yi Shi-yun left, the starship slowed down and began to descend at a leisurely pace. Since he had to wait for Yi Shi-yun to deal with everything, Yang Kai naturally wasn't in a hurry and simply entered retreat. There were too many things he had to deal with now. The benefits he obtained from the Emperor Garden last time had yet to be fully digested. Whether it was comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture or the golden blood threads secret technique, both required a lot of time, not something he could achieve overnight. Moreover, Yang Kai also needed to take the life-revitalizing jade cream every day to accumulate the pure golden blood in his body in hopes that one day he would be able to replace all the blood in his body with pure golden blood. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art also required this. One thing after another, Yang Kai was extremely busy, so now that he had some free time, he naturally wouldn't waste it. In Fallen Emperor Mountain, because he had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi, his cultivation had reached the peak of the First Order origin returning realm and could break through at any time. Yang Kai didn't dare to break through too frequently, as that would cause his foundation to become unstable, so he had been suppressing it and not accumulating his Saint Chi, instead focusing on comprehending various secret techniques and alchemy knowledge. In this way, without breaking through, Yang Kai could still enhance his strength. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out the sun's true essence and the other 5 elements' supreme treasures, arranged a spirit array, and began absorbing the pure energy from these 5 elements' supreme treasures to temper his physique. At the same time, he condensed his soul avatar in his knowledge sea and began comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. While multitasking, Yang Kai didn't find it troublesome at all, and was instead extremely efficient. Time passed slowly, and it seemed like more than 10 days had passed, but also like a flash. Just as Yang Kai was immersed in his 5 elements indestructible sword, tempering art, and comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, he suddenly noticed that someone was calling out to him with their divine sense. His brow furrowed. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his consciousness, put away his 5 elements supreme treasures, and walked out of his room. In a certain hall of the starship, many masters had gathered. Yi Shi-yun also returned, but the atmosphere was slightly strange. Not only were there Qian Tong and the others in the hall, but there were also a few unfamiliar faces. One of them was a dignified and beautiful woman with a dignified look on her face. To her left was a middle-aged scholar who looked gentle and refined, while to her other side was an old man who was thin but hale and hearty. All 3 of them were top masters in the Third Order origin returning realm, and judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from them, they seemed to be stronger than ordinary origin returning realm masters. Even Qian Tong couldn't help showing a look of dread when he looked at these 3. Chapter 1521. When Yang Kai walked into the hall, all 3 cast their gazes towards him with a sense of scrutiny. Although none of them deliberately released any kind of power, the auras naturally exuded from these 3 were quite strong. If an ordinary origin returning realm master were to come here, they would likely find it difficult to even move. Yang Kai's footsteps also paused slightly, but soon he calmed down and walked in, treating this invisible pressure as nothing more than a gentle breeze. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of the 3's eyes as they clicked their tongues in wonder. They had followed Yi Shi-yun here this time because they wanted to see what kind of person had the ability to make Yi Shi-yun work for him. Now that they saw him, they immediately knew that Yang Kai was no small matter. This boy was a promising talent, the 3 secretly thought to themselves, but this alone was not enough to convince them. There were many young people with aptitude and talent. Only those who could grow up would be considered capable. Yang Kai, on the other hand, glanced at Yi Shi-yun suspiciously, not quite understanding what these 3 people were doing here. However, where they came from, Yang Kai could guess. Since they were able to come with Yi Shi-yun, It seemed that this matter was quite promising. "Sit down." Yang Kai smiled lightly, walked straight to the head of the table, and sat down before calmly cupping his fist to the three. Junior Yang Kai greets three seniors. "May I ask how to address three seniors?" "This old master is Yang Xiuzhu. This mistress is Lin Yu Rao. This one is Chu Han Yi." The three introduced themselves. These three are all cornerstones of the sect and have a wide network of connections. Yi Shiyun interjected. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his smile became even brighter. Having a wide network of connections meant that as long as he could deal with these three, he would be able to deal with many of Star Emperor Mountain's masters. Yi Shiyun's words had a deep meaning, something Yang Kai understood. Senior Yang and this junior actually share the same surname. No wonder this junior felt so close to senior, even though it was the first time we met, as if you were my own senior. "I hope senior will take care of me in the future," Yang Kai said with a smile. Yang Xiuzhu didn't have the slightest intention of agreeing with him. Even the beautiful woman Lin Yu Rao and the middle-aged scholar Chu Hani stared at him solemnly. Yang Kai was extremely embarrassed. Knowing that these three people were probably not people he could win over with just words, he immediately put away this thought and said with a serious expression, since the three seniors came with the great elder, "Then you must know what this sect master will do next." What do the three seniors think? What sect master Yang intends to do next? These three old masters have already heard from sect master, but to be blunt, although sect master Yang has a tyrannical starship, he may not be able to defeat our sect. I wonder how sect master Yang plans to guard against the annihilation thunder bead? Yang Xiuzhu asked in a deep voice. Probably not. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although the attitude of this old man was not friendly, his vision was extremely sharp, and his words were sharp. The annihilation thunderbead's attack was exactly what Yang Kai was worried about. Although he had some confidence he could avoid it, the starship couldn't. The starship was simply too large, so once it was hit by the annihilation thunderbead, it would likely cause unimaginable damage. It was even possible it would be directly destroyed. This was the biggest trump card Yang Kai had relied on in the battle against Heaven Battling Union, but once he arrived at Star Emperor Mountain, it would be useless. Unless Yang Kai forced Star Emperor Mountain to use up the power of the annihilation thunderbead, the starship would not be able to reach Star Emperor Mountain. Since you can't defend against it, does Sect Master Yang think you can defeat our sect with the strength of your group? Our sect has stood on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, and is not so easy to deal with. Isn't Sect Master Yang looking down on our sect too much? Yang Xiuzhu coldly snorted, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's ability. Ha ha. Yang Kai didn't take this insult seriously, and instead chuckled. Since Senior is so straightforward, let's not beat around the bush. This sect master just heard Senior refer to Great Elder as sect master, but as far as I know, the current sect master of Star Emperor Mountain is someone else. It seems that in the minds of several seniors, our sect's Great Elder is the one everyone supports. Yang Xiuzhu nodded readily. Indeed. Ever since that bastard took over the position of sect master 100 years ago, he has been wantonly suppressing those who disobeyed him. Those who disobeyed him were all targeted. These past few years, the three of us have not been happy. We even have to go out and search for our own supplies, wasting a lot of time. Before, we thought Sect Master had already fallen, but now that we know Sect Master is still alive, we naturally have to follow Sect Master's lead. Your sincerity is commendable. This junior deeply admires the three seniors. Yang Kai said solemnly, "There's no need for pompous words. The reason why these three old men came here is because of Sect Master. It has nothing to do with you. I'll say the ugly words first. Even if you manage to convince these three old men, we won't help you directly. After all, no matter what their character is, they are all fellow Sect Masters. These three old men have not fought for a long time and are unwilling to be stained with blood. especially the blood of fellow sect masters. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Han also nodded in agreement. Then why did you come here? Yang Kai was stunned, and his expression became unhappy. If Sect Master Yang can convince the three of us, out of respect for the Sect Master's face, we can help you to the best of our ability. Best of our abilities? Yang Kai frowned. For example, convince some of our fellow Sect Masters not to become enemies with you. How many? Yang Kai raised his brow. About half. That's not bad. Yang Kai pondered. If half of these people didn't become enemies with him, the situation would be much more optimistic. Moreover, with half of them acting as a deterrent, the rest of them wouldn't dare act rashly. All of you grew up on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and are as close as brothers and sisters. Most of you adhere to the same ideals as Sect Master, but only a few of you are truly disloyal. So, with the help of this old master and others, coupled with Sect Master's former prestige, Sect Master Yang may not necessarily have no hope of success this time, Yang Xiuzhu said. And what you say makes sense. What should I do to convince you? Yang Kai looked at the three old men. You'll have to ask Sect Master Yang himself. The beautiful woman Lin Yu Rao smiled. Understood. Yang Kai gently nodded, frowning as he pondered. From Yi Shi Yun's previous descriptions and this time's contact, Yang Kai could tell that many of the people on Star Emperor Mountain were detached from worldly affairs. They had lived on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and had little contact with the outside world because they had been instilled with the ideals and environment they grew up in. Such people didn't have much greed. So, if Yang Kai wanted to convince them, wealth was probably useless. He had to cater to their tastes. Moreover, his proposal couldn't endanger the others on Star Emperor Mountain. Otherwise, it would definitely arouse their disgust. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled, and his eyes filled with confidence. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's demeanor, Yang Xiuzhu and the others couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking, but they immediately focused their attention on him. The three of you are already masters at the peak of the origin returning realm, so have you not thought about advancing further on the martial Dao? Yang Kai looked at the three with a smile. Advancing further? Yang Xiuzhu and the others all looked at Yang Kai in amazement and eagerly asked, do you have a way? There was no cultivator who didn't want to rise on the martial Dao. Since they had chosen this path, they would continue to move forward and enjoy better scenery. No one was willing to remain stagnant. Junior naturally doesn't have the ability to break through the shackles of Shadowed Stars world principles, but as three seniors can see, Junior has an Origin King grade starship. I won't hide it from three seniors. After this matter is over, Junior is preparing to embark on a long voyage, Yang Kai said unhurriedly. A long voyage? Yang Xiuzhu and the others' eyes lit up as they immediately understood. You mean, N. Since Shadowed Stars world principles have shackles, Junior can simply leave this place. This Junior isn't being arrogant, but I think that with the quality of an Origin King grade starship, a long voyage shouldn't be a problem. And I have also invited Elder Qian and City Lord Fei of Shadow Moon Hall, as well as the people from Clear Sky Sect. If three seniors are interested, they can accompany me. Yang Xiuzhu and the others all looked excited and seemed to be on the verge of agreeing. Success. Yang Kai grinned, but soon he found that something was wrong. The emotions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others calmed down extremely quickly as they secretly frowned and wore somewhat guilty looks. Are three seniors not satisfied with this proposal? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yang Xiuzhu glanced at him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Such a good thing. Presumably no third-order origin returning realm cultivator would refuse. So this offer is naturally unimaginable to this old master. However, if this old master and the others really agreed to sect Master Yang's request because of this condition, we would become sinners who sold out our sect for glory. I hope sect Master Yang can understand that we cannot agree to help you with this proposal. Stubborn old fools, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. At this time, this old fogey was actually still thinking about his fellow sect members. To some extent, Yang Kai admired this old man's character, but from the perspective of his own interests and goals, this old man was a bit unreasonable. Fortunately, he had prepared more than one proposal. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai quickly said, I heard Great Elder say before that Star Emperor Mountain is a branch of Supreme Profound Sect. I won't hide it from the three of you. The place where my High Heaven Sect is now located is none other than the ruins of Supreme Profound Sect. Hearing this, Yang Xiuzhu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed heavily. He didn't have the ability to take back the foundation of his ancestors, and now that it was occupied by others, he naturally had nothing to say, nor was he in any position to criticize Yang Kai. What does Sect Master Yang mean by saying this? Chu Hani frowned. What if I say that after this matter is settled, all of Star Emperor Mountain's people can return to Supreme Profound Sect? Yang Kai grinned. Since you have adhered to the teachings of your ancestors for tens of thousands of years, you must also want to return to your ancestral land to take a look, right? I can satisfy this wish of yours. And not only that, you can all live there in the future, in the place where your ancestors lived tens of thousands of years ago. Breathe the air your ancestors once breathed, and enjoy the scenery your ancestors once saw. That place is where Great Elder Lien once lived, so perhaps there are other mysteries to it. Chapter 1522. Inside the hall, Yang Kai's expression was calm, while Yang Xiuzhu and the others looked excited. Since tens of thousands of years ago, when the remnants of Supreme Profound Sect had been forced to move out of the Lu Yen sand field, every generation dreamed of returning to their ancestral land one day, but the natural barrier of Lu Yen sand field made them feel helpless. Now, Yang Kai's proposal had scratched the itch of Yang Xiuzhu and the others. If it were someone from another great force, perhaps they would not be interested in such a proposal. The foundation of their ancestors was their ancestors, and after tens of thousands of years, their sect had developed well and even changed its name. So why bother returning to their ancestral land? But for the people of Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was somewhat different. Because of their beliefs, they all worshipped the great emperors. Supreme Profound Sect was a sect supported by the great emperors, a place where the great emperors once resided. Star Emperor Mountain, which was later established, could not be compared to Supreme Profound Sect at all. The ancestral land represented not only respect for their ancestors, but also worship of the great emperors. There was no Star Emperor Mountain cultivator who did not want to return to their ancestral land and pay homage to the former home of the great emperors. Yang Kai's proposal was exactly what Yang Xiuzhu and the others wanted. It could be said that this proposal was even more attractive than the first one. The first one was only aimed at the three of them, but this one was aimed at everyone. The three looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Good. Now, that Senior Yi is also my High Heaven Sect's Great Elder, and since you are all remnants of Supreme Profound Sect, it is not a problem for you to enter and live there. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Aren't you afraid the guests will force their way in and lead a wolf into the house? Yang Xiuzhu looked at Yang Kai with sharp eyes and asked sharply, Senior must be joking, not to mention that Great Elder is there. So, you won't do such a thing. Just the character of several seniors is something this junior believes in. None of you are people who pursue fame and fortune, so I have nothing to worry about. Boy, you're quite straightforward, Yang Xiuzhu shouted. Good. This old man and the others agree to your conditions and help you succeed. However, We must agree in advance that if my Star Emperor mountain fellow disciples really head to the ancestral land, I must ask Sect Master Yang to allocate a separate territory for us to live in. We will not join High Heaven Sect. I hope Sect Master Yang understands. You're not joining? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he secretly cursed this old man. He had tried so hard to win over Star Emperor Mountain's ancestral land in order to merge the many masters of Star Emperor Mountain into High Heaven Sect, but he had not expected the other party to see through it at a glance and even state his conditions in advance. This made him very unhappy. A single mountain could not accommodate two tigers. So although Yang Kai was not worried that they would really harm High Heaven Sect, there were so many origin returning realm masters on Star Emperor Mountain that they could not use for their own purposes. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. If that were the case, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be friction and conflict between them over time. Thinking so, Yang Kai showed a look of regret. Good. Since Senior has said so, Junior naturally has no reason to refuse, but it's a pity. What's a pity? Yang Xiuzhu knew that Yang Kai was probably playing hard to get, but he was still intrigued and looked at him suspiciously. It's nothing. Yang Kai chuckled. I was just thinking that if you can join High Heaven Sect in time, you may have a chance to meet the great emperors, but if it's just a separate territory for you, that's what... Yang Xiuzhu was shocked, while Lin Yurao and Chu Hanyi's eyes also lit up. Sect Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Lin Yurao leaned forward slightly. Didn't Great Elder tell you? Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Shiyun, deliberately mystifying her. Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head, understanding Yang Kai's intentions, but she didn't try to undermine him. Simply smiling and saying, it's a matter of great importance, this queen didn't dare mention it. And that's true. This kind of thing really can't be said casually. The fewer people who know, the better. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Sect Master Yang, what you just said, what did you mean? Yang Xiuzhu asked eagerly, a look of anxiety on his face. Why does it sound like you're saying that the great emperors are currently in High Heaven Sect? When he said this, even he was taken aback and quickly shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Senior is right. The great emperors are indeed in High Heaven Sect today. Yang Kai grinned. How is that possible? Yang Xiuzhu and the others suddenly stood up, their bodies trembling, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Junior has no need to deceive the three of you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Great Elder, Yang Kai gestured. The three of them turned their eyes to Yi Shiyun, the latter nodding gently. Yang Xiuzhu was stunned. This news was so shocking that it felt like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer had slammed into his head, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to recover for a long time. After all, the great emperors were powerful masters that only existed in legends. Although Yang Xiuzhu and the others had always believed that the great emperors were still alive and were simply sleeping in some secret place, in the end, this was only a belief. When a belief became a reality, even if one believed in it, there would still be moments of doubt. It was a kind of fear that one's hopes would turn into disappointment. Do you have proof? Lin Yurao asked. What evidence do you have to prove this? Even with Great Elder's guarantee, we don't dare believe it so easily. Please show us proof, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiuzhu and Chu Han, he also recovered and nodded. What kind of proof do you want? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Anything is fine, as long as you can prove this matter. If it is true, this old master and the others agreed to join High Heaven Sect. Yang Xiuzhu shouted ferociously, a look of determination on his face that if Yang Kai didn't show him proof, he wouldn't give up. Was joining High Heaven Sect a grievance for them? If this was the case, not to mention Yang Kai not trying to win them over, even if they had to beg their grandparents, they would still join. Not to mention whether I have proof or not. Even if I did, would you be able to recognize it if I took it out? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Whether we can recognize it or not, this old master and the others can judge for themselves. But If Sect Master Yang is just spouting nonsense, this old master will not forgive you. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hadn't expected things to develop like this. At this moment, even if he was asked to take out proof, he was powerless to do so. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he laughed loudly. Since that's the case, please watch carefully. As soon as his voice fell, something suddenly appeared in his palm, and he raised it high. A monarch aura was unleashed. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at it. A moment later, Yang Xiuzhu exclaimed, "Star Emperor token! It's actually a Star Emperor token." It wasn't that he had never seen a Star Emperor token before. Star Emperor Mountain used to have 2 Star Emperor tokens. One was a symbol of the great emperors and was enshrined on Sky Transcendence Peak, where it was worshipped by all of Star Emperor Mountain. The other was a symbol of the identity of the sect master of Star Emperor Mountain and was held by the sect master. But now, Star Emperor Mountain only had 1 Star Emperor token left. The second one had been taken away by Yi Shiyun and had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Xiuzhu had visited Sky Transcendence Peak many times to worship the great emperors, so he was naturally no stranger to Star Emperor tokens. However, the Star Emperor tokens he had seen were all existences that had already released their power. The one in Yang Kai's hands, however, was completely intact. In other words, it still contained a divine technique of the great emperors, a legendary divine technique that could easily kill an origin king. Yang Xiuzhu's trio's eyes trembled violently. Even Yi Shiyun wore a dignified expression. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu both stared at the scene with wide eyes. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually possess such a heaven-defying treasure. With this token, he could easily wipe out the entire Star Emperor Mountain and even unify Shadowed Star without a problem. Shocked, the expressions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others became extremely frightened. All of them worried that if they forced Yang Kai into a corner and he really used this thing to deal with Star Emperor Mountain, none of their 200 fellow sect members would be able to survive. This Star Emperor token was personally handed to me by the great emperors. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. It was you who insisted on seeing proof before I took it out. Right, in addition to this thing, there is also a secret the great emperors told me. I don't know if it can prove my previous words. Please speak, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiuzhu no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even his demeanor becoming much more respectful. The great emperors said that the current Lu Yen Sandfield is just an emperor artifact, the 3 blazing flame rings. Everyone here is old, and some of the younger generation have probably been to the Lu Yen Sandfield before, and know that there are 3 flame zones inside. And these 3 flame zones are the 3 flame rings of an emperor artifact. As for the disappearance of the first flame ring a few days ago, it was because the great emperors took action to collect it. Ooh, everyone's jaws dropped. How could they have ever heard of such a sensational secret? Even Yi Shiyun did not know that the Lu Yen Sandfield was actually an emperor artifact, causing her beautiful eyes to shine brilliantly. However, the 3 blazing flame rings were indeed recorded in the ancient records of the sect. It was rumored that they were the most important artifacts of the great emperors. With the divine technique of the great emperors, it was not impossible for an artifact to transform into a restricted area on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Sect Master Yang said, the disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone was because the great emperors personally collected one of the flame rings. Yang Xiuzhu asked in a trembling voice. And this sect master saw it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. A series of gasps rang out. Everyone present understood how terrifying the flame layer flame zone was. Before the opening of the Lu Yen Sandfield, anyone who dared to venture into it would die without a complete corpse, even if they were a 3rd-order origin returning realm cultivator. The disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone had caused an uproar on Shadowed Star, but no one knew what had happened to cause such a change in the Lu Yen Sand Field. Immediately afterwards, High Heaven Sect entered it. Now, with Yang Kai here, they had obtained an answer. It was difficult not to believe. Throughout the entire territory of Shadowed Star, besides the great emperors, who else had such ability? For a time, Yang Xiuzhu and the others believed about 80% of Yang Kai's words, while the remaining 20% was due to their own cautiousness. Dare I ask, Sect Master Yang's relationship with the great emperors is... Lin Yusu's eyes flashed brilliantly as she asked cautiously, "If I said we were close friends, would you believe me?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ha ha! Yang Xiuzhu's face twitched as he let out a dry laugh. Chapter 15:23. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew that he had given them enough information. If he continued, these people would likely go crazy on the spot, so he put away the Star Emperor token and slowly said, "Several seniors, I think I have proven myself, so several seniors should also make a choice." Yang Xiuzhu and the others glanced at each other for a moment before seemingly reaching some kind of consensus and cupping their fists. Subordinates greet Sect Master. Yang Kai had indeed proven himself. Whether it was the Star Emperor token that sealed the Great Emperor's divine technique or the secrets of the 3 blazing flame rings and Lu Yen Sand Field, none of these were things that ordinary people could obtain or know, especially the secrets of the Star Emperor token. Only the great emperors could know about them. After all, even Yi Shiyan didn't know about them. Moreover, Yang Xiuzhu and the others were convinced that with Yi Shiyun's character, she wouldn't deceive them. When Yi Shiyun made her guarantee, they had already begun to believe her, but this was a matter of great importance, so they had no choice but to be cautious. Now that they knew that the great emperors were in High Heaven Sect, how could they refuse to join? Being able to stay in the same sect as the great emperors and live in the same world as them was an honor they could not ask for more. Good. Yang Kai laughed happily before waving his hand and shouting heroically, "Who brought good wine? Bring out a few jars. This sect master wants to have a drink with these 3 seniors." Yang Xiuzhu's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand, slightly. "We appreciate Sect Master's kindness, but we are not good at drinking, so we hope Sect Master will forgive us. Moreover, this matter has not yet been accomplished, so if you really want a drink, we might as well wait until the day we succeed." Sect Master. "These 3 are all cultivators and are not good at drinking," Yi Shiyan also said from the side. Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. If that's the case, then forget it. 3 seniors are not only indifferent to fame and fortune, but are also not greedy for food. Junior admires you greatly. Sect Master is too kind. Yang Xiuzhu smiled modestly. "However, there is one thing that I don't understand. Please enlighten me." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. "Sect Master, please speak. The 3 of us will tell you everything we know." Yang Xiuzhu gestured with his hand. "I want to know why the Star King Mountain suddenly attacked me. Is it because of my sect's battleship?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. "Since the 3 of you are from Star King Mountain, you must have heard some rumors. If you can clear this little one's doubts, this little one will be eternally grateful." Yang Kai could understand why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had attacked him. After all, whether it was the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain or the opening of the Emperor Garden, High Heaven Sect had some disagreements with these 2 sects. Moreover, the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect had indeed threatened their status. If they really wanted to make a move, there was a reason behind it. Why did the Star King Mountain do this? He had no relationship with Star King Mountain at all. So Yang Kai could only think of the saying, "An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime." Sect Master is right. It is indeed because of this Origin King grade battleship. This Origin King grade battleship carries great hope, so no great force would not want to take it for themselves. Star King Mountain is naturally no exception. Having said so, Yang Xiaozhu glanced at Yi Shiyun and continued, if the sect master continued to be in charge of the sect, I'm afraid this would not have happened, but that thief is different. However what? Yang Kai raised his brow. This battleship is just one of the reasons. And the second, according to the news this old master has occasionally heard, the second reason is the great emperors and the ancestral land. Yang Xiaozhu said solemnly, the great emperors and the ancestral land? Yang Kai frowned. Indeed, the supreme profound sect ruins occupied by High Heaven sect are where the great emperors once stayed. As sect master said before, perhaps there is another mystery there. That thief who is now in charge of the sect naturally wants to take a look, but he doesn't know how to enter the Lu Yen sand field. But since High Heaven sect can enter, you must have a way. That thief must be scheming to do so. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. It seemed that the words he had casually spoken just now in order to win them over had really hit the nail on the head. No wonder Yang Xiaozhu and the others had agreed so readily. It seemed that not only did that thief suspect there was another mystery in the ancestral land, but even Yang Xiaozhu and the others also thought so. It was just a pity there was indeed a mystery, but that was the place where the great emperors slept. Besides Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai, it was likely no one could approach it. Whether it was because of the starship or the groundless mystery, in the final analysis, it was because of the Origin King realm. The suppression and restraint of world principles caused people to have an infinite desire for a higher realm, but the starship and the groundless mystery provided hope. So Star Emperor Mountain naturally coveted it. Now that this old master and the others are helping sect master, I presume that the thief is powerless to reverse the situation. However, sect master, you must also be careful of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Us conservatives aren't very important in the sect, so we can't come into contact with the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Otherwise, we would have taken it for sect master, so sect master wouldn't have to worry about it. Yang Xiaozhu said with an ashamed expression, Senior is too kind. It's just an artifact. This sect master has his own countermeasures. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Good. Yang Xiaozhu gently nodded, but suddenly seemed to think of something and said, Right, there is one more thing sect master must keep in mind. Please speak, Senior. That thief seems to have been cultivating some kind of secret technique for the past several dozen years. Subordinates are incompetent and do not know what he is cultivating for the time being, but for him to spend so much time on it, it must be an extraordinary secret technique. If you really encounter him, sect master must protect himself first, Yang Xiaozhu said seriously. I'll remember, Yang Kai said solemnly. Good. Since that's the case, the three of us will take our leave and return to the sect to help sect master plan. Sect master can wait here for news from us before taking action. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. After Yang Xiaozhu and the others returned the courtesy, they quickly left. Inside the hall, Yang Kai was overjoyed, secretly feeling that with Yang Xiaozhu and the others cooperating with him, success was in sight. However, he didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was difficult to guarantee that Star Emperor Mountain wouldn't play some tricks at a critical moment. Sect Master, this queen will also take her leave, Yi Shiyun said before taking her leave. Immediately, only Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and Fei Zhitu remained in the hall. Elder Qian and City Lord Fei both stared at Yang Kai with strange looks on their faces. What do the two of you want to say? Yang Kai glanced at them. Ahem. Qian Tong coughed lightly and asked earnestly. Yang Kai, just now you said that the great emperors are in High Heaven sect. Is this news true or false? Qian Tong still couldn't believe the shocking news. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yang Kai, but this was simply too shocking. What does Elder Qian think? Yang Kai didn't answer, and instead asked mysteriously, how should I know? It's precisely because I don't know that I'm asking you. Qian Tong was speechless. Ha ha, Yang Kai laughed heartily. Fei Zhitu said, if that's the case, then this old master will also join High Heaven sect. Old Fei, you... Qian Tong looked at him in amazement. What about me? In any case, this old master is just an idle city lord. Shadow Moon Hall doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. If I can really join the sect of the great emperors, it will be this old Fei's honor. Fei Zhitu snorted. City Lord Fei is too kind. Please don't mention this matter again. Otherwise, this junior is afraid the old temple master will go all out against this junior. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. Seeing that Qian Tong was also interested, Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. He would be happy to win over Yang Xiuzhu and the others, but he didn't want to poach them from Shadow Moon Hall. Not only did High Heaven sect have few disciples now, but it also lacked high-end combat power. There were only a few Origin returning realm masters, and 90% of them were in the First Order. Even Yang Kai himself was in this realm. Only Yi Shiyun was able to shoulder the burden of this situation. If he could win over Star Emperor Mountain's people, the situation would be different. At that time, High Heaven sect would likely become a top force on Shadowed Star. Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union were no more, so only Star Emperor Mountain stood in front of High Heaven sect. After wiping it out, High Heaven sect's position as leader would be indisputable. This would be of great benefit to High Heaven sect's future development. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to throw out the Star Emperor token and expose the existence of the great emperors. He was very envious of Yang Xiuzhu and the others. This group of people were all hard-working cultivators who did not seek fame or fortune, and their hearts were pure and without too much intrigue. Once they joined High Heaven sect, they would become the cornerstone of the entire sect. The actions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others were extremely fast and efficient. In just 2 days, Yi Shiyun had received a message from them. After receiving the news, Yang Kai immediately ordered the starship to set sail for Star Emperor Mountain. Star Emperor Mountain Range was a majestic mountain range with a rich world energy aura that was shrouded in fog all year round. Looking at it from a distance, it was as if it did not belong to this world. Supreme Profound Sect's descendant had chosen this place to recuperate, so their vision was quite good. The people of Star Emperor Mountain did not often act outside, and did not intervene in the outside world's grievances, instead focusing on self-development, but no one dared to underestimate it. Among the lowest cultivator, perhaps not many people knew of its existence. Those who were familiar with it were Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect, Colored Glass sect, Shadow Moon Hall, and other first-class sects. However, among these first-class sects, there was still Star Emperor Mountain that they had to look up to. For tens of thousands of years, Star Emperor Mountain had been the symbol of the highest force on Shadowed Star, and no outsider had ever dared to set foot within 100,000 kilometers of it. But today, High Heaven sect starship had arrived valiantly and without the slightest pause, rushed straight into the heart of the mountain. At the same time, on Open Cloud's peak, a crowd had gathered. 80% of the cultivator population of Star Emperor Mountain had gathered here, except for some who were in secluded retreat or cultivating some kind of secret technique that should not be disturbed. All the other cultivators were present. There weren't many, only 200. But if one looked carefully, the lineup of these 200 people was enough to shock anyone. Of these 200 people, more than 150 were Origin returning realm masters, with 40 of them being Third Order Origin returning realm masters. As for those below the Origin returning realm, there were only a few dozen. Chapter 1524. No great force would ever have such a disparity in numbers. Although low-end cultivators were not strong, they were the future hope of every sect, so whether it was Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect, or Shadow Moon Hall's Colored Glass sect, they had always had a large number of low-level cultivators and few high-level cultivators. But here on Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was reversed. The reason for this was because of the strict recruitment requirements. The threshold to enter the Star King Mountain was so high that it was hard to imagine. One had to have the most outstanding aptitude. And there was also a limit to one's age. The majority of people were brought to the Star King Mountain when they were under the age of 10. This age was the most suitable for instilling some ideas, which was why the people of the Star King Mountain respected the great emperors. Because in the process of growing up, they were taught this concept by the older generation. But once they joined Star Emperor Mountain, they would enjoy the best cultivation environment and the most abundant cultivation resources. Star Emperor Mountain would use all the resources of the sect to pave the way for their disciples' cultivation. They had to break through to the origin returning realm before the age of 40. If they failed to do so, their cultivation would be abolished, and they would be expelled from Star Emperor Mountain. The rules were cruel, but the effect was remarkable. As a result, the cultivation speed of the cultivator who entered Star Emperor Mountain was extremely fast, which was why so many origin-returning realm masters had emerged. Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, these rising stars of Shadowed Star, which one of them did not break through at around this age. Even Yang Kai was the same. However, after a cultivator reached a certain level of strength, their appearance would age extremely slowly, so everyone looked younger. Yang Kai joined High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, and looking back now, it had been 20 or 30 years. Today, he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. It could be said that any cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain was in existence comparable to Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, and the others. Moreover, because Star Emperor Mountain had existed since ancient times, it had countless top-grade secret arts and secret techniques. So among cultivators in the same realm, the combat power of Star Emperor Mountain's disciples was generally higher. Once a disciple broke through to the origin returning realm before the age of 40, they would be able to leave the mountain to temper their mental state. Of course, they would also have to remain incognito. The reason why the ancient Yang sect was destroyed by Star Emperor Mountain 1,000 years ago was because the disciples who had left the sect for life experience were killed by the ancient Yang sect. Due to various reasons, the number of middle and high-level cultivators in Star King Mountain was unusually high. On the contrary, the number of lower-level disciples was low. Among these low-level disciples, their cultivations were uneven, but each one of them looked young and immature. The youngest one had just joined Star King Mountain 2 years ago and was only about 11 years old, but he was already a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, just one step away from Yuan Qi boundary. This was unimaginable in any other sect. Perhaps Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect could cultivate such a talent, but in the end, such a talent was extremely rare. Star Emperor Mountain, on the other hand, was a common occurrence. When Yang Kai was at this age, he hadn't even started martial arts. Now, these 200 people had gathered at Cashing Cloud's Peak. Although there were many of them, it was completely silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something quietly, their expressions solemn. At the head of this group was Yang Xiuzhu and his 2 companions. While waiting, the 3 of them exchanged glances and exchanged divine sense messages, as if they were discussing something. After a long time, someone in the crowd asked, "Brother Yang, didn't you say Sect Master had something important to announce? Why have we been waiting here for so long, yet we still haven't seen Sect Master? This old master still has to go back into retreat to cultivate his Shocking Wave secret art. There is no time to waste." "That's right, Brother Yang. You said Sect Master had something important to tell us. This old woman just came out of her secluded home, and her furnace of blue dragon pills is almost ready. If we delay any longer, can you compensate this old woman for her losses?" Another old woman shouted impatiently. With these two taking the lead, the others also began to clamor. Most of these people were in closed-door cultivation in their own abodes all year round. They either cultivated cultivation techniques or studied the Tao of equipment refinement and pill refinement. They usually didn't leave the abode, and it was even rarer for so many people to gather together. 2 days ago, Yang Xiuzhu, Lin Yu Rao, and Chu Han Yi had sent a message saying the sect master had summoned them and had something to discuss. Although the three of them were not in any important positions in the sect, their reputation was still there. So now that they had sent a message together, naturally not many people dared to ignore them. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the sect master, so it was no wonder they were complaining. "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Just wait a moment," Yang Xiuzhu shouted, and looked up at the horizon, but he still didn't see what he was waiting for. "How long do we have to wait?" The old woman looked displeased as she coldly snorted, slamming the cane in her hand into the ground. "I'll say this first. This old woman will give you face, and wait a stick of incense worth of time. After that time, if sect master does not appear, this old woman will leave. Don't blame this old woman for not notifying you in advance." Someone echoed, but soon they became puzzled. "Brother Yang, when did your relationship with the sect master become so good? Why do you even need to convey his orders? Isn't this kind of thing always done by Elder Bai?" He vaguely remembered that Yang Xiuzhu and the sect master weren't on good terms. "Yang Xiuzhu, you're quite bold." An angry shout suddenly came from the distance, and along with it a red light shot out. A moment later, this red light landed in front of everyone, revealing 3 figures. Bai Shi. Yang Xiuzhu narrowed his eyes as he stared at this newcomer, a faint trace of fear flashing across his eyes. This was an old man with white hair wearing a brown robe. His expression was dignified, and the powerful aura and Saint Chi fluctuations radiating from his body clearly indicated that he was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This old man was the one who had attacked him with the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Elder Bai. Seeing this old man appear, many people in the crowd bowed and saluted. Bai Shi held the position of Great Elder in Star Emperor Mountain, and although many people here had the same cultivation as him, in the end, he had a much higher status and was a trusted aide of the sect master, so naturally they had to take the initiative to greet him. However, seeing Bai Shi's overbearing appearance, everyone was puzzled. They did not know why Bai Shi was angry. "Yang Xiuzhu, I haven't seen you for a few months, yet your courage has grown. You actually dare to falsify the sect master's orders? How should I punish you?" Bai Shi glared fiercely at Yang Xiuzhu and shouted, "What? Falsifying the sect master's orders?" Exclamations came from the crowd, and for a time, countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Xiuzhu and the other two, their faces filled with disbelief. This kind of thing had never happened in Star Emperor Mountain before. Every disciple of Star Emperor Mountain was like a brother or sister to each other, so there were very few disputes and grievances between them. But now, why was Yang Xiuzhu willing to risk universal condemnation and falsify the sect master's orders? What did he want to do? Bai Shi was a trusted aide of the sect master, so since he said it was false, it couldn't be wrong. This old master falsified the sect master's orders. Yang Xiuzhu looked at the menacing Bai Shi and sneered. This old master isn't so bold as to disregard the ancestors' teachings. Throughout Star Emperor Mountain, the sect master reigns supreme. This old master is aware of this, but if anyone dares to offend him, the entire mountain's disciples will join hands to kill them. It's good that you know. Bai Shi also sneered. This Bai met the sect master just a cup of tea's time ago and rushed here from his place. If he had issued such an order, how could this Bai not know? Because you don't need to know. Before Yang Xiuzhu could answer, a tender shout suddenly came from the sky. Immediately, a figure flashed, and a beautiful woman wearing a palace robe suddenly appeared, standing proudly in the air, her pair of phoenix eyes as cold as ice as she looked down at the group below. Bai Shi turned around abruptly, and after seeing who it was, his face turned pale with fright as he called out, "Sect Master Yi! Senior Sister Yi! It's actually Senior Sister Yi! Impossible! Didn't Senior Sister Yi die a long time ago? Could it be that this old master's eyes are blurred due to his old age? Is it Senior Sister Yi? It's you, right?" The old woman who had been talking to Yang Xiuzhu before suddenly stepped forward, her body trembling slightly as she stared at Yi Shiyun in a daze, a look of surprise and confusion appearing on her face. Yi Shiyun looked over at her and smiled. "After not seeing you for 100 years, junior sister Xian Lan seems to have aged a lot." Su Xian Lan shuddered as tears filled her eyes, but she still let out a joyful laugh. "Senior sister Ye's style is even more magnificent than before. Junior sister never expected that in her lifetime she would be fortunate enough to see senior sister's graceful bearing. I was harmed by someone and had to live in seclusion for 100 years. Junior sister must be worried," Yi Shiyun said softly. "Harmed by someone? Who would dare harm you?" Su Xian Lan suddenly roared, like a poisonous snake that was hissing viciously. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and said with a gloomy expression, "Could it be?" And Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "This queen has returned to settle old accounts and clean up the sect." "Good." Su Xian Lan grit her teeth and shouted, "Count junior sister in. Even if junior sister dies, she must bite off a piece of that beast's flesh." While the two were talking, the more than 200 cultivators on Open Cloud's Peak had already begun to think. Most of these people had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round, and had never heard of Yi Shiyun's return, her participation in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, or her joining High Heaven Sect. But now that the situation had become clear, none of them were fools. After thinking about it, for a while, they somewhat understood the cause and effect of the matter. Even if they couldn't understand everything, it wasn't a problem for them to guess most of it. Plotting against the former sect master, forcing her to leave Star Emperor Mountain, and usurping the throne was a heinous crime. This was unforgivable on Star Emperor Mountain. What's more, many of these 200 cultivators had been informed in advance by Yang Xiuzhu that there would be such a big show today. Now that Yi Shiyun had returned, they were naturally overjoyed. All of them had more or less received Yi Shiyun's kindness in the past. When Yi Shiyun was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, their living and cultivation environment was much better than it was now. But since Yi Shiyun's disappearance, the treatment they received had been reduced. Comparing the two, everyone naturally hoped that Yi Shiyun would return to power. Moreover, this was perfectly justifiable. 100 years ago, Yi Shiyun was already the strongest master on Shadowed Star, and now that 100 years had passed, her strength had only grown. So if she didn't take power, who would? Even Yang Xiuzhu and the others were inferior in front of Yi Shiyun. Chapter 1525. On Opening Cloud's Peak, Yi Shiyun stood proudly as more than 200 Star Emperor Mountain disciples looked up at her. Yang Xiuzhu and the other two exchanged a glance and felt that the time was right, so they quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Subordinates, welcome sect master back to the mountain. Subordinates, welcome sect master back to the mountain." Those who had been greeted by Yang Xiuzhu and the others in advance also shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear. The rest of the people glanced around for a moment before quickly bowing. Most of these people had no opinion on who became sect master, neither favoring Yi Shiyun nor the current sect master. They were the kind of people who didn't want to cause trouble. So now that the general trend was irresistible, they naturally had to go with the flow. Bai Shi and the other two who had rushed over earlier were now in a panic. Their faces were ashen, and they had never looked so ugly before. Bai Shi, Yang Xiaozhu shouted. Sect Master is here. Why haven't you knelt yet? She is not the Sect Master. The Sect Master is someone else now. Why should this old master kowtow to her? Bai Shi coldly snorted. He was also a wise old man, and knew that the current sect master, who had worked hard for over 100 years, still didn't have much of a foundation. On the contrary, Yi Shiyun, who had only reappeared after 100 years, had completely destroyed the current sect master's foundation. The current sect master's prestige seemed laughable at this moment. On one hand, it was naturally because Yi Shiyun herself was a person of virtue and prestige, but on the other hand, it was because the current sect master's position had been usurped, a despicable act of betrayal. Whether it was in terms of righteousness or ancestral teachings, the current sect master could not stand firm. Bai Shi sized up the situation and knew that even if he surrendered now, it would be useless. He was afraid that after Yi Shiyun dealt with the current sect master, he would be the next one to be killed. That was why he refused to surrender. Stubborn fool. Yang Xiaozhu slowly got up, his eyes as cold as a blade as he stared at Bai Shi, a cold, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Lin Yurao and Chu Han also moved at this moment, but before anyone could see what they were doing, they suddenly appeared on either side of Bai Shi, surrounding him in a pincer attack, not giving him a chance to escape. Bai Shi, cripple your own cultivation. According to the ancestral teachings, Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Since you and I have been fellow disciples for so many years, I will give you a chance to end your own life. Yang Xiaozhu coldly looked at Bai Shi. You want this to cripple his own cultivation? Bai Shi laughed. Yang Xiaozhu, are you still dreaming? Since our ancestors have instructed us not to kill each other, I want to see what you can do to me. He had a fearless look on his face and was immensely proud of himself. Yang Xiaozhu frowned, and his expression turned cold. A few days ago, the reason why he had agreed to help Yang Kai, but he would not participate in the battle and would not stain his hands with the blood of his fellow disciples, was precisely because of this restriction. Now that Bai Shi was behaving like a rascal, it really put him in a difficult position. Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are indeed not allowed to kill each other, but this queen is now High Heaven Sect's great elder, so dealing with you shouldn't be a problem. Yi Shiyun coldly snorted as she stretched out her jade white palm and gently pressed it downwards. This palm strike was light and ethereal, as if it had never existed before. However, Bai Shi reacted as if he was facing a great enemy, his eyes instantly bulging as he pushed his Saint Chi madly, his shiur bursting forth as he raised his hands to meet this palm strike. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, a silent explosion rang out in the depths of Bai Shi's soul as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook as he staggered back a few steps, coughing out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yi Shiyun in disbelief. Shiur has reached the grand accomplishment stage. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at Yi Shiyun in shock. Only when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm would they comprehend the power of Shiur, and only when they cultivated their Shiur to the grand accomplishment stage would they be eligible to break through to the origin king realm. This was a necessary condition. Otherwise, no matter how hard an origin returning realm cultivator cultivated, it would be impossible to touch the threshold of the origin king realm. On Shadowed Star, there were as many origin returning realm cultivators as there were hairs on an ox. Even on this open clouds peak, there were more than 150 such cultivators, but none of them had cultivated their Shiur to the grand accomplishment stage. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the other two felt that their Shiur was still lacking. This was a place they could not reach, but now they were witnessing the true grand accomplishment of Shiur. When Yi Shi-yun's blow was launched, it was silent and invisible, but it was mixed with Shi. Everyone could clearly feel that this power had directly destroyed Bai Shi's defenses and wounded him. Both were third-order origin returning realm cultivators, so the gap between Yi Shi-yun and Bai Shi was obvious at a glance. However, Yang Xiuzhu and the others felt that Yi Shi-yun's Shi was somewhat different from what they had experienced. Idiot! Do you think this queen is using Shi? Yi Shi-yun snorted lightly. After this blow, she did not attack again, instead just looking down coldly with a sarcastic expression. It's not Shi. Bai Shi's thoughts turned sharply, but he soon turned pale with fright as he pointed at Yi Shi-yun in shock. Could it be territory? Yang Xiuzhu shouted in a low voice. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light, and his body trembled with excitement. He finally understood why he felt that Yi Shi-yun's Shi was somewhat different from what he knew. He recalled some of the secrets recorded in the ancient records. It was rumored that when one cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of territory, a power that only origin kings could master, and was countless times more powerful than Shi. A territory. This was a height that no cultivator on Shadowed Star could ever hope to reach. Could it be that Sect Master had already reached this realm? But looking around, Yi Shi-yun was clearly only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, which could only mean one thing. Yi Shi-yun's cultivation had reached the limit and was qualified to break through to the origin king realm, but due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through. What kind of tragedy was this? Yang Xiuzhu sighed. Although he lived on Shadowed Star, Yang Xiuzhu knew that even on other cultivation stars in the star field, there were very few Origin King Realm Masters, each one of them of famous existence. Sect Master originally had such an opportunity and such talent, but unfortunately, Shadowed Star had become a cage for her to spread her wings and soar. Former Sect Master is worthy of being a once-in-10,000-years genius. This Bai is impressed. Bai Shi clutched his chest as he grit his teeth and shouted, "But so what? Although this Bai's strength is not as good as yours, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a price." As soon as his voice fell, Bai Shi flicked his wrist, and a long-incised bead suddenly appeared in his hand. A powerful emperor pressure filled the air. Everyone's expression changed. Annihilation Thunder Bead. Yi Shi-yun also narrowed her phoenix eyes. Is this what you're relying on? So what if it is? Bai Shi laughed. This Bai knows that former sect masters' means are amazing. But do you think you can block the blow of an emperor artifact? If this Bai dies, you'll be buried with him. Why don't we sit down and talk about it, and come up with a way to get the best of both worlds and resolve this war? How about it? I don't think so. An indifferent voice called out from not far away. This voice was very strange, and almost no one present had heard it before. Turning their heads to look at the source of the voice, they were surprised to see a young man in a tight suit with a mocking smile on his face, walking over unhurriedly. Yang Kai. Bai Shi's eyes narrowed as he shouted. Many cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain wore strange expressions. Most of them did not know who Yang Kai was. After all, they had not even heard of Yi Shi-yun's comeback before. So how could they know of the existence of Yang Kai? Now that they saw this young man swaggering over to Star Emperor Mountain with only a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, they were naturally puzzled. However, the current situation was tense, and these people were not foolish. They knew that Yang Kai must have followed Yi Shi-yun here, so they did not say anything and just stared at him curiously, not understanding why he was not afraid of even an emperor artifact. One had to know that this was an artifact that even Yi Shi-yun might not be able to block. Trying to scare people with this thing again? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Old dog, if you really have guts, release the power of that thunder bead and fight to the death. Perhaps you'll be able to kill me or Great Elder. At that time you won't suffer loss, but Do you have any guts? Bai Shi's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai ferociously and roared, Boy, don't go too far. I'm going too far. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he rubbed his nose. Old dog, it's you who doesn't know how to adapt to the situation, right? This sect master is standing right there. So if you have the guts, release the power of that thunder bead and see if I can avoid it. If I can't, I'll die and you'll die. If I can avoid it, I'll live and you'll die. What choice do you have? Ooh. Bai Shi's face alternated between blue and white as he held the Emperor artifact in his hand, not daring to act rashly. No matter what choice he made, he would definitely not have a good end, which made him feel very conflicted. Of course, there is a third option. Yang Kai grinned brilliantly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. What is it? Bai Shi asked curiously. Give me the Emperor artifact, and I'll spare your life. Wishful thinking, Bai Shi shouted. On Shadowed Star, there were very few Origin King grade artifacts, and each one was a hallowed treasure of a great sect, let alone an Emperor artifact. After experiencing the power of an Emperor artifact, how could Bai Shi be willing to give it up? What's more, he did not believe Yang Kai's flowery words. He was afraid that as soon as he handed over the Emperor artifact, he would die. In that case, don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. Yang Kai looked impatient as he shouted coldly, Come out. Following his shout, the clouds in the sky suddenly surged, and a moment later, a pitch-black battleship over 100 meters long strangely appeared there. It was as if this starship had always been there, but no one had noticed it. Many cultivator on open clouds peak were in an uproar, all of them showing looks of disbelief. There were so many cultivator here, most of them Origin returning realm masters, but no one had noticed where this starship was hiding, which was shocking enough. If it had not taken the initiative to appear, everyone would likely still be in the dark. Moreover, this starship seemed to be very unusual, far from being comparable to an ordinary starship. It seemed to be an Origin King grade starship. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 15:26. As soon as the Origin King grade starship appeared, everyone was stunned. Without any pause, it brought out its crystal cannon. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out as the crystal cannon aimed directly at Bai Shi's location. Yang Kai, you dare. Bai Shi paled in horror, never having expected Yang Kai to be so decisive and ruthless. Because he had failed to negotiate with Yang Kai had decided to kill him, leaving no room for negotiation. Was Yang Kai not afraid he would really fight to the death? Kill! Yang Kai shouted coldly. Bai Shi looked flustered as he watched the energy fluctuations from the crystal cannon aimed at him grow stronger and stronger. A faint white beam of light was about to shoot out from it, causing Bai Shi to roar, Little brat, you've forced me to do this. Even if this old master dies, he won't let you live as you please. Saying so, Bai Shi madly poured his Saint Chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Emperor pressure grew stronger and stronger, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. Yang Kai's expression became dignified, while Yi Shi Yun's expression became solemn as they stared at the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Bai Shi's hand. Runes the size of grains of rice emerged from the Annihilation Thunder Bead, one after another. And as Bai Shi poured his Saint Chi into it, tiny arcs of lightning suddenly appeared on its surface. Although the electric arcs were inconspicuous, they fluctuated with energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate uneasily. It was as if any small electric arc could destroy one's soul. The next moment, Bai Shi threw the Annihilation Thunder Bead upwards, causing it to split into two into four into 8 in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with Annihilation Thunder Beads, each of which pulsed with arcs of lightning, as if they were alive. Then, these arcs of lightning shot out towards the Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai could tear space, and Yi Shi Yun was incredibly strong. No matter who it was, Bai Shi wasn't confident he could kill them in a single blow, so he set his sights on the Origin King grade starship. If he could destroy this starship, his goal would have been achieved. At that time, Yonkai would likely cry himself to death. After summoning the Annihilation Lightning Bead, Baishi's aura became extremely weak. Although an Emperor artifact was extremely powerful, a trivial third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have to pay a huge price to use it. This was the price Baishi had to pay in order to use it. Although he knew that he was going to die, he still laughed wildly. After laughing for a while, though, Baishi couldn't laugh anymore because he found that whether it was Yonkai or Yi Shiyun, both of them were looking at him with pity, not showing the slightest concern for the Origin King grade starship. What did that mean? Baishi's heart clenched as he suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyes widening as he stared towards the Origin King grade starship. The Origin King grade starship was completely surrounded by arcs of lightning, each of which contained a shocking amount of power. The awe-inspiring Origin King grade starship was unable to withstand a single blow and was shattered in an instant, disappearing into the sky. Just like when it first appeared, it was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it had never been there. Baishi was dumbstruck, his face turning pale as he cried out, "An illusion? Old dog, you're not that stupid after all." Yonkai laughed, accompanied by his laughter. Another Origin King grade starship appeared midair, one identical to the previous one, but it was completely unscathed, as if the Annihilation Lightning Bead had not left a mark on it at all. Baishi's face went ashen. At this moment, how could he not realize that he had fallen into the other party's trap? The blow he had placed high hopes on had not hit the real thing at all. It was just an illusory starship. That was why it had been destroyed so easily. Yi Shi-yun's coercion and Yonkai's aggressiveness were all designed to interfere with his judgment and make him unable to distinguish between reality and delusion. However, how had such a large illusory starship been formed? It was simply too inconceivable for it to be able to deceive his divine sense. "Old dog, it's time to send you on your way," Yonkai shouted coldly, and with a flick of his finger, a golden blood thread appeared in front of him and shot forward like an arrow. "Let me do it. This queen came here this time to clean up the sect," Yi Shiyun shouted. Yonkai tilted his head and looked at her before nodding lightly, no longer insisting. He also knew that Yi Shiyun was thinking about him. Regardless of whether Baishi had taken the side of the evildoer or not, he was still a disciple of Star Emperor Mountain. If an outsider like him were to kill him, others would likely have some ideas. However, Yi Shiyun was different. Cleaning up the sect was perfectly justified. Without his Saint Chi, Baishi was like a poisonous snake with its fangs pulled out, unable to summon any ordinary artifacts. So how could he be Yi Shiyun's opponent? A moment later, Baishi died at Yi Shiyun's hands. What about the two of you? Do you want to cripple your own cultivations, or do you want this queen to take action? Yi Shiyun looked coldly at the two people who had come with Baishi. The two of them didn't have the courage to resist and immediately shouted, "Sect Master, please forgive us. We did not know Sect Master was still alive. We were simply deceived by those evildoers. Please show mercy, Sect Master." At this point, do you think this queen will believe your words? Yi Shiyun remained unmoved. Since these two had come with Baishi, they must have known about the outside world. Since they knew she had returned and still wanted to oppose her, they had to pay the price. However, Baishi was already dead, so Yi Shiyun didn't want to kill them. "This matter is absolutely true. Please investigate thoroughly, Sect Master." The two men shouted in fear. "Good. Since you insist on being stubborn, this queen will personally send you to meet Baishi." Yi Shiyun's expression became cold as she pushed her Saint Chi. "No, I'll cripple my own cultivation. I'll cripple my own cultivation." Seeing that Yi Shiyun was really about to kill them and wouldn't listen to their explanations, the two of them no longer had the mood to try and persuade her. A bad life was better than a good death. And although the fate of crippling their own cultivation was extremely miserable, it was still better than losing their lives. With Yang Xiuzhu and the others glaring at them, the two men didn't dare to play any tricks and obediently shattered their own meridians, dissipating their Saint Qi and becoming ordinary people who could no longer step onto the martial Tao. Scram! Yi Shi Yun shouted coldly. The two of them hurriedly supported each other and left in a hurry. After these two left, Yi Shi Yun turned her head to look at the crowd and pondered for a moment before saying, "This queen knows that some of you may have colluded with that person and worked for him, but in any case, none of you have damaged the honor of the sect or ruined its foundation, so this queen can let bygones be bygones. Now this queen has returned here only to clean up the sect for her ancestors, so please wait here. After this queen has dealt with that person, she will speak with you again. We are grateful for sect master's magnanimity. We wish sect master success and victory." Yang Xiuzhu bowed and shouted, "We wish sect master success and victory." Everyone shouted. Now was the time to express their sincerity. So how could anyone not be tactful enough to sing a different tune? Even if some of these people had indeed worked for the current sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, none of them were as close as Bai Shi. The law couldn't punish the majority, so Yi Shi Yun didn't want to go too far. These people were happy to oblige. After all, there weren't many of them, so there was no way they could resist Yi Shi Yun. "Sect master, let's go." Yi Shi Yun looked up at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai gently nodded before sweeping his eyes over the 200 people and sighing slightly. If they could help, there would be no need to go through so much trouble, with so many masters swarming up. Even if the current sect master of Star Emperor Mountain had heaven-defying methods, he wouldn't be able to survive. Unfortunately, these people were all disciples of Star Emperor Mountain and couldn't act against their fellow sect members. Otherwise, they would all be executed. This was an ancestral rule that everyone had to abide by. Yang Kai and Yi Shi Yun's figures gradually drifted away, while the Origin King grade starship followed behind at a leisurely pace. Lingju Peak was the tallest peak in the Star King Mountain. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. White clouds dotted the mountainside, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. This was a place where the great emperors and Star Emperor Mountain's ancestors were worshipped. At the top of the peak was an altar that listed the positions of the sect master and elders of Star Emperor Mountain. At the top of this altar was a Star Emperor token that had already released its power. This was the symbol of the great emperors. Every year, on a certain day, everyone from Star Emperor Mountain would gather here to offer sacrifices. At this moment, on this Star Emperor Mountain, two people stood in the wind. One was a hale and hearty old man who, although he looked quite old, had skin as tender as a baby's and a ruddy complexion. The other person was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man had an anxious look on his face while the old man's expression was relaxed. A few dozen meters away from these two, a young man stood with his head down. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize two of these three people. The middle-aged man was Thunder Typhoon sect master, Fong Peng. He had come to Star Emperor Mountain to seek protection. As for the young man, he was Lung Qing, who Yang Kai had met once before, back in the fourth layer of the Lu Yen sand field. Outside of what was now High Heaven sect, the two of them had met once. At that time, both of them were Saint Kings, and now Yang Kai had reached the origin returning realm while Lung Qing had also reached this realm. Their cultivation speeds could not be described as slow. At this moment, this young man stood there motionless, like a fossil, his expression cold and resolute. Not far away, Fong Peng's anxious voice called out, "Brother Tianche, they seem to have arrived at Star Emperor Mountain. Don't we need to do something?" The old man chuckled. "What does Brother Fong think we need to do?" Fong Peng frowned. "This Fong does not know what Brother Tianche is planning, but if we do nothing, I'm afraid the situation will change. Ha ha. Brother Fong worries too much. It is still unknown who will win, so there is no need to worry. This Fong is foolish. Please enlighten me, Brother Tian Che. It's not that Brother Fong is foolish. It's just that before this king and senior sister ye have a clear winner. Everything will be in vain. What really matters is who survives. No matter what they do, this king only wants to fight with senior sister Yi. Fong Peng frowned, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized something and hesitantly asked, "What does Brother Tian Che think his chances of winning are?" The old man smiled, but said nothing, his expression mysterious. Seeing this expression, Fong Peng's eyes lit up, and he immediately relaxed. Although he did not know what this old man was relying on, judging from his expression, it seemed he was quite confident. Chapter 1527. Star Emperor Mountain Sky-Severing Peak was tens of thousands of meters high and was covered in layers of spirit arrays. As one of Star Emperor Mountain's restricted areas, it was naturally well protected. If one wanted to reach this place, they could only travel on foot, as it was impossible to fly. The flight-restricting array was more than enough to make anyone who tried to fly up suffer. On a small path between the peaks, Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun quickly climbed towards the summit. The Origin King grade starship was docked halfway up the mountain, ready to receive them at a moment's notice. The tens of thousands of meters high peak was actually nothing to the two of them, so it only took them half an hour to reach it. A strong wind blew past, causing the two's robes to flap loudly. "Great Elder, someone is greeting us." Yang Kai's eyes instantly focused on the old man and middle-aged man in front of him and grinned. Yi Shiyun's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the old man with a complicated expression and called out, "Chi Tian Che, Senior Sister Yi." The old man smiled slightly, his smile giving off a warm feeling like a spring breeze. "Junior brother, I didn't expect that with your temperament, there would be a day when you would return to Star Emperor Mountain. There are many things you didn't expect. Junior brother Chi, are you prepared? I wonder what junior brother is preparing." Chi Tian Che smiled lightly. "Preparing to die here. I hope you've already made arrangements for your funeral." Yi Shiyun coldly snorted. "Senior sister doesn't need to mention such things. Junior brother has already made arrangements. My disciple is over there, and whether you die or I die today, he will give us a proper burial." Chi Tian Che gestured to the side, where Lung Qing looked over with an indifferent expression and gently nodded. "Since that's the case, as senior sister, I will send junior brother on his way." Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "Ha ha! Junior brother feels that senior sister's chances of losing are higher." As soon as this senior sister and junior brother met, they began a war of words and began a psychological attack. After this exchange of words, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the expressions of the two became extremely serious as they stared at each other, seemingly regarding each other as mortal enemies. Suddenly, the two figures flashed and disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, the two of them were already 30 meters away from each other. An indescribable power burst out from their bodies and enveloped the other party. In an instant, the space in that area became distorted. That invisible force almost condensed into a substance that could be seen with the naked eye. In that area, there seemed to be a mysterious force surging, going back and forth. The spiritual chi of the senior sister and junior brother fused and converged, colliding with each other. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, Fong Peng's mouth twitched, and Lung Qing, who was standing far away, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The three of them were dumbstruck. Both Yi Shiyun and Chi Tian Che had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and even touched the threshold of territory. In their first clash, they were actually evenly matched, whether it was Yi Shiyun or Chi Tian Che. Both showed looks of surprise. Neither of them had expected the other to have such achievements, but soon the two of them moved again. The bone incinerating flame lamp was summoned by Yi Shiyun, and with a wave of her hand, a series of flames containing enough power to destroy heaven and earth shot towards Qi Tianche, mixed in with a series of profound secret techniques. Qi Tianche naturally didn't dare to show weakness and summoned a golden, wheel-like artifact above his head, like a small sun. As it rotated, dazzling golden light shot out from this artifact, and actually managed to match the bone incinerating flame lamp. Qi Tianche was also chanting as he formed a series of complicated seals with his hands. He was also using everything he had learned in his life to exchange blows with Yi Shiyun, Sun, and Moon Golden Wheel. Yang Kai looked at the artifact summoned by Qi Tianche, and his eyes lit up. He was able to recognize this artifact because of Yi Shiyun's previous explanation. This was also one of the two remaining Origin King grade artifacts on Star Emperor Mountain. It was of extremely high grade and seemed to have been refined by the great emperors in the past. It could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and release it when used against an enemy. The sun and moon golden wheel had two forms. Right now, it was only displaying the first form, which was the blazing young divine light it released. When it transformed into the second form, it would transform into a crescent moon and release an extremely cold aura capable of freezing one's soul. In terms of power alone, the sun and moon golden wheel was superior to the bone incinerating flame lamp. But when it came to artifacts, the stronger they were, the more Saint Qi they required to use them. Both Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche stood at the top of the power pyramid of Shadowed Star's cultivator. So even if there was a slight gap in power between the artifacts they used, it would still take some time to determine the victor. Yang Kai, who was observing attentively, suddenly frowned, stretched out his hand, and summoned his purple shield. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai's body shook slightly as his expression became gloomy. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Fong Peng standing there and sneering at him. Sect Master Fong, isn't it inappropriate to launch a sneak attack? If you want to fight, just say the word. This sect master will accompany you to the end. Yang Kai snorted. Enough nonsense, boy. Since you've come to Star Emperor Mountain, don't even think about returning safely. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Fong Peng shouted. Because of Yang Kai, he had no choice but to give up the 10,000-year-old foundation of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and even tamper with it in an attempt to drag Yang Kai down with him. But now, Yang Kai had appeared here intact, which meant all his previous preparations had been in vain. Not only had he lost his headquarters in Thunder Typhoon Canyon, but he had also lost the lives of his 4 martial uncles. If Yang Kai didn't die, Thunder Typhoon Sect would never exist. Only by killing him would Thunder Typhoon Sect be able to reappear. Old dog, your tone is quite bold. If you want my life, come and take it yourself. I wonder if you have the ability. Yang Kai snorted, stretched out his hand, and summoned his Firebird artifact spirit. A dragon roar rang out as the dragon bone sword released an emerald green light, and in the next moment, a giant dark green dragon soared into the sky. Asterisk Chi Chi Chi. Asterisk a series of space blades appeared around Yang Kai, and under the control of his divine sense, they shot towards Fong Peng as soon as they were formed. Fong Peng's complexion changed greatly. Although his words were arrogant, he didn't underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Seeing Yang Kai display so many methods, he naturally didn't dare act carelessly. With a burst of light, a majestic and beautiful artifact armor appeared around Fong Peng's body. Fong Peng was on the defensive before attacking. The moment they exchanged blows, Fong Peng's actions showed his lack of confidence. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a long whip appeared in his hand. The unique aura of an Origin King grade artifact pulsed from this long whip. Thunder Typhoon Sect, as one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, naturally had an artifact of this grade as its sect-hallowed treasure. This Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip was Thunder Typhoon Sec's supreme treasure that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Fong Peng had taken it with him when he withdrew from Thunder Typhoon Sect, but now that he was facing Yong Kai, he didn't hesitate to take it out. This long whip was obtained by one of Thunder Typhoon Sec's ancestors in an ancient ruin while out for life experience. It was said to have been quite famous in ancient times. Refining it required countless rare materials, and at the same time, the souls of 7 powerful monster beasts were sealed inside it, allowing it to take the form of these monster beasts. Finally, it was tempered in the 10,000-year Thunderfire Pond to absorb the power of the Thunderfire. Any artifact below Origin King grade would not be able to withstand this whip, and once it was contaminated by the Thunderfire, it would lose a great deal of its spirituality. As the long whip lashed out, the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. At that moment, the firebird arrived above Fong Peng's head, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a fireball larger than a wash basin towards Fong Peng's head. Fong Peng held an Origin King grade artifact in his hand, but he didn't show any fear, simply waving his Thunderfire Seven Birds whip fiercely towards the firebird. A shrill cry rang out from the firebird's mouth as it was too late to dodge, and was struck by the whip, causing the flames on its body to dim slightly, as if it had suffered some kind of injury. Yong Kai's complexion changed, but he quickly calmed down. From what he could sense, although the firebird had suffered some injuries, they weren't serious. On the contrary, this only served to increase its ferocity. The space blade arrived in front of Fong Peng at that moment, but facing this strange power, even Fong Peng didn't dare meet it head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged, and when he reappeared, he was only 10 meters away from Yong Kai. The Thunderfire Seven Birds whip drew a beautiful and tricky arc as it lashed towards Yong Kai. Worthy of a third-order origin returning realm master, worthy of being the sect master of a great sect, whether it was strength or experience, he was much better than an ordinary cultivator. In particular, the purity and richness of his Saint Chi seemed to have already surpassed that of a third-order cultivator. The other party's attack was so tricky that Yong Kai could only use his purple shield to defend himself. However, the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip actually changed direction midair and avoided the purple shield as if it had a mind of its own. Fong Peng flicked his wrist, and the long whip straightened up like a spear and stabbed straight towards Yong Kai's heart. Atop the long whip, the phantom of a monster bird appeared and vaguely let out a cry. It was like an eagle, but not an eagle, with sharp talons and a wingspan of several dozen meters, blotting out the sky and light. Tian Peng, Yong Kai just stared at it indifferently, seemingly unaware of the impending disaster, and not showing any intention of dodging. A high-pitched dragon roar came from the side. The dark green giant dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, intercepting the heavenly rock's shadow. In the next moment, the two collided. Dragon roars and bird cries rang out incessantly, and intense energy fluctuations fluctuated in the air. The Tian Peng phantom dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the giant dark green dragon became more and more ferocious as it fought, causing its opponent to throw away his armor and cry out repeatedly, "Impossible!" Fong Peng was shocked as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. He knew that the dark green sword in Yong Kai's hand was definitely a good artifact, but he had never imagined it was actually an Origin King grade artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible to compete with the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip. Moreover, the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip, which could corrode the spirituality of an artifact, had no effect on the giant dark green dragon. On the contrary, Fong Peng's Thunderfire Seven Birds whip seemed to have suffered some damage. The other party's giant dark green dragon was actually extremely poisonous. Fong Peng's face changed drastically as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and divine sense. The Tianpeng phantom immediately disappeared and transformed back into a long whip, breaking free from the entanglement of the giant dark green dragon like a snake and returning to Fong Peng's hand. Chapter 1528. Although the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip was of high grade, it was still inferior to the Dragon Bone sword. The Dragon Bone sword was refined from a piece of true dragon bone supplemented with a dragon bead and a wisp of true dragon soul. It could be said that it was the highest grade of material. No matter how good the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip was, it could not compare to the Dragon Bone sword. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the Dragon Bone sword could not display its full power. However, this long sword could devour the essence of flesh and blood and grow on its own, so it would only become stronger and stronger in the future. Yang Kai had great expectations for it, so if it couldn't even resist the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip, it would be a real joke. Even though his artifact had been suppressed, Fong Peng wasn't discouraged. In a battle between cultivators, although artifacts were a major factor in their victory, the secret techniques they had mastered and their cultivation base also played a large part in their victory. Fong Peng's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, and he had cultivated for so many years, so even if he was at a disadvantage in this artifact battle, he did not show the slightest intention of retreating. The long whip continued to swing back and forth. The angles it chose were extremely tricky, and the timing of its attacks were also very delicate, making it impossible for the Firebird and the giant dark green dragon to get close. Even Yang Kai's space blades were easily deflected by the long whip. For a time, on Sky-Severing Peak, the 2 battlefields were in full swing, each one a life or death battle, each one a thrilling battle. Only Lung Qing stood in the distance, observing with divine light shining in his eyes. He did not watch the battle between Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche. Such a battle was a bit too high level for him, so even if he watched, he would not be able to comprehend much. Instead, he was watching the confrontation between Yang Kai and Fong Peng. As an elite of Star Emperor Mountain's younger generation, Lung Qing had his own pride, which could be seen from how he did not put Xu Changfeng in his eyes back in the Lu Yen sand field. However, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai. Since he encountered Yang Kai by chance at the 4th level of the Lu Yen desert all those years ago, he'd taken Yang Kai to be an opponent of the same level as himself, and he looked forward to the day when he would be able to exchange blows with such a person and kill or be killed by such a person. But now, Lung Qing discovered that this potential opponent was actually more than just a little bit stronger than him. He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against someone like Fong Peng. He even relied on various external forces to completely suppress Fong Peng's aura. Lung Qing was shocked. He had never thought that someone would be able to do this with the cultivation base of a first-order origin returning realm. He admitted that he didn't have the ability to do so. He was a genius, but wasn't Fong Peng the same? Being able to become the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, standing out from the tens of thousands of cultivator in the sect, and commanding Thunder Typhoon Sect, his aptitude was definitely not bad. However, such a person was unable to gain any advantage over Yang Kai at this moment. He used all kinds of methods, but all of them were dispelled. If it was him, he probably wouldn't even be able to last half an incense stick of time against Fong Peng. At this moment, Lung Qing felt a little depressed, a little lost, but even more excited. He saw a target he could pursue, which inexplicably made his blood boil. Clenching his fists, Lung Qing stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, secretly cheering for his every counterattack. More often than not, even the slightest inadvertent action of the other party would cause his eyes to light up. Fong Peng, if you had fled far away earlier, you may not have died, but since you chose to come to Star Emperor Mountain, there's no way for you to survive. Yang Kai controlled the Dragon Bone sword, and joined forces with the Firebird artifact spirit to attack Fong Peng as he laughed heartily. Fong Peng's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute, but now that he was at a disadvantage, he was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai. After this bitter battle, Fong Peng had realized that it was impossible to kill Yang Kai with his own strength, but it would not be easy for the other party to kill him either. He could only pin his hopes on Chi Tianche. He felt that Chi Tianche must still have some kind of trump card, otherwise he would not have been so confident before. Thinking up to this point, Fong Peng took the time to look at the other side of the battlefield. He was surprised to find that the other side was also in deep water, but unlike his side, the two people there were actually neck and neck, and neither could do anything to the other. This discovery made Fong Peng's heart clench as he inexplicably felt like he had been betrayed. If Chi Tianche could not do anything to Yi Shiyun, what should he do? Chi Tianche's methods were amazing, and he could definitely escape from here, but Fong Peng had no way to do so. In front of a master who was proficient in the Tao of space, running away was a laughable act. While thinking so, Fong Peng's eyes suddenly shrank. He found that on the other battlefield, Chi Tianche had actually used a feint to escape from Yi Shiyun before transforming into a streak of light and shooting towards him. In midair, Chi Tianche reached out and grabbed towards the ground. Yang Kai, who was originally agile, suddenly felt an inexplicable resistance under this grab and could not help pausing. Fong Peng was overjoyed and immediately understood what Chi Tianche was planning. He clearly wanted to create a diversion pretending to be a life or death battle with Yi Shiyun on the surface, but in fact, he had always been targeting Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, Yi Shiyun would be useless no matter how strong she was. In a flash, Fong Peng understood Chi Tianche's plan. Now, he and Chi Tianche were bound together for glory and glory, like grasshoppers tied to a rope, so naturally, Fong Peng did not want to see him fail at the last moment. So he quickly used a secret technique to delay Yang Kai's movements and distract Yang Kai. Do you think joining forces is enough? Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. You won't give up until you see the coffin. Capture me first. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it forward, immediately forming a void crack. Space Force is really mysterious, but with this old master here, I'm afraid your method is useless. Chi Tianche laughed as he flicked his finger and summoned a bead. This bead looked extremely ordinary and did not give off the slightest energy fluctuation, but when this bead appeared, Yi Shiyun's complexion changed drastically, and she called out in shock, "You've actually refined it. Sect Master, quickly dodge." Yang Kai's heart clenched. Although he did not know what mysteries this bead contained, it was definitely something extraordinary to be able to shock Yi Shiyun so much. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai stepped into the void crack and prepared to escape. But what shocked him, though, was that the bead burst at the same moment and a mysterious aura swept out. Under the influence of this aura, the void crack he had torn apart disappeared. It was as if it had been flattened by a giant invisible hand. Yang Kai stepped on empty air. The next moment, the scenery around him suddenly changed. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he found himself in another space. As far as the eye could see, this space was extremely narrow. It was only about 300 feet in radius, but in this narrow space, it was lush green. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, not understanding what this place was. What surprised him even more, though, was that this space was obviously incomplete, because only half of the vegetation growing at the edges of this space was visible. The other half was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this space had been cut off from somewhere else. Not far in front of him, Chi Tianche was looking at him with a smile, while Fong Peng also wore a confused look. Looking around, Yi Shiyun was nowhere to be seen. The Firebird artifact spirit hovered overhead, chirping anxiously. It had also been brought in but the verdant dragon bone sword had been left outside. Yang Kai tried to communicate with it with his divine sense, but he couldn't connect at all. This discovery made his heart sink. After a while, Fong Peng frowned and asked, "Brother Tianche, what is this place?" He was obviously also in the dark, not knowing what Qi Tianche wanted to do. "A small sealed world." Qi Tianche chuckled. "A small sealed world." Fong Peng's eyes widened, almost thinking he had misheard. Yang Kai's face also sank as he stared at Qi Tianche coldly. "Has Brother Fong never seen such a small sealed world before?" Qi Tianche asked, and Fong Peng nodded honestly. "I have been in and out of several small sealed worlds, but even the smallest small sealed world couldn't be this small." What puzzled him even more was why the three of them had suddenly arrived in this small sealed world. Small sealed worlds were generally connected by void corridors, and only by passing through void corridors could one step into a small sealed world. However, Qi Tianche had clearly only thrown out a single bead, and after that bead burst, the three of them had appeared here. Could it be that this small sealed world was related to that bead? Fong Peng frowned secretly. Yang Kai was also surprised. When he was in Tong Xian realm, he had been to a few small sealed worlds, but since setting foot on the star territory, he had never seen such a strange place again. He had never expected to see it again today. Sect Master Yang, right? Qi Tianche looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a calm and composed look on his face. "Speaking of which, you and I haven't greeted each other yet. This king is Qi Tianche, the sect master of Star Emperor Mountain." Sect Master Qi's name resounds like thunder. Junior has long heard of it. Yang Kai grinned, not showing much fear, but this junior would like to ask Senior, "Why did you bring me to this place? Could it be that you want to use me to threaten my sect's great elder?" Sect Master Yang is mistaken. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. "This king brought you here not to deal with Senior Apprentice Sister Yi. This king just wants to make friends with you." "Ha ha!" Yang Kai chuckled, rubbed his nose, and said, "Senior must be joking." Qi Tianche slowly shook his head and said solemnly, "This king really has such intentions. I'm not joking. But this junior doesn't want to make friends with you." Yang Kai curled his lips. Qi Tianche couldn't help laughing. "If Sect Master Yang says so, this old master won't force you. However, this old master would like to consult Sect Master Yang about something." "Consult me?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "Indeed." Qi Tianche nodded seriously. "What is it?" "Usurping power, deceiving one's master, and destroying one's ancestors. If it's about this junior has no comment. Senior has already reached the peak." Yang Kai looked at Qi Tianche sarcastically. The other party didn't show any signs of anger, though, and simply smiled. Naturally, it's not about such trivial matters. What this king wants to consult about is the Tao of space. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1529. The Tao of space is obscure and extremely difficult to cultivate. This king is untalented and has comprehended some things over the years, but no matter how hard he tries, he is unable to condense space force into a blade like Sect Master Yang, or even tear space apart with one hand. This king admires Sect Master Yang's magical methods. This king hopes Sect Master Yang can enlighten this king and resolve the many doubts in his heart. "You also understand the Tao of space?" Yang Kai frowned. "I know a little." Qi Tian nodded humbly. "This king has been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of space and has made some gains," but Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that this old man had been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of space. Yang Xiuzhu had reminded Yi Shiyun to be careful before, saying that Qi Tianche had been in retreat for several dozen years to cultivate a secret technique, so it was likely he had done something extraordinary. So it was to cultivate the Tao of space. But why was this old man doing this? Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, but suddenly a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Looking at Chi Tianche with a faint smile, he said lightly, "Senior, if this junior is not mistaken, you are studying the Tao of space because of this mysterious small world and that bead, right?" "Oh, why do you say so?" Chi Tianche's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them. Seemingly interested, "Ha!" Yang Kai chuckled. "I didn't see the void corridor before. I was inexplicably brought here by Senior. Thinking about it, that bead should be the key to open this mysterious small world. And in order to use that bead, I'm afraid one needs to understand the Tao of space, which is why you want to cultivate it. Is this junior correct?" "Indeed." Chi Tianche looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded. "What else does Sect Master Yang see?" "I also see that this mysterious small world is not complete, probably because your comprehension of the Tao of space is insufficient. If you want it to become complete, you need to become more proficient in the Tao of space." As he spoke, Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling confused, not knowing how Chi Tianche's proficiency in the Tao of space had anything to do with this mysterious small world. A mysterious small world was a mysterious small world, a world of its own. It should have nothing to do with anyone. Sect Master Yang's vision is like a torch this old master admires. Chi Tianche nodded slightly. However, although Sect Master Yang is mostly correct, there is one thing he is wrong about. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "That bead is not the key to open that mysterious small world." Chi Tianche smiled lightly. "That bead itself is a mysterious small world." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. "Let's put it this way. There is a mysterious small world sealed inside that bead." Chi Tianche added. "What?" Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically, while Fong Peng was also dumbfounded. "There's a small sealed world sealed inside that bead? Is that even possible?" Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly, a look of disbelief on his face, but soon his expression became dignified as he stared at Chi Tianche gloomily and hesitantly asked, "Could it be that bead is an emperor artifact?" Chi Tianche laughed, gently clapped his hands, and nodded. "Sect Master Yang is truly intelligent, understanding the key point so quickly. And that bead is indeed an emperor artifact. Of course, it is impossible for an ordinary artifact to have such a magical function, but emperor artifacts are different. The mysteries of emperor artifacts are not something we can fathom. That bead is indeed one of the two emperor artifacts, the sealed world bead." "Two emperor artifacts?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Then the other one is the Annihilation Thunder bead, and these two things were passed down from the great emperors and are the two most important treasures of my Star Emperor Mountain." Chi Tianche nodded and admitted before suddenly smiling. "Sect Master Yang, don't blame Senior Sister Yi for not warning you. It's because even Senior Sister Yi did not know that this old master could refine the sealed world bead. This thing has been passed down in my Star Emperor Mountain for tens of thousands of years, but no one from the past sect master of Star Emperor Mountain was able to refine it. As time passed, no one even knew the specific function of the sealed world bead. This old master was only able to refine it by chance and understand its mysteries." Yang Kai's face paled as his expression became ugly. The sealed world bead. If it weren't for the fact that he was in this incomplete, small sealed world, Yang Kai would not have believed that there was such a bizarre artifact in this world that could actually seal a world inside it. Now that he was trapped inside this mysterious small world without his dragon bone sword, how could he resist? This old man had the sun and moon golden wheel, an origin king grade artifact. Sect Master Yang, don't even think about tearing space. This mysterious small world is an independent world with its own world principles. It is useless for you to tear space here. Chi Tian Che reminded him kindly. Whether it is useful or not, we'll know once we try. Senior doesn't mind, right? Yang Kai looked up at Chi Tian Che. Please, Sect Master Yang. This king also wants to carefully experience Sect Master Yang's use of the Tao of Space. Chi Tian Che gestured, showing no intention of stopping him. Yang Kai didn't waste any time, and simply stretched out his hand in front of him, creating a void crack. However, before he could step into it, Chi Tian Che suddenly waved his hand, and the void crack disappeared. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly with a look of displeasure. Chi Tian Che smiled and said, "The world principles of this mysterious small world are now in this old master's hands. So please give up, Sect Master Yang." Old dog. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Sect Master Yang is young and impetuous, so this old master won't bicker with you too much. This old master has already spoken frankly. Now it's time for Sect Master Yang to make a choice. If you can work for this old master will treat you as a friend in the future, but if Sect Master Yang is stubborn, and this old master will have to use some means. I have given you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your actions. Yang Kai grinned. Do you think you can do whatever you want by trapping me in this place? Senior shouldn't even dream of cooperating with you. If you want to cultivate the Tao of Space, you'll have to wait until your next life. At the same time, as if receiving some kind of order, the Firebird artifact spirit hovering above Yang Kai's head let out a loud cry, transformed into a ball of flames, and rushed towards Chi Tian Che. Ha! Chi Tian Che sighed deeply. If Sect Master Yang insists, then this old master can only use force. If I offend you in any way, I hope Sect Master Yang will forgive me. As soon as his voice fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards the Firebird artifact spirit that was rushing towards him. A bizarre scene appeared. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and as it rotated, it seemed to produce an infinite suction force that sucked in the Firebird. No matter how the artifact spirit struggled, it was unable to escape. In just 3 breaths of time, the Firebird plunged into the vortex and disappeared. The mental connection between Yang Kai and the Firebird was also severed at the same time, causing his face to pale. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This old master simply banished it outside. So as not to interfere with our battle, Chi Tian Che smiled faintly. Chi Tian Che smiled faintly, but after he finished speaking, his face suddenly became extremely solemn. With a loud shout, he stomped the ground with 1 foot. The earth seemed to tremble slightly, and the sound of cloth tearing rang out as Chi Tian Che's clothes instantly burst apart, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai looked at him with a look of amazement. This old man didn't look young and had a thin figure, but in fact, he was extremely well built. The layers of muscles were clearly defined, and they stood tall, filled with explosive power. It wasn't surprising for such a physique to appear on a young man, but for it to appear on an old man with white hair and 3 strands of long beard was somewhat inconceivable. His fleshly body was actually this strong. The explosive power contained in each of those muscles made people raise their eyebrows. Saint Chi surged as Chi Tian Che's momentum surged, and his exposed skin glowed faintly. Both Yang Kai and Fong Peng were dumbfounded. Sect Master Yang, this old master will give you 1 last chance. It's not too late to turn back now, otherwise this old master won't hold back. If Sect Master Yang is injured, this old master will feel very apologetic. Chi Tian Che stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and shouted, "Enough nonsense! You brought me to this cramped place just to highlight the advantages of your physique, right?" Yang Kai smiled strangely. "If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try and see if you can succeed?" Seeing Yang Kai refuse his good intentions again and again, Chi Tian Che's expression became gloomy as he nodded. "Good. Since that's the case, don't blame this old master for being impolite. As soon as his voice fell, Chi Tianche's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already above Yang Kai's head, but he did not use any secret technique or summon any artifact. He simply waved his fist and smashed it towards Yang Kai. In such a cramped place, any artifact or secret technique would be greatly limited, so those with powerful physiques would undoubtedly have an advantage. It was silent, but the power contained in that fist was enough to shatter a mountain. Kai Yang stood in place, not knowing if he was dead or alive, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. Chi Tianche frowned, not knowing what kind of trick he was playing. It wasn't until the fist wind hit his face that Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out!" A small figure suddenly and strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly grew and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a stone giant several meters tall. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. The dragon bone sword had been left outside, and the firebird artifact spirit had been banished by Chi Tianche, but Yang Kai still had the stone mongoose. The stone puppet carried the heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder, and the stick-like artifact also grew in size as it did so. Clenching the heaven-shaking pillar tightly, Yang Kai swung it forward. Chi Tianche's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face as he hurriedly retreated. He felt a fatal threat from this stick, and it seemed that even with the strength of his physique, he would not be able to withstand such a blow. Asterisk, Hong, asterisk, even space seemed to be smashed apart, and Chi Tianche felt his abdomen go numb. He had not been hit by the black stick, and had only been swept away by the wind, but even so, the blood in his chest was roiling, and his breathing was somewhat labored. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he had been hit by this stick. Chi Tianche's face changed dramatically as he retreated quickly and without hesitation, reached out and pointed towards the stone mongoose. He wanted to banish the stone mongoose from this space. Chapter 1530. This was how he had dealt with the Firebird artifact spirit just now. In order to capture Yang Kai alive, Chi Tianche had put in a lot of effort. From the information he had gathered, he knew that Yang Kai had many terrifying helpers around him. However, he had full confidence in the Sealed World Bead. The Sealed World Bead was one of the two Emperor artifact beads, and after refining it, Chi Tianche was able to control some of the Sealed World Bead's principles. As long as Yang Kai's helpers were excluded, a trivial first-order origin returning realm was nothing in his eyes. Once he captured Yang Kai alive, not only could he learn the mysteries of Space Force from him, but he could also force Yi Shiyun into a desperate situation, and even force her back to Supreme Profound Sex ancestral land, killing several birds with one stone. From the very beginning, Chi Tianche had never intended to fight to the death with Yi Shiyun. His goal had always been Yang Kai. The vortex that had appeared before appeared again, releasing a terrifying suction force that attempted to swallow the stone mongoose. Wishful thinking, Yang Kai roared angrily as he stretched out his hand and grasped towards the vortex. Rich space force surged out and shattered the vortex, allowing the stone mongoose, whose movements had been affected, to recover. Yang Kai laughed. "Old man, it seems your grasp of the world principles here isn't enough." Chi Tianche's face sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He had not expected that Yang Kai could even break through his means. In terms of mastery of Space Force, even after refining the Sealed World Bead, Chi Tianche was no match for Yang Kai. The stone mongoose moved like the wind, and the moment it broke free from the suction force, it took a step forward and swung its stick fiercely. Chi Tianche did not dare take this attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. The heaven-shaking pillar brushed past his body, numbing his waist and ribs. Before Chi Tianche could regain his balance, though, a strong wind blew over his head, and Yang Kai's shout reached his ears. "Old dog, try taking a punch from me." Good timing. Chi Tianche looked surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't summon his artifact or use his secret technique. He just wanted to fight Yang Kai with his physical body. First, because this place didn't allow him to do so, and second, because he was full of confidence in his physical fitness. Now that he saw Yang Kai act recklessly, he was naturally overjoyed. He thought that Yang Kai was getting carried away. He was deeply afraid of the stone giant's strength, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of a mere Yang Kai. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian threw a punch forward. The two fists collided, and a loud boom rang out. Yang Kai's figure was sent flying like an arrow from a bow. Chi Tianche couldn't help but groan as he was struck by a huge force and sunk 3 feet into the ground. His face changed color in spite of himself. Although it was only a head-on collision with his experience and knowledge, it was not difficult for him to see that Yang Kai's physical fitness did not seem to be inferior to his at all. In that blow, just now, both of them had suffered some losses, and neither of them had gained the upper hand. How is this possible? Chi Tianche had lived for hundreds of years, and from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao, he had always focused on tempering his physique. With his body-tempering secret technique, his body was now several times stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm. He could even take on an ordinary origin-grade high-rank artifact head-on. But how old is this little brat? How did he do it? How can he have such a strong physique? The astonishing vitality coming from his body was simply unbelievable to Chi Tianche. Before Chi Tianche could think of anything else, the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillars swept over again. This time, Chi Tianche couldn't avoid it, and his entire body sank into the ground, seeing the black stick flying towards him. Chi Tianche took a deep breath, and the faint light that was originally blooming from his body suddenly became brighter. In an instant, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of inexplicable metal, giving off an indescribably hard luster. Clenching his fists, Chi Tianche raised his arms to block his face. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking pillar arrived. Kong. Chi Tianche was sent flying by a huge force until he hit the edge of this mysterious small world and landed heavily. His face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet, staring forward with a dignified expression. This time, he had suffered a big loss. The heaven-shaking pillar was forged from heavenly crystal profound iron, an ancient artifact that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. Heavenly crystal profound iron was a top-grade Origin King grade material, a palm-sized piece weighing over 10,000 kilograms. If it was fused into an artifact during the refinement process, it would make the artifact extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. The heaven-shaking pillar was completely forged from this strange material and was extremely heavy. Yang Kai could barely pick it up, but it was impossible for him to swing it. Only a strange creature like the stone mongoose could use this kind of strange artifact. Even with Chi Tianche's hundreds of years of body-tempering secret techniques, he was unable to resolve the violent blow of the heaven-shaking pillar. How does it feel? Yang Kai flicked his wrist as he stood not far away. Just now, he had exchanged a punch with Chi Tianche, so his hand was a little sore. Not bad. Chi Tianche forced himself to remain calm and gently nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly amazing. In the future, you will definitely become the most dazzling star on Shadowed Star, and may even unify it. Unfortunately, you met this old master, so you won't have such an opportunity. His body flashing with a metallic light, Chi Tianche rushed towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. A round sun suddenly appeared above his head and bloomed with dazzling light. Origin King, great artifact, sun and moon golden wheel. From the sun and moon golden wheel, wisps of light overflowed, radiating a blazing heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world as they shot towards Yang Kai. At the same time, Chi Tianche also released his grand accomplishment Sure and covered the entire mysterious small world. The already narrow space suddenly became thick and sticky, giving one the illusion that they were stuck in a swamp. As if the more they struggled, the deeper they would sink. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he knew that this old man was going to go all out against him. He could not defeat the stone mongoose in terms of strength, so he could only choose himself as a target. Not daring to show any neglect, Yang Kai also released his Sure. Space suddenly became distorted, and in places visible to the naked eye, and invisible to the naked eye, small void cracks began to appear, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon, but they were immediately repaired by the small sealed world principles before reappearing, repeating the process over and over again. Yang Kai's Sure was condensed from emperor pressure and integrated with his own proficiency in the Tao of space, making it far stronger than the Sure of an ordinary cultivator. Once released, it was enough to affect the surrounding space, the collapsed areas and the small cracks that appeared were the best evidence. However, this alone was not enough to compete with Chi Tianche's grand accomplishment Sure, which had already touched the threshold of territory. A sizzling sound rang out. Hundreds of golden blood threads shot out and hovered around Yang Kai's body, constantly cutting through the suppression of Chi Tianche's Sure. Yang Kai's golden blood thread secret technique had the effect of breaking Sure, so now that he had released over 100 of them, its effect was naturally remarkable. With this two-pronged attack, the pressure on Yang Kai suddenly disappeared, and he instantly lifted the constraints of his grand accomplishment Sure. Under his control, the golden blood threads flew around Yang Kai, intercepting all the incoming great sun's divine light, preventing them from causing any harm to Yang Kai. Chi Tianche was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. All of the trump cards and means he was so proud of were not able to play much of a role in front of Yang Kai. At this moment, Chi Tianche felt a little uneasy, but now that the arrow had been knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Yi Shiyun was still waiting for him outside, so if he could not capture Yang Kai in this mysterious small world, even if he managed to escape, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Only by capturing Yang Kai here could Chi Tianche regain control of the overall situation. Making up his mind, Chi Tianche flew in front of Yang Kai and sent out a barrage of punches and kicks, carrying with them an unstoppable force. Yang Kai did not dodge at all, and instead punched out with his fists, pushing his Saint Chi as his muscles trembled, and he engaged in a fierce battle with Chi Tianche. All of Chi Tianche's plots and schemes were futile at this moment. Only by overwhelming the other party with strength could he win the final victory. The two of them were like two boorish men from the depths of the mountains, their fists and feet clashing. This was a collision of pure, direct, barbaric, and bloody. Pung, 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 pung sounds rang out incessantly as the sound of metal colliding rang out from the two of them, mixed with occasional muffled groans. In this clash of physical strength, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Fong Peng was dumbfounded as he watched from the sidelines. He had been brought into this mysterious small world by Chi Tianche and thought that he could easily capture Yang Kai by joining forces with Chi Tianche. Fong Peng believed that Chi Tianche had planned to do the same, but now, to his dismay, he found that he couldn't intervene in this battle at all and could only stand in place and watch anxiously. Even the stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, was waiting for an opportunity to strike, not attacking rashly. It also couldn't intervene. Asterisk prung prung prung. Asterisk Chi Tianche's body, which he was so proud of, was bombarded by Yang Kai's fists during the battle. His physique, which was comparable in strength to an origin-grade high-rank artifact, was unable to withstand his opponent's tremendous strength. The violent bombardment shook his physique and stimulated his meridians and bones, making him feel as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Chi Tianche didn't suffer much damage, but he was bleeding from his mouth and nose, making him look extremely ferocious. The same was true for Yang Kai, but the blood flowing out of his body was golden and filled with powerful self-healing and restorative abilities. The vitality contained in this golden blood was astonishing. This battle seemed to have aroused the ferocious nature in the depths of Kai Yang's heart. His eyes also became cruel and bloodthirsty. His eyes were crimson red, and his demeanor was ruthless. He was like a beast that had been released from its cage and was about to devour its prey. Time passed by slowly. The two of them were covered in blood and cracks, but the strength of Yang Kai's punches didn't decrease in the slightest and instead became heavier and heavier, each blow causing Qi Tianque's body to tremble violently. Qi Tianque's momentum, on the other hand, was gradually weakening. The difference in strength was clear. Perhaps the two of them were evenly matched in terms of physical tempering and strength. However, Yang Kai had an advantage that Qi Tianque didn't, and that was his golden blood. Yang Kai could recover from his injuries in a very short time, but Qi Tianque couldn't. So naturally, the two of them gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 1531. A centipede dies but never falls down, let alone a master like Qi Tianque who had touched the threshold of the Origin King realm. Even though he was at a slight disadvantage, Qi Tianque was not discouraged and simply wanted to do his best to defeat Yang Kai. Old dog, choosing to compete in physical strength with this sect master in this kind of place is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now it's time to pay the price for your choice. Yang Kai was bathed in blood, but he was still fighting to his heart's content. With a loud roar, a five-colored brilliance suddenly burst from his body. Gold, blue, white, red, and yellow intertwined and fused together, creating a brilliant and domineering five-colored light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. Five elements, indestructible, soared Qi. Yang Kai's aura, which had already reached its peak, soared once again, followed by an even more frightening and violent aura, a kind of power that seemed capable of splitting the heavens, and earth burst out from Yang Kai's body. Qi Tianque was horrified. He had been fighting Yang Kai in close quarters all this time, so he could clearly see the changes in Yang Kai's body more clearly than anyone else. When this five-colored brilliance appeared, Qi Tianque's strength increased by more than 30%. 30% might not seem like much, but it was enough to expand his originally weak advantage to the limit. Asterisk Hong, asterisk Yang Kai punched out, and Qi Tianque raised his hand to block, but he was unable to resist this devastating blow, and even his palm was sent flying back to his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Qi Tianque's chest caved in, and his raised hand drooped down. Qi Tianque's physique and bones, which had been tempered for hundreds of thousands of years, could not withstand such a blow, and directly burst apart. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out one after another from Qi Tianque's body as Yang Kai's fists rained down on his opponent again and again. Fong Peng's face twitched as he watched from the side, his eyes twitching wildly. Qi Tianque screamed in horror, his liver and galls splitting as he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai head-on, subconsciously trying to dodge and retreat. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? Like a crazed beast, he pounced on Qi Tianque and continued to bombard him. Qi Tianque's extremely sturdy body was beaten into a bloody mess. There was almost no part of his body that was intact. His flesh was cracked, his flesh was exposed, and his bones were broken. White bone stubble poked out, visible to the naked eye. He kept screaming, but he couldn't dodge, and was hit by Yang Kai until he spat out blood. He had purposely chosen this battlefield, which had become his fatal restriction. It made it impossible for him to move his body and execute his movement techniques. Bang! Yang Kai punched out again, hitting the bridge of Qi Tianque's nose. Under the powerful force, Qi Tianque's nose was smashed crooked, making his already ferocious face look even more frightening. His eyes were dyed red with blood, and his vision blurred as he was sent flying backwards by the force of this blow. Xiao xiao. Yang Kai roared. The stone mongoose brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and took 2 steps forward, swinging the black rod in its hand. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Qi Tianche's back. His spine seemed to have been shattered, and Qi Tianche was sent flying back. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and did not try to kill him again. He felt that Xiao Xiao's blow had almost completely destroyed Qi Tianche's ability to resist. Like a dead fish, Qi Tianche fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and lay there, seemingly unable to even move. Kai Yang walked over and stood beside him, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes like an ice-cold blade, flashing a cold light. Qi Tianche opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Don't worry, take a deep breath. I still have something to ask you. Yang Kai grinned, his white fangs stained with his golden blood shining brightly. Qi Tianche closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Yang Kai then looked up at Fong Peng, not far away, and grinned meaningfully, his eyes filled with malicious intent. Being stared at like this, Fong Peng felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet trembling as he panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." Last time on Fallen Emperor Mountain, this Fong was just following orders. If this Fong has offended you in any way, this Fong will apologize to you here. Apologize? Yang Kai curled his lips. Why would I need you to apologize? As he spoke, he pointed at him and growled, "Kill him!" The stone mongoose rushed out and rushed towards Fong Peng. The next moment, a shout and the sound of battle rang out. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention. If this were outside, the stone mongoose might not be able to kill Fong Peng. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, so even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still run. But here things were different. With a radius of 300 meters, Fong Peng had no chance of escaping. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Qi Tianche again and waited for a while before asking, "How do you want to die?" Qi Tianche seemed to have caught his breath and chuckled. If Sect Master Yang really wanted to kill this old master, he wouldn't have asked such a question. "Do you think I won't kill you?" Yang Kai's expression became cold. At the very least, Sect Master Yang won't kill this old master before we leave this place. You're worried that if you kill this old master, you won't be able to leave this place. You're smart enough to know what I want. Yang Kai smiled. If I didn't know this, then this old master wouldn't have lived all these years in vain. Sect Master Yang has a request, and this old master wants to live. How about we negotiate? What kind of negotiation? Let's hear it. Yang Kai gestured. After this old master recuperates here for a while and recovers from his injuries, I'll let you go. Of course, Sect Master Yang must not find trouble with this old master again in the future. And this old master can also promise to live in seclusion and never become your enemy, Qi Tianche proposed while gasping for breath. Wouldn't it be a great bargain for you? Yang Kai sneered when he heard this and said sarcastically, "Old dog, aren't you mistaken about something?" "What is it?" Qi Tianche asked leisurely. "I'm the knife, and you're the fish. Now, whatever I want you to do, you'll do it." With a low shout, Yang Kai stomped his foot towards one of Qi Tianche's hands. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Qi Tianche's hand immediately changed shape. Qi Tianche's face twisted in pain, but he didn't make a sound, simply glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. "Let me out, and I'll leave your corpse intact. This is this sect master's biggest concession." "Ha! If that's the case, this old master would rather die here." Qi Tianche slowly shook his head and said calmly, "This old master also knows what Sect Master Yang is thinking. Do you think your attainments in the Tao of Space are far more profound than this old master's? Since this old master can refine the sealed world bead, you must be able to as well. So even if you kill this old master, you'll only need to spend some time to leave here, right?" "Correct," Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, Sect Master Yang can give it a try. It's not that this old master is looking down on you, but even if your attainments in the Tao of space are profound, wanting to refine the sealed world beat here. Haha. Chi Tian Che smiled mysteriously. This old master has been in retreat for several dozen years before he was able to refine the sealed world beat enough to open this small, mysterious small world. Now, that Sect Master Yang is inside. If you want to refine it from the inside, I'm afraid it will be hundreds of times more difficult than this old master trying to refine it. If you are willing to be trapped here for hundreds of years, feel free to kill this old master, and this old master will have nothing to say. Yang Kai's face sank. He couldn't tell whether Chi Tian Che was trying to intimidate him or if he was telling the truth. If Yang Kai was really trapped here for several dozen years or even 100 years by the time he left, the outside world would likely have changed greatly. Sect Master Yang should consider this carefully. This matter is of great importance and cannot tolerate the slightest carelessness, Chi Tian Che added. Chi Tian Che added, putting pressure on Yang Kai. His life was now hanging by a thread, and only a single thought from Yang Kai could decide whether he lived or died. So naturally he didn't dare relax. Yang Kai looked at him, not saying a word. After a long time, he suddenly grinned. Does Senior really want to do this without any room for negotiation? Chi Tian Che shook his head and insisted. If not, this old master would rather die here. Good, then die. Yang Kai gently nodded before lifting his foot again and stomping down towards Chi Tian Che's head. With a loud bang, like a watermelon bursting, Chi Tian Che's head burst apart, blood and brain matter flowing all over the ground as his two eyes rolled to the side, seemingly still filled with disbelief. Ridiculous! Yang Kai coldly snorted. He had really been deceived by Chi Tian Che just now. This old man was not to be trifled with, and if he hadn't been caught in his own trap this time, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. How could Yang Kai release such an enemy? Regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not, Chi Tian Che had to die. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He would kill him first. As for being trapped inside the sealed world bead, it wasn't a big deal. Even if what Chi Tian Che said was true, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. With his mastery of the Tao of space, it wasn't impossible for him to find a way to leave this place. With Chi Tian Che dead, Fong Peng, who was struggling to resist the stone mongoose's attack, was in an even worse state. Originally, he had no intention of fighting here, but now seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, he was scared out of his wits. While fighting with the stone mongoose, Fong Peng loudly begged for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Not only did he not show any intention of sparing him, but he also became impatient with Fong Peng's noise and rushed over, joining forces with the stone mongoose to kill him. Even Chi Tian Che wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so in this special environment, how could Fong Peng survive? In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, Thunder Typhoon Sect Master died tragically under the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar. He didn't have Chi Tian Che's powerful physique, so the heaven-shaking pillar was enough to smash him into a meat patty. With two great enemies dead, Yang Kai tidied up his loot, sat down cross-legged for a moment, and immediately began to study a way to leave this place. Tearing space was undoubtedly Yang Kai's biggest advantage. When he was experimenting with it before, he had been interrupted by Chi Tian Che, so he didn't know if tearing space would have any effect. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could naturally experiment. Chapter 1532. Making up his mind, Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and waved it forward, causing a long and narrow void crack to immediately appear in front of him. However, compared to the ones he usually tore through space, this one seemed to be smaller. The world principles inside this sealed world bead seemed to be quite powerful. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. Stretching out his hands, he tore the void crack apart and pushed his space force madly, silently widening the long and narrow void crack. Releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that this void crack was extremely stable. Was that old dog Chi Tian Che really just spouting nonsense? Yang Kai became suspicious as he dove into the void crack. When he reappeared and looked around, his face couldn't help sinking. This small space, which was less than 300 meters in radius, was a complete mess with traces of a great battle everywhere. 2 incomplete corpses lay on the ground, blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Coming out of this void crack was actually this strange, small, sealed world. Frowning, Yang Kai couldn't help tearing space again. Ooh. After repeating this a dozen times, Yang Kai didn't continue and instead sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into contemplation. After tearing space more than a dozen times, Yang Kai still couldn't leave this small sealed world and could only move within a 300-meter radius. This result surprised him a little. It seemed that Chi Tian Che wasn't spouting nonsense. This sealed world bead really had a mysterious side to it. Even after tearing space, Yang Kai still couldn't escape. Although he didn't succeed in leaving, Yang Kai didn't gain nothing. After tearing space more than a dozen times, he vaguely felt that there was a vague barrier around this small space that isolated him from the outside world. This barrier was inexplicable, but it was precisely because of its existence that this small sealed world was able to form its own world and trap him here. This should be the world principles of this small sealed world. If he could tear apart this barrier, Yang Kai was confident he could leave this place. But how could it be easy to break through the world principles of this small sealed world? Chi Tian Che had spent several dozen years refining the sealed world bead, and only then was he able to control a little bit of the world principles that allowed him to enter and leave this place. He didn't have that much time to waste here. But now, besides refining this sealed world bead, there was no other way. How could he refine the sealed world bead? Refining it was tantamount to refining this world. Yang Kai was completely confused, like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, but he didn't know where to start. He sat upright on the spot and began to think hard. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang's confused eyes suddenly blossomed with a glimmer of light. That glimmer of light was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. Very quickly, his eyes became clear. He seemed to have understood something and couldn't help but become spirited and radiant. Previously, he had entered the wrong line of thought. He thought that if he wanted to leave, he had to refine this world. That was why he was at a loss. But in the end, this world was sealed inside the sealed world bead. And the sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, an artifact. He didn't know how to refine heaven and earth, but refining artifacts was a walk in the park for him. Since Chi Tian Che had spent several dozen years in retreat to refine the sealed world bead, this emperor artifact must have been contaminated with his aura. As long as Yang Kai could trace his aura to its source, erase it, and refine it again, he would be able to do so. Comprehending one method, comprehending 10,000 methods, Kai Yang suddenly understood. Getting up, Yang Kai summoned 2 demonic flames and burned the nearby corpse. Only then did Yang Kai release his divine sense and begin to scan the surrounding 300 meters in an attempt to find the traces he was looking for. The result was very smooth, and Yang Kai did find Chi Tian Che's aura in this space. It didn't take him much effort to erase it. However, when Yang Kai wanted to leave his aura in this space, he encountered great resistance. Chi Tian Che wasn't wrong about one thing. Refining the sealed world bead from the inside was extremely difficult, far more difficult than refining it from the outside. The difference in time and strength required to refine it was hundreds of times greater. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were countless times more profound than Chi Tian Che's, This kind of refining was not something he could complete in a short time. Yang Kai calculated a little, and the results he obtained gave him a fright. It would take him at least 10 or 20 years to refine the sealed world bead and escape. Kai Yang suddenly felt some regret. He regretted killing Fong Peng so quickly. If Fong Peng was still alive, Yang Kai could have beaten him up to vent his anger. After frowning and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai calmed his irritation, but he didn't immediately refine the sealed world bead. Instead, he poured out a large pile of crystal stones from his space ring, placed them in front of him, and madly absorbed the energy contained within. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space, surpassing both Emo Xiaosheng and Qi Tianche in this territory, was all thanks to space spirit crystals. This kind of strange crystal stone had always only been used as a material for refining space rings, but Yang Kai had taken a different approach and absorbed the energy contained within it to enhance his control of the Tao of space. Space spirit crystals were extremely rare, so even if others had this idea, it would be extremely difficult to realize. However, Yang Kai was different. The stone mongoose Xiao Xiao had found a space spirit crystal mine under Dragon Cave Mountain many years ago gave him the capital to squander without any worries. The number of space spirit crystals he had mined back then was not small, but after so many years, Yang Kai would absorb the energy contained within these space spirit crystals whenever he had free time, resulting in a huge consumption. Now, only less than half of what he had originally mined remained. If a worker wanted to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. If Yang Kai wanted to shorten the time it took to refine the sealed world bead, he could only improve his comprehension of the Tao of space and use it more smoothly. As such, Yang Kai planned to use the Tao of space first. One by one, the space spirit crystals turned into dust in Yang Kai's hands. As the sun rose and the moon rose in the outside world, the passage of time inside the sealed world bead was undetectable. After an unknown amount of time, a thick layer of space spirit crystal powder had accumulated around Yang Kai, almost drowning him. After absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals for a long time, coupled with his own insights, Yang Kai vaguely felt that his attainments in the Tao of space had deepened, but he also found that as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, the effect of absorbing the energy from space spirit crystals seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps one day, no matter how much energy he absorbed from space spirit crystals, he would not make any progress. Yang Kai stopped for a while and released his divine sense again to refine this sealed world bead. After a while, his brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. The process of refining this sealed world bead was much easier than before, and Yang Kai could clearly feel the barrier between this sealed world bead and the outside world. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to leave this place. Integrating his space force into his divine sense, Yang Kai began spreading it out like a tide. Yang Kai attempted to leave his mark on this sealed world bead, carving his own soul mark and making it his own. A scene that stunned him suddenly appeared. When his divine sense spread out, this sealed world bead, which originally only occupied a radius of about 300 meters, suddenly became a little larger, and the scenery he could not see before was also imprinted in his eyes. This result surprised Yang Kai, but after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. Although Qi Tianche had refined the sealed world bead slightly and was able to enter and exit this sealed world bead, his grasp of the Tao of space was still very shallow, so he could only open up a radius of about 300 meters. Yang Kai was different. His attainments in the Tao of space were much more profound than Qi Tianche's, so he was able to expand this sealed world bead. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He wanted to know what the sealed world bead would look like when it was fully opened, and how large it would be. His original intention of refining the sealed world bead to escape this sealed world bead quietly changed, and Yang Kai began exploring this sealed world bead enthusiastically, madly pushing his divine sense and mobilizing his grasp of the Tao of space, Yang Kai began expanding the sealed world bead bit by bit, revealing fascinating sceneries he had never seen before. During this process, Yang Kai found that all kinds of magical insights and mysterious powers were pouring into his heart and fusing into the depths of his soul, allowing his understanding of the Tao of space to become clearer and clearer. This was countless times more effective than absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. Expanding the small sealed world's heaven and earth and absorbing space force had inadvertently formed a virtuous cycle. Yang Kai was overjoyed and became more and more diligent. Inside the sealed world bead, the sealed world bead was expanding every day, and Yang Kai was also growing every day. With him breaking through the shackles of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, Yang Kai broke through to the Second Order Origin Returning Realm in the sealed world bead. After all, he had already reached the peak of the First Order Origin Returning Realm in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and if he had not deliberately suppressed it, he would have broken through at that time. Still, Yang Kai did not stop his pace of exploration, repeating the same process all the time. As his strength increased, his Saint Chi became purer, and his spiritual energy soared. Yang Kai's overall strength improved. Even that wisp of divine clone was strengthened and nourished. Feeling tired, Yang Kai decided to take a short break. With no one to relieve his boredom, Yang Kai released the stone mongoose and talked to it for a while. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, was still very interested in the second stone mongoose. Even if this stone mongoose's sentience was incomplete, and it could only be controlled by Yang Kai's soul clone, it was still the only member of Xiao Xiao's race. Xiao Xiao attached great importance to the stone mongoose, so whenever it found something good, Xiao Xiao would share it with it. Time passed, little by little. Yang Kai did not know how long he stayed in the sealed world bead, but he had consumed all the space spirit crystals he had. He had also expanded the sealed world bead from its original 300-meter radius to a 100-kilometer radius, and he was making new progress every day. Within this 100-kilometer radius, there were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. However, this was far from the end of the sealed world bead, and in this unknown place, there were more secrets that made one's heart itch. One day, Yang Kai stood up and expanded his divine sense outwards. In an instant, every blade of grass and tree within a 100-kilometer radius was imprinted on his divine sense. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand in front of him, and a vortex suddenly appeared, spinning rapidly as a huge suction force emerged from it. Yang Kai did not resist, allowing the vortex to suck him in, and in the next moment, he disappeared. Chapter 1533. Star Emperor Mountain, Absolute Sky Peak. White clouds floated halfway up the mountain, and at the top of the quiet peak, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. The surrounding world energy madly converged towards a certain point, gradually forming a vortex. At first, this vortex was very small, but as more and more world energy poured in, it grew larger and larger until it was only a few dozen meters in diameter. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the vortex. It was as if he had traveled through space and stood proudly in midair. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of anyone. Only an altar standing alone, not far away, completely exposed to the sun and wind. Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not surprised by this scene. Although he did not know how long he had been in that mysterious small world, it was certainly not 10 days or half a month, but at least a few years. After such a long time had passed, it was naturally impossible for Yi Shi-yun and the others to have been waiting here for him. Most likely, they had already returned to High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai tried to sense the Dragonbone Sword and Firebird Artifact Spirit, but there was no trace of them, so they had probably been taken back by Yi Shi-yun. Qi Tianche and Fong Peng were dead, and on Shadowed Star, The three behemoths that dominated all the great forces had fallen, so no one could stop High Heaven Sect's advance. With Yi Shiyun presiding over the sect, Yang Kai felt very relieved, so he did not have much to worry about. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that all of Star Emperor Mountain was silent, without the slightest aura. It seemed that the cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain had also evacuated, but Yang Kai did not know if they had followed Yang Xiuzhu and the others to High Heaven Sect, or if they had dispersed. The former was more likely to be the case. With no one here, Yang Kai naturally did not want to stay any longer. Turning around, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed towards the vortex, causing it to shrink rapidly and disappear in the blink of an eye, replaced by an inconspicuous bead. One of the two Emperor artifact beads, the Sealed World bead. This was an incredible treasure. Inside, it was a world of its own. With it, a problem that had been lingering in Yang Kai's mind for a long time could be easily solved. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that if he could completely refine this Sealed World bead and complete its world principles, he could even allow a third-order origin returning realm cultivator to break through to the origin king realm. The reason why a cultivator on Shadowed Star could not break through to the origin king realm was because of the suppression of its world principles. However, the Sealed World bead was an independent world with its own world principles that were not bound by Shadowed Star's laws. This was definitely a feasible method, but it was still too early to think about it. Although Yang Kai's study of the Tao of Space had expanded the small sealed world to a radius of 100 kilometers, he was still far from being able to completely unseal and refine it. After observing for a while, Yang Kai put the Sealed World bead back into his body and casually stepped forward. A moment ago, he was still at the top of Sky's soaring peak, and the next moment, he was halfway up it. Taking another step, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the mountain. His speed was unimaginably fast. The Tao of Space was infinitely mysterious, and during his time in the Sealed World bead, Yang Kai's control of this power had grown tremendously. This kind of rapid movement was no different from the legendary teleportation, and it was impossible to track. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of space. Compared to Yang Kai's initial mastery of tearing space, this was much more profound. Tearing space was a process that could easily be interfered with by the power of a master, but now Yang Kai's movements were as smooth as an antelope's horns, no longer hindered by his previous movements. If there was a flaw, though, there was one. It was better to tear space and run as far as possible. With Yang Kai's current strength, tearing space once was enough for him to cross 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers, but this kind of movement would only allow him to cross a dozen kilometers at most. Between the two, there were advantages and disadvantages, and it was impossible to say which was better. But at the same time, both consumed a great deal of Saint Chi. Yang Kai continued to move, familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of Space, and only after running a few 100,000 kilometers did he summon his star shuttle and continue on his way. Continuously using the Tao of Space to travel was a bit of a burden on him, so it was better to use his star shuttle instead. On a vast and boundless plain, the roars and cries of beasts resounded through the sky. A group of 4 or 5 cultivators, old and young, male and female, were jointly besieging a huge and ferocious monster beast. This monster beast had a tiger's head, elephant feet, and a leopard tail, giving it a majestic appearance. The tiger's head was copper in color and seemed to be extremely sturdy, and there were some strange lines on its body that gave it a mysterious appearance. The cracked copperhead tiger was an 8th-order monster beast with thick skin and thick flesh. The cultivator who had surrounded it was an old man at the 2nd-order Saint King realm, while the rest were only saints. From the way these people addressed each other, it was obvious that they were cultivators from some small family who had come to this plane to hunt the monster beast to earn saint crystals. An 8th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. However, This cracked copperhead tiger was at the peak of the eighth order, so even if it was besieged, it was still able to display its ferocity, constantly spitting out powerful energy balls from its mouth, preventing the cultivators from the small families from approaching. However, the old man was an experienced cultivator, so even in this dangerous battle, the cultivators from his family did not suffer any fatal injuries. As long as there was enough time, this group of cultivators might have a chance to kill this cracked copperhead tiger. All of a sudden, an energy fluctuation rushed over from the distance. In the crowd, a young girl in green clothes looked up and suddenly called out, "Second uncle, someone's coming." The old man heard the shout and looked up, his eyes narrowing. He was older and could tell at a glance that this person's strength was not low. Otherwise, they would not have been able to move at such speed. Just as he was wondering whether this person was friend or foe, he let the cracked copperhead tiger break free from his grasp. This eighth-order monster beast had been besieged for a long time and had already displayed its ferocity. After it broke free, not only did it not run away, it instead pounced directly towards the young girl in green clothes, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her neck. The young girl was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. For a moment, she panicked and hurriedly summoned an artifact, but it was unable to stop the other party's attack. Seeing the other party's fangs getting closer and closer to her, a trace of horror flashed across the young girl's eyes. Shouts and shouts came from all around as the young girl saw her second uncle desperately rushing over, trying to save her life from the tiger's mouth. But it was obviously too late. She could see death beckoning to her. At that moment, a breeze seemed to blow past her, and in a flash, a figure appeared in front of her. This figure was like a towering mountain, blocking the incoming storm and giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Asterisk Guangdang. Asterisk, a loud bang rang out, mixed with the whimper of the monster beast. The young girl clearly saw the person in front of her throw a punch, and the cracked copperhead tiger, which she and her group had been besieging for so long, was sent flying like a sandbag. Its head seemed to have been deformed by the blow. After falling to the ground, it only bounced a few times before falling completely still. As the wind blew, the plains fell silent. 4 or 5 pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, unable to recover from their shock for a long time, their faces filled with disbelief. Although the cracked copperhead tiger was only an eighth-order monster beast, its head was notoriously hard. Even if an origin-returning realm master were to face it, it would be impossible for them to deform its head with just a single punch. Looking at this sturdy figure, for some reason, the young girl in green's heart beat violently, and her nose twitched slightly. She smelled a scent from this person that made her feel extremely comfortable. Secretly glancing at this person, the young girl was surprised to find that he didn't seem to be very old, just a young man. This discovery made her even more inexplicably happy. "Sorry, I seem to have ruined your loot." Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. He also recognized what this monster beast was. It was a cracked copperhead tiger, and the 2 most valuable things on its body were its monster core and its head. The former was highly sought after by alchemists, while the latter was sought after by artifact refiners. Now that he had deformed this monster beast's head with a single punch, its value would definitely decrease. The old man suddenly returned to his senses when he heard Qinshi speak, and his expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, little brother." "Little brother, you're too serious. If it wasn't for you making a move in time, Faye would have probably lost her life a long time ago. This old man still has to thank little brother for your help, so how could I dare blame you?" "Old sir is too polite. You seem to have been distracted by my sudden arrival." Yang Kai chuckled. "If we really want to talk about it, it's my fault." Seeing him act so amiably, the old man also relaxed. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and the strength of the other party seemed to be quite high. If he really had any malicious intent, the old man would have no way to resist. Fortunately, the other party didn't have such thoughts and was actually quite open-minded. The old man couldn't help but have a good impression of Yang Kai. I just came here to ask where this place is. Yang Kai looked at the old man. This is Blue Wave Plain. The old man replied. Blue Wave Plain. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this place before, so he didn't know where he was on Shadowed Star right now. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had been familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of Space, but as a result, he had lost his way. Where is the nearest city from here? Yang Kai asked again. 50,000 li to the west from here, there's a Jade Wave City. That's the nearest city. Is there a space array there? As far as this old man knows, there is one, but that space array doesn't seem to be open to outsiders, and is only for internal use. If little brother wants to use that space array, he can set out from Blue Wave City and go to Heaven Battling City 200,000 kilometers away. There is a space array there that is open to the public. Oh, Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. He had not expected that he would actually end up in the vicinity of Heaven Battling City. And, strictly speaking, Blue Wave City can be regarded as a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City. So there is some connection between the two. The old man, as the cultivator of a small family here, naturally knew this information in detail. Chapter 1534. Heaven Battling City now belongs to High Heaven Sect. The girl in green, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly interjected. She seemed to want to attract Yang Kai's attention. Just now, Yang Kai had descended from the heavens to save her life, so at her age, she was most sensitive to scenes of a hero saving a damsel in distress. What's more, from the side, Yang Kai's face was hard and firm, his back was sturdy, and he was quite young. The aura he gave off made her feel very comfortable, so of course she wanted to highlight her existence and attract his attention. High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai smiled and glanced back at her. The girl's face blushed slightly, but she quickly explained, and you must have heard of it. It's a sect that has risen in recent years. I heard that their headquarters is in the Luoyan Desert. Even Star Emperor Mountain, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect were destroyed by them. Now, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect is the most powerful sect. She chattered endlessly, seemingly having an endless amount of things to say. Her temperament was quite lively. The old man glared at the girl, secretly scolding the little girl for not understanding the gravity of the situation. It's fine. I've heard of High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai chuckled, but I didn't expect it to be so famous. And you can continue. I won't disturb you any longer. He had come here to inquire about the location of the nearest city, and now that he had obtained the information he needed, he naturally had no intention of staying any longer. But just as he was about to leave, the girl in green suddenly called out, "Wait, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "Second uncle, we've been out for a while now. Shouldn't we go back? Otherwise, father and the others will be worried. What's more, third brother and the others are all injured, so it's not suitable for them to stay here any longer." The girl in green looked at the old man and said, "And what you said makes sense. It's time to go back." The old man gently nodded. "Then let's go with him. We can take care of each other along the way," the green-clothed girl suggested. The old man looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. To be honest, he certainly hoped to go with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had just shown his strength. Although there was no great danger on the way back, it was better to be safe than sorry. With Yang Kai's help, the return journey should be very safe. He agreed with the girl's suggestion, but he didn't know what Yang Kai meant. "All right, it just so happens that I don't know the exact location of Blue Wave City, so I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Yang Kai smiled and nodded in agreement. Since it was on the way, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. "Thank you, little brother." The old man was overjoyed. I'll go collect the materials." The green-clothed girl cheered and ran towards the dead-cracked copperhead tiger. The old man smiled bitterly, secretly shaking his head, and said apologetically, "Little brother, please don't blame her. Fei is born like this, but don't worry, little brother, I'll give you the materials later." "No need, you can keep them. These things are of no use to me." Young Kai waved his hand. The body of an 8th-grade monster beast was indeed of no use to him. The wealth Young Kai possessed was unimaginable for ordinary people. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. After confirming that Young Kai didn't need those materials, he couldn't help but feel grateful. The inner core and head of the copperhead tiger were good profits for them. Soon, the green-clothed girl, with the help of the others, finished processing the monster beast's body. It could be seen that these young people were familiar with this, and were familiar with it. It was obvious that they often did this kind of thing. After a simple tidying up, Young Kai set off with these people, rushing towards Blue Wave City. The green-clothed girl's temperament was indeed lively and full of curiosity. Once a chatterbox was opened, she couldn't stop asking questions and chattered on endlessly. What was Young Kai's name? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? She didn't seem to know how to avoid the taboo questions at all and asked logically. Anyway, they were in a hurry, so Young Kai chatted with her as a way to pass the time. After all was said and done, she didn't get much information about Young Kai, but she explained her own background thoroughly. The old man was embarrassed as he listened. Fortunately, he could see that Young Kai wasn't a person with ulterior motives, so he let it go. He secretly decided to teach the girl a lesson when they returned to the family, to let her know that people were sinister and that she shouldn't talk about these things with strangers in the future. Along the way, they occasionally encountered monster beast blocking the way, but the old man and the others didn't have to worry at all. They were easily dealt with by Young Kai. It was a big gain for them. Below the old man, several young people worshipped Young Kai. Everyone seemed to be about the same age, but in terms of strength, Young Kai surpassed them by a large margin. Worship and respect for the strong was a cultivator's innate nature, and Young Kai's performance had completely conquered these young people. The distance of tens of thousands of miles. If Young Kai were to travel alone, it would only take him 1 or 2 hours, but with the old man and the others, it took him a whole day. A day later, a city standing on the edge of the plain came into view. Everyone walked to the city gate and handed over some crystal stones before smoothly entering the city. "Many thanks for your guidance. We will part here. Please take care of yourselves." Kai Young cupped his fists, and with a flicker, he dove into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. The green-clothed girl called out a few times, but seeing that Young Kai didn't turn around, she couldn't help but pout unhappily. "Let's go. Let's sell this time's harvest first. I wonder what kind of price we can get." The old man sighed before leading the way. Young Kai walked through the spacious streets of Blue Wave City, looking around with great interest. He wasn't in a hurry to find Blue Wave City's space array. Since this place was a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, it was also a subsidiary of High Heaven Sect. As the sect master of Blue Wave City, it was not a problem for Young Kai to use the space array. Young Kai believed that the city lord of Blue Wave City would not be so blind. However, after being in retreat in the small sealed world for several years, now that he was free, Young Kai wanted to relax. Along the way, enjoying the local customs and walking around the shops, Young Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his state of mind unconsciously stabilizing. Inside the small sealed world, Young Kai had broken through to the second-order origin-returning realm, so he had to stabilize his state of mind. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect this task. Half a day later, he entered a restaurant. Going up to the 3rd floor, Young Kai ordered the waiter to bring him some good wine and dishes while he sat down by the window and looked out at the scenery below. Not long after, the table was filled with precious delicacies. Kai Yang tasted the strong wine while eating the delicious food, feeling content and contented. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced faintly at the two cultivator at a nearby table, a look of interest flashing across his eyes. On the third floor there weren't many guests, and these two were talking loudly just now. Yang Kai seemed to have heard these two mention High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect's rise had been rapid, and although he had inquired a little about High Heaven Sect's recent situation from the girl in green, and knew that the sect was now quite famous, Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Now that he heard someone talking about his sect, he naturally wanted to hear more. But to his disappointment, the two didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the conversation, and instead changed the topic to something irrelevant. Yang Kai shook his head secretly and stopped paying attention. A moment later, the two men finished eating, and one of them, a burly man with a fierce face, shouted, "Shopkeeper!" His voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention, but after seeing this man's face, everyone quickly averted their eyes, seemingly not daring to provoke him. Asterisk dang, dang, dang. Asterisk the sound of footsteps came from downstairs, and an elderly man quickly ran up from downstairs. When he arrived in front of the two people at the table, he nodded and bowed with a face full of smiles. "Two sirs, are you satisfied with the food?" "It's just SOSO," the burly man replied casually, while picking his teeth. "To master, please forgive me." The shopkeeper bowed and said, Next time this old man will definitely provide more delicious food to satisfy two masters." "Good. At least you have some eyesight. I'll let you off for today, but where are the things?" The burly man glanced sideways at the shopkeeper. "This old man has brought them. Would two master like to count them?" The shopkeeper said as he put a package in his hand on the table. The burly man didn't act polite and opened it directly. A large bag of high-rank St. crystals suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The burly man swept it with his divine sense and immediately knew how many St. crystals there were, causing his face to sink as he shouted, "Why is there so little? Old dog, do you not put this king in your eyes? Is this all you're supposed to pay this month?" The shopkeeper suddenly panicked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he cried out, "Master, please understand, this old man's restaurant's business hasn't been very good recently, so there is a shortage of St. crystals. This old man asks two master to forgive him for a few days. This old man will definitely make up for it when the time comes." "Forgive you for a few days?" The burly man coldly snorted. "If this king forgives you, who will forgive this king? If this task is not completed, the one who will be punished is this king." "Ooh." Saying so, the burly man slammed his hand on the table, causing it to immediately turn to dust. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fright as he knelt down and cried out, "Master, please don't be angry. This old man only needs a few days, just a few days. Please allow this, master." "Humph, don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 days. I'll come back here in 3 days. If you still dare to be wishy-washy at that time, I'll tear down your restaurant and twist your head off. Yes, yes, I will not disappoint master when the time comes," the shopkeeper said repeatedly. "Let's go." The burly man stood up impatiently, stuffed the bag of St. crystals into his space ring, and left. It wasn't until they left that the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, a sorrowful look on his face, and began to clean up the mess on the ground. The waiter also came over to help. After a while, after cleaning up, the shopkeeper bowed again and apologized to the surrounding guests before letting out a deep sigh, appearing even more senile than before. Chapter 1535. "Shopkeeper, come over here." Yang Kai beckoned to him. He had been watching from the sidelines just now and didn't know what was going on, so he wanted to inquire. After all, this place was somewhat related to High Heaven Sect. "What orders does honored guest have? Would you like some wine and food?" The shopkeeper came over to Yang Kai and asked with a forced smile, "Wine and food are not urgent." Yong Kai smiled lightly before glancing suspiciously towards the stairs. Who were those two people just now? Why did they come to this restaurant to eat and drink? But not only do they not have to pay, they even want you to give them St. Crystals. The shopkeeper looked stunned as he glanced around and found that the other guests were all drinking and enjoying themselves, not paying any attention to what was happening here, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Is honored guest new to Blue Wave City?" And Yong Kai gently nodded. "Then you should leave early. Blue Wave City is not a place to stay for long," the shopkeeper said with a secretive look on his face as he waved his hand repeatedly. "Not a place to stay for long." Yong Kai frowned. Could it be that something bad is about to happen here? He saw that the city was bustling with people coming and going, and the situation inside was calm, as if there were no signs of something big happening. "Ha ha!" The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "Honored guest, please listen to this old man's advice. If you want to leave, you should leave quickly. If you stay here for too long, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "What do you mean? Please explain clearly, shopkeeper." Yong Kai stared at him with scorching eyes. "I heard that this place is a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, a property of High Heaven Sect. How could there be someone who dares act against this city?" I can't say. Although this old man doesn't have many years left to live, he doesn't want to die so early. Honored guest, please help yourself." The shopkeeper kept shaking his head, his expression ugly as he turned to leave. "I am from High Heaven Sect," Yong Kai quickly said. "What?" The shopkeeper's face changed drastically as he stared at Yong Kai in astonishment. "Don't be so nervous." Yong Kai chuckled. "I am a disciple of High Heaven Sect and have received orders from the sect master to come here to investigate. If Senior has something to say, please speak frankly. I would like to know if there is someone who doesn't want to live and dares not put my High Heaven Sect in their eyes." "You're from High Heaven Sect? Are you really from High Heaven Sect?" The shopkeeper looked both excited and suspicious as he leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Yes, don't worry, Elder. Your words may come out of your mouth, but they enter my ears. I won't go around talking nonsense." Yong Kai comforted him in a soft voice. The shopkeeper's expression changed, as if he was hesitating about something. After a while, he gritted his teeth and sat down across from Yong Kai. Yong Kai stretched out his hand and poured a glass of wine for the shopkeeper, who took a sip. Strong wine bolstered one's courage and brewed his mood before he said, "Honored guest may not know, but the reason I asked you to leave quickly is not because someone wants to harm High Heaven Sect, nor is it because something bad is about to happen in Blue Wave City, but because this is not a place for people to stay." "Oh, then please tell me in detail what happened. Junior will be grateful." Yong Kai smiled lightly. "Ha, it's a long story." The shopkeeper sighed deeply. "Honored guest, you saw the attitude of those two people just now." "Yes, who are they?" "City Lord's mansion." "City Lord's mansion?" Yong Kai was stunned. "Ha ha. Honored guest also finds it strange, right? The City Lord's mansion is supposed to protect us. So why would they come to this small shop to extort St. Crystals?" The shopkeeper's tone was low. "Because this is a tax collected by the City Lord's mansion." Yong Kai frowned. "Any shop that operates in Blue Wave City must turn over at least 70% of its income to the City Lord's mansion. The remaining 30% is barely enough to cover all kinds of expenses. But that's not enough to stop these people from finding all kinds of excuses to extort it. This small shop is alone and can't resist. A few days ago, someone even died in this shop." The shopkeeper complained. It seemed that because he had drunk some wine, his courage had grown a lot, and as he spoke, his expression became resentful. "Is this the City Lord's mansion's intention?" Yong Kai asked coldly. "Yes. Otherwise, how could those people have the courage to act like this? Those two people just now came to collect taxes. Since the taxes here are so high, why doesn't old Sir leave Blue Wave City and find another way to make a living The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Who can leave? No one can leave. Once the city lord's mansion discovers anyone trying to escape, they will be killed without mercy. The heads hanging on the city walls are a bloody lesson. Not only are small businesses like us bound here, but all the small families and cultivator living in the city are also like this. The various benefits they obtain from their adventures outside must also be turned over to the city lord's mansion. As long as there is resistance, they will be targeted. Several small families have already been destroyed. Saying so, the shopkeeper glanced at Yang Kai cautiously and asked softly, "Little brother, may this old man be so bold as to ask, is this an order issued by High Heaven Sect? How could High Heaven Sect issue such an order?" Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he coldly snorted, "My High Heaven Sect would never do such a thing. And what about Heaven Battling City? Does Heaven Battling City not care?" This old man doesn't know, but if Heaven Battling City were to care, this shouldn't have happened. I just don't know if this is the intention of Heaven Battling City or Blue Wave City's City Lord's Mansion. However, I heard that since Heaven Battling City changed hands, the taxes there have been particularly low, which has attracted many people, but now it is overcrowded. Many people were attracted by the name of High Heaven Sect and wanted to join, but they couldn't find a way to do so. Unable to enter Heaven Battling City, they could only settle for the next best thing and go to places related to High Heaven Sect, Blue Wave City being one of them. Outsiders may not be able to see the insidious darkness hidden under Blue Wave City, but this old man is more than clear about it, which is why I want you to leave as soon as possible. If you live here for too long, you will be added to the register and won't be able to leave even if you want to. Interesting, Yang Kai sneered. Little brother, since you have come here to investigate openly and secretly under the orders of High Heaven Sect's sect master, you should quickly pass on this news. This old man hopes that someone from your High Heaven Sect will come soon and remove this malignant tumor from Blue Wave City, so this old man can spend the rest of his life here in peace. The shopkeeper looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Old sir can rest assured, my High Heaven Sect will not sit back and watch. Yang Kai grinned. In any case, many people here have come here for the name of High Heaven Sect, so I can't allow them to be bullied. Otherwise, the reputation of my High Heaven Sect will be tarnished. Little brother, don't be impulsive. The shopkeeper saw the fierce glint in Yang Kai's eyes and couldn't help being startled. Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. This time, if it weren't for a coincidence, he wouldn't have known that someone was using High Heaven Sect's name to commit such shady acts. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that on the way back from Blue Wave Plain, the girl named Fei had hesitated to speak about the situation in Blue Wave City. It turned out that this was the reason for her hesitation. High Heaven Sect's rise was too short, and with its small number of disciples, its foundation was unstable. Now was the time to win over people's hearts, but the situation in Blue Wave City was smearing High Heaven Sect's name, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. At this moment, a clamor suddenly sounded from the street below. Immediately, a wave of energy fluctuation rose, followed by exclamations and miserable cries. Yang Kai looked down towards the source of the sound and immediately saw a young girl in green clothes, causing him to let out a light sigh. Old sir, here's the money for the wine. Yang Kai casually threw down a few pieces of high-rank St. crystals, grabbed a wine jar, and jumped out of the window. In the middle of the street, in front of a general store, 3 or 4 young men stood there with angry looks on their faces, staring at 2 people with bloodshot eyes. Circulating their Saint Chi, they were secretly on guard, not daring to act rashly. Behind these young men, a young girl in green clothes was supporting an old man. This old man seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, his face pale and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Countless people were watching. Second uncle, are you okay? The young girl in green clothes asked nervously. a worried look on her pretty face. "I'm fine." The old man slowly shook his head and spat out two words with difficulty. "How could you hit someone?" The young girl in green clothes turned her head and shouted at the two cultivators who had just attacked. "Hit someone?" One of the burly men heard this and grinned meaningfully. "So what if we hit someone? Who told this old dog to not know how to appreciate kindness? Father here didn't want to take his life that's already showing mercy. A little girl like you not only doesn't appreciate Father's kindness, but also dares to criticize me. Do you believe I won't kill him right now?" The young girl in green clothes' pretty face paled. After all, her strength wasn't high and she was still young, so after being threatened by the other party, she didn't dare say anything, fearing that this man would really become angry out of humiliation and kill her. "Humph! The city lord has ordered that all Saint crystals obtained from transactions must be paid to the city lord's mansion. What's wrong? Old dog, are you deaf or blind? You actually dared to secretly trade with others. If Father hadn't caught you red-handed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known you were so bold. Daring to ignore the orders of the city lord's mansion. Old dog, you must be tired of living." The other man also laughed sinisterly. The old man's face was livid, but he didn't dare to refute. Although there were many onlookers, none of them dared to make any moves. But when they looked at the old man and the young girl, they all showed looks of sympathy. Blue Wave City's taxes were so high and the exploitation was so heavy that almost everyone could barely keep themselves fed and clothed. Moreover, they couldn't escape from this place. So, when people went out for adventures, if they had any gains, they would find familiar and reliable shops to secretly trade them without being discovered, avoiding the harsh taxes. This kind of phenomenon was commonplace in Blue Wave City. The old man and his group had been unlucky this time, accidentally bumping into someone from the city lord's mansion, causing them to suffer a big loss. Taking a deep breath, the old man cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Two friends, it's not that we ignored the orders of the city lord's mansion, but we were originally going to pay the Saint crystals after this transaction, but we didn't have time to do so. Old dog, your words sound good. Haha, I wonder what you're really thinking." The burly man obviously didn't believe such words. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.